Not dead? I don't think so. Last I checked, I am still very much alive. Not a wife, but I'm alive. Was romantic Greebs and Dune Kaiser Shanks. Well, Twitch, Boxer.
Would you like to try?
Hello.
I'll let you borrow a
I know you're
ride.
dead.
Hello.
Hello indeed. Thank you so much, Greebs, for the 30 months. Then the 2 or 3. Appreciate you sticking around and supporting the content. Hopefully the 2 weeks of me being away was not too boring. Was it supposed to just say checking resources permanently? Is it a 5-hour sesh? Nice. Sounds like you had a good time. I think that's exactly what the video game's supposed to do to you. It's life. No, that makes it sound bad. It's really good and it's frightening. I mean, that's pretty good then. It's amazing, but the mushroom game is calling. All the things. What's the backslash? Oh, there we go. It had checked its resources. Good stuff. I'm so torn right now. I re-downloaded RuneScape. And I last logged in at 1,245 days ago. It's been 3.5 years since I last booted RuneScape. Because, you know, it's been a bit. Old school, I like 3 more. I play for requests and stuff.
And lo, the streamer returns to their flock, with the flock ready to receive them with reverence or get angry at him for no reason.
Get angry for no reason. You know what? That sounds pretty on point. Was romantic? Doing well, Slayer. No anger here. No anger needed. But yeah, I like RuneScape 3 more than old school. You're live till you finish it. It does sound like a lot of people are going down that path. But hey, it sounds like a fun path. Like pub, I know, right? Why? Why as in like, why I like one over the other? Or which why? As in why I like 3? Graphics, the auto-ness of the combat is very nice because I only do it for story and quest. So I just like the more pretty visuals. I like some of the things that are in 3 when I last played in terms of what they do. And I just like a lot of the conveniences of 3 because, like I said, I just do it for quest. Not a fan, but you're super into it. 90 hours, not addicted at all. I've heard so many people say that they're typically not a fan or they don't like D&D or anything like that, but they're like super fucking into Baldur's, which is amazing. That's good to hear. A lot of people seem to be liking it. Lots of good food and drink included. If only I had a nice chance to jam with friends. Hell yeah, romantic. Sounds good stuff. Is there an event where I can burn all my mesos to have higher chance of legendary potential? So I'm going to do that. Oh, okay, gotcha, groups. Get yourself a boost, or not get a boost, and see what happens, and go check out some stuff. Huge D&D, just not a fan of the games. Right. Decades of experience? Yeah. I saw, was it IGN or PC Game News, or who did that article of, like, a bunch of developers being like, no, this definitely shouldn't be the new standard. We can't hold ourselves to this standard. And they were like, what the fuck are you talking about? Of course this should be the new standard. Dude's come out with an amazing game. Of course it's supposed to be what the standard's supposed to be now. Was it Frizzy? What on in? You quick save before a check. Nothing wrong with saves coming, man. You play how you want to play. Saves come is the only way to play. I know, right? Alright, bonus go through. Well, the studios that are like, well, that's what they're saying, Nukes, is like some of the developers that were like bitching about the standard were like the fucking Andromeda developers and like Blizzard devs and like studios that are massive, that have the same potential power, like way bigger. Well, yeah, but it was like studio heads in those places. I'm saying, Nukes. Like we're talking studios with bigger manpower pools than Larian ever was. So yeah, it's like that. It's just that idea of like, for bigger games, it should 100% be the standard. If it's a $60 title that's been in development for 6 to 7 years, the standard is definitely there. And it should be, in my opinion. Dev for 13 years. Good shit. That's what games should be like. For those in early access. And they also did like an early access that was proper, right? Like they got the game in front of people to see what it was. Took feedback, went from there. So yeah, it's the way you make a game. The proper way. Look at this Ignite build. 89 all resist, got a bit of chaos resist, 2000's life regen, 36k max hit physicals, 100k fires, 64s on the cold and lightning. Wearing basic bitch gear. Oops. So all the other streamers were doing content together, so didn't see you. I was too busy hanging with my chat. That's why. You're setting yourself for disappointment. I mean, I agree with that. Like, yeah, you're not hanging out with chat. Hell yeah, dude. I hang out with chat like every single fucking day. It was amazing. For 2 weeks, I pretty much was with somebody from chat every day. Maybe Nukes. I don't know. I feel like I feel like there definitely are. It's just a matter of like letting them cook is the problem. And I think we've seen enough examples of rushed games coming to market that haven't been cooked. And just not being to fruition. Random break of the engine of the sensor? That sounds about right, Lone Song. Set the world on fire? Fuck yeah, dude. I think it's gonna be strong. Just gotta figure out how to make it work. It's the value to expect out of a $60 game. Yeah, true. Have systems. It's just AF on everything. You get used to it. Nuke. Lone Song. Gonna pull up Baldur's Gate. Mm-hmm. But I definitely do think the standard in the industry should be improving, because it definitely has felt like in the last 5 years, especially AAA games have definitely gone down in quality. Not all of them.
Would you like to try?
But some of them.
I'll let you borrow a rod.
I dink you a dunk dink donk.
Thank you so much, Spite, for the 25 months. Almost bit that cherry seed. That was almost painful. Oh, man. Greatly appreciate you sticking around and supporting the dink donking. Hope you had a good time. I had a great time. We'll go through a bunch of photos today, probably, alongside of the other stuff. But yeah, we have like I have 840 photos from New Zealand that we can go over and like look around and stuff. How many sheep? There's a lot of sheep in some photos. 840. I took a lot of photos. Like I'm only 840. I was busy actually living and like looking at shit. 1.5. Yeah, I was trying to kind of experience things, you know? Not just stare at my camera. No, I don't. Especially because 90% of that time I was hanging out with people from chat. But I think the chieftain setup is going to work. If the damage is there. The biggest question for me right now is if the damage is there. It really does matter on just the scaling of those nodes and the weapons you can get. Dude, Jesse's RNG for rolls has been insanely bad. That dude's like rolling crit ones on everything. He's like, he's really pissed off some dice gods. All right. The first thing I want to watch though, or do, is I actually want to go back and see. I want to watch the announcement video for the league again, because I actually don't. I haven't seen it since the fucking ExalCon came out. Has a karma system to prevent that. Well, apparently he pissed somebody off. Oh, is that as short? Trauma string stacking pillar with cage god strike skills. Oh, that's a good point. That is the thing that pillar is missing, isn't it? Area, attack speed, and physical damage. Hmm. Oh yeah. That fucking roll, dude. So many pluses, a 1. Uh-huh. Gets the chest. Fucking finally. Blows himself the fuck up. His RNG is so fucking bad. I don't know what gods he's cursed, but holy shit. I want to watch this again because I haven't seen it since ExalCon. And I was too busy oohing and awing at things. The most necessary in the game, you're missing like half the dialogue in the game. Oh really? It's kind of like Divinity then in that sense. all thirst. I love the aesthetics. Oh, side caveat, but like we went to the Natural History Museum with Goobs. So much of this stuff is inspired by like Maori culture and like the art style of that. It's so fucking cool to see it like in person, like all of this stuff. It was so cool to have like a reference for it. Where did we go? Where did we come from? That's the zoo. Like this kind of stuff, like just the natural like stuff that you saw for like the art and things, very fucking similar to like this, right? This design, the way that this is like things. That looks man-made. Oh, this is at one of the museums. This is like a replica of like a storehouse front in old Maori culture. So like the inspiration is so like on point. That's the start of 6. Yeah, it basically is. Yeah, like it was so fucking cool to see it. Approval? I'm sure they did. Yeah. As the failed roles while exploring. Oh. Among Us. Yeah, probably Spy. This is an interesting concept for a thing. So you like jump into an arena with It has to be a new cosmetic, right? That dress? Probably. So you have like the defensive totems and stuff you could put down. You got your compatriots. What's it call me? Hope you're doing well. Yeah, I could definitely see that fear, Kaiser. It's kind of what I had when we were looking at the
I'll
thing.
let you borrow a rod.
HYPEROMEGAPOGGERSCRAZY raided the stream.
Hey, Viral, thanks so much for the raid. Hope you've been good. Hope you're enjoying the hype. That's coming. Divorce bad. Yes. We've known that for a month now. Just going through, checking out the trailers and stuff again, planning some builds, talking to my New Zealand trip of all the photos and stuff. You know, the stuff that's going on. Going through the patch notes and stuff. Hell yeah. Good stuff. Good stuff. I wonder how this is gonna work in terms of like. So what do they like add? So when he hovers over this specialty mobility, charge forward, colliding and dealing damage to any enemies hit. Okay. GG wonders that. I mean, if I can see the framework for an auto battle working. If they do it right. Rest the totem one-shot it. I hope that's not the way it works. I mean, it will make getting rewards very easy. In terms of like, you know, builds to get rewards with, you just brush the totem, but I would like a challenge, yeah. I mean, crew. We do have Blight, so it's not the first time they've forayed into it. Is that romantic? Get some good sleep. Trying to eat these cherries real quick. Aren't we already a Vampire Survivors clone? Weren't we the original clone 15 years ago? We're already a bullet hell. Yep. Those are good cherries. Thankfully, I'm only slightly allergic to cherries, so I took some medication ahead of time. And I can eat them. My ears are just going to be a bit itchy for a second. All good. You're on mobile? Congratulations. Mobile chatting was the worst, man. Like, when I was trying to do some mobile chatting, like mouthful chat and stuff from there, I could not do that, man. I could not type to save my life. Enough damage, you'll be able to bypass the mechanical one. Oh yeah, Shanks, no doubt. Like, it'll do the Sanctum thing, right? So yeah. Farming Onigoroshi. I actually know people that do that every league launch. Replay like 4 to 5 hours. Ouch. That's just Poe. Yeah, exactly. So you get. So these are like the attacker row. Then you get like a couple. Right. So that's where the attackers go. Mobile is hella convenient. I'm not saying it's like, it's just as someone who's used to PC, then going to mobile was very weird. Especially because you have to use like one client to have like the 7 TV emotes and then another one to like watch and stuff, and it works, but it's weird. Attacker row, defender row. Those are the totem things that they were talking about, to defend your totem that's there. And it doesn't really say where you spawn yet, does it? You just kind of do. Yeah, my voice is scuffed, yes. I'm trying to be careful with it, but it's just gonna scuff more. You spawn at the totem? Okay. Don't you spawn at the back? Either way. So does it... Just don't scuff it. I'm trying not to. So you put your dudes down. And then you're fighting different tribes with different rewards. And then rivals. I wonder what the rivals mean. So the rivals are like other tribes, symbol wise, against those factions. Yeah, okay. I wonder what meaning they have. Like, if you knock out someone with like no rivals, is that a good thing or a bad thing? Do you want as many rivals as possible or something? It's like reward wise, the one with 2 rivals is 3 chaos and everything else is like way more rivals, but maybe more damage against those tribes? Yeah, maybe. The rival and such, what you are going to be able to pick against them. Ah, okay. Maybe that way, yeah. That's kind of cool. So you gotta like kind of have a mix and match of... did they say where we get like the people from yet? Like, where do we find the folks? You recruit people from other tribes. We get the tattoos, which is going to be cool. Was a mutant. Hope you're doing well. What is that fucking node? Don't know. Weird node. Yeah, you recruit NPCs. Yeah. Oh, it's this node. It's perfectionist. Oh, okay. He's here. All right. I was like, where on the tree are we? Okay. So we're gonna override our micro nodes. Yeah, there's gonna be definitely some crazy tattoo builds where you just override all your small nodes. Rethinking your league starter? That sounds about right for the first week. You can trade them, yeah. New items. All sorts of new items. A couple of these we've seen. That's tremendous expensive. Yeah, Nightmare Jewels might actually be very strong because of their location. The Atlas stuff. Explosive things. Sanctums are back. I didn't see this. That's that's Infernal Cry, Corrupting Blood. So that's how that interaction worked. Doing that immediately, the big boom expedition. Oh yeah, that's gonna be really meaty. Again, don't think Cobra Lash with Wasp Nest will get you 216s compared to SST, Bleed, or Jack the Axe Lasso builds. Just use it. I mean, Poison can get you then the into 316s with just fucking Plague Bearer, for realistically speaking. That's funny. So that's Infernal Cry puts on. Is that 4 stacks of Corrupting Fever? And then when they die, because they're dying to Infernal Cry, they explode. Oh, that's funny. Interesting. That's like maybe 20 power or so. You want to ignite Ice Crash? People were talking about it on the Discord. Play Beefton with some strike skill, but I also know what's gonna happen because of melee. I mean, maybe, yeah. Warcry power based? It has to be Warcry power based, because how else are you scaling it? Like I was thinking the same thing. Like I wish it wasn't Red Blade required, but like there's no other way to scale that because it's a support gem and stuff. Ignite Ice Crash. Was Mutant? Yeah, Mutant was looking for one. Ignite Ice Crash again. It leveled the Warcry, maybe. Depending on the levels, depending on how much the support boost up. I could see that working out. That would be good in some ways. Yeah, I mean realistically the difference for what skill I start with for League start in terms of like if I do go melee ignite, that's just purely based on what this this first skill does. This one, like how much it's affected by how many hits you have to do a second. Because if it's a lot of hits, it leans more towards Molten Strikes, Blade Flurries, Blade Storms. If it's like you need to hit 6 times in the previous 4 seconds, then you can go slower skills and stuff. It's a main skill, but I kind of doubt it. I mean, Corrupting Blood, Corrupting Fever itself, it can be good. You have the pub. I was gone from the old PC. I think wasn't it slapped in Discord? Let me see. Didn't Kaiser find it in the command? Yeah, okay, ask him much Ice Crash. There you go. I have a variant of it. I know Demon had a more girthier version of it. Yeah, mine was the Story of the Veil. You did a different variant of it. But they're both so old that at this point you just kind of basically take that general idea and redo it a bit more. Cause yeah, there's a lot you could do with it. especially with the new gyms and what this is going to mean to stuff. It's going to be such a different way to play it. Yeah, I ended up switching my thing because I went to this thing. It was Rebuke, and then I got this thing in its place, and it gave me like an extra, I forgot how much DPS, but it was pretty good. And this was like using ashes and stuff to like scale the quality, and I had 2 like rings of double fractured things, and this was a whole different setup at the time for Anomalous Fist of War and slowing it down a lot, and like this could definitely work with the new Chieftain in a way, and you don't have to go Brass Dome and stuff like that. All the rest are 8. You can get General's Cry down to like 1.3 or so the rest are maxed out at 2.5. That's not bad then. Yeah, if Corrupting Fever has like a weird cooldown to it, then you could do that. You could do that as well. Yeah. Me and Demon did somewhat similar in some ways as to like what we switched and where we went. I was pretty happy with this character. It never really got to the level of DPS I wanted, but that was because I kind of stopped wanting to put money into it. But it was still good for what it was, and it was very thick. So you could do like the same kind of thing and go Chieftain, not wear Brass Dome, and you get a lot more power back as a result of that. Clear Ubers with every build for a while. Yeah, exactly. This was in that span of time where I was trying to make sure I could do Ubers with everything, but this was one that did 4 out of 7. So it wasn't really like a fully thing, but yeah, it's like 14 mil ignites from this, just from the first hits. So you just run around, smack them, and go to town. Pretty much the exact same as yours, Ashes and Dome. Oh, okay. Well, there you go. And Dwudian Dawn is going to be expensive this league. Actually, I don't know if you're going to use Dwudian Dawn. Had a synthesized sword. I have a synthesized sword in here as well. Is this your sword? Or do we both just have synth swords? No? Okay. So we just both had synth swords. Oh, that's right. I made the Spirit Blade, and I made it, then I turned it into a synth sword after it was done. That's why this thing exists like this, I think, is how this thing came about. Or did I buy it like this? I don't remember the story on this thing. But, yeah. There was a whole thing here with stuff. Yeah, I wonder if this is going to be the first league you don't use Dwudian Dawn. If your variants as well. I don't think I do. I don't think I have your variant saved. What league would that be from? I can look and see if I have yours. But I don't remember what league this would be. Stormring one I tried. The Smite one's already done. Which next? I don't know. 3.18 was the league I made mines. Ice Crash Final Gear. That's mine. That's Kethral's Cold Snap. There's one league before I made it. So that'd be 3.17. If I still have yours. I don't remember. I should really label these with numbers so I know which one's 3.17. Yeah, it's not in this one. Arch Nemesis. Demon's updated Ice Crash. Demon's Ice Crash. I have 2 of yours. Okay. 6.2. Yeah, that's the weaker one. 12 mil. Yeah, this is the one that's comparable. By the way, is your Cold Snap league startable? Cold Snap? No, I don't think you can league start that one. You're talking about the hit-based Cold Snap one with overlaps and stuff? Yeah, I don't think so. Yeah, this is probably yours. Yeah. Yeah, I think we ended up, like, slowly just drifting to the same thing. Brass Dome, Ashes, you, 2 of those rings, Woody and Dawn. Yeah, it's about the same. So they both drifted about towards the same thing because it was just the way that you kind of had to make this like function. Oh yeah, this is your weapon. There you go. 13-3. Yeah. I put in the one I was looking at and using mine. There's yours. Fire damage, crit, attack speed, fire damage over time multiplier. Yeah. So about the same, realistically. It doesn't change between the two of them too much. So very very similar, and now we're just gonna have to rebuild it in a different way when the time comes. But yeah, I hope this skill is leak startable, the Warcry one, because I kind of want to. I need to mess with that again in pub because I haven't done that yet. I do like how it interacts with Infernal Cry there though. Guardian's been revamped. Start with a backup probably. And an all new chieftain. So what would that actually look like for Corrupting Fever in terms of like Warcry tree? Put on some music. Never played Guardian at all. Don't worry, that's not unheard of for a lot of people. Bone Shatter. No, not Bone Shatter. Not yet. Alright, so Warcry wise, the only one that gets Warcry is Warbringer, and that's it. So other ascendancy wise, you don't really get. We don't really know, Boxer, because we don't know what the sentinels that you summon do. So that's kind of a weird thing. Yeah, 40% more damage, and then you could just do, like, berserking all day. Maybe would be a play if it's not a champ, because other than that, you don't really get much. Because you could just rage zerking around everywhere. Is that beta version of pub? No. It's just normal pub. No, there's not an update. Chainbreaker Wild build. I mean, yeah, it would be like the one time you could maybe use it in that sense. It's just like... Let's see. Because yeah, the only other thing that really works is Duelist and then Champion. EQ Ignite will go be crazy. It might be. It depends on. It really depends on what Controlled Blaze does as a gym. I'm very much in the wheelhouse of one of the 2 upgrades. Champ works because 30% aura effect is major for Pride. Right, yeah. Because then you basically just go... The aura effect. Adrenaline. Fortify? Ear Heroes, brother? Not really a condition. It's just like some of the ear heroes will like grow really fucking long, so I just like trim them down a lot. It's called being old and your hairs decide to have a fucking mind of their own. And then do you just get Fortify? No, it's not a, don't apologize for it. Fate of the Val EQ Ignite. It's very similar to the story of the Val EQ Ice Crash that we did. Face the upgrade, yeah. What do these do? Warcry speeds. That's just speed. That's cooldown recovery. Okay. Recover 15 life, have a minimum power. Remove all damaging elements when you Warcry. Warcries have 10% chance to exert 3 additional attacks. Okay. Buff effect. Cooldown recovery. Melee damage. You don't really even need that. You don't need escalation. You just take that, like, cooldown wheel there. Okay. Then you go through up here. Cooldown recovery, grab that. That's kind of all the Warcry stuff you need. If you're just spamming it. Okay. Physical damage over time. So then you have these nodes here. It's the pub for the Melee Ignite build? No, that's the other pub. I have one for that as well. Ooh. I have an idea for that one, but I don't know what it's gonna do until I get the gym. Yeah, we kind of go into the same problem as last time, which is we don't have a lot of whole lot of scaling on the tree. Yeah, it's basically you'll have to go clusters. It's fizz clusters pretty much guaranteed. I might as well spend from 17.7 main to 19.6. 2k boost? Hell yeah. Car fix next week. Very nice, sis. It's your normal CF build? Yeah. It does look like that. Hey, BCF. Flex the prices. Prismatic Burst Firestorm. I wish you good luck, sir. You're probably gonna need it. 3.2 second cooldown. Yeah. It's pretty bad at scaling. That is definitely for sure. There just isn't much to scale with. 95 off a skill level, yeah. Which basically it makes it like scale Pride and Warbanner as well. Yeah. No, she is the one sister. Oh, these got flipped or moved. Okay. He's like way younger than you. Is it like 11 years, sis? The difference between us? I don't remember. It's like 10 or 11, yeah. Hmm. There really is. There really is very little in terms of early game scaling. It really does feel like you could not league start this. You're just not gonna have scaling. You're just not gonna have any scaling when you're going through the campaign and the acts. Unless, you know, the power somehow scales it in a way that matters. But I don't know. Supplemental Warcry on top of CF and all. Yeah, it's kind of maybe more so supposed to be that. I have a hard time seeing this being like a build by itself. Just because there's so little scaling available for it. So very little. CF tree? Yeah. Yeah, you basically have to go clusters. Which means it's not league start viable at all. They might apply to summons. They might. Hmm. +1 fizz wands. Well, it's not corrupting fever, remember? These are war cries. We don't know how to scale this yet. Corrupted cry or whatever the hell it's called. So you can't +1 it like that. That's what's making me pause constantly. Hmm. Hmm. What the hell do I have for sale? It's 25C. Oh, this thing. Prismatic burst? Yeah, probably. Need the link CF to the Warcry. I would be surprised if that's how it worked. No. That would be really weird if Corrupted Cry seems like it makes it do making them inflict corrupted blood on enemies affected by war cries or by attacks that it exerts. So no, I don't think so. I think you just do like your cry of choice, corrupting cry, and then you have 4 other links you could do. A lot of CDR too are different war cries. You can only really do like 2 different war cries because you need double 6 links. You can 6 link scale with the tree and clusters and aura effect pride. I think you can league start with it. Like, to me, the idea of getting like an enduring cry to be spammable with it would be really sick, because you have a massive heal that way. So, CF only has a 5 link. 2.5. Yeah, it's still enough, though. It's like a delayed discharger. Only use Reap on the 6th link. 6k life cost. Yeah, but this is like the Warcry itself. It should be fine. You don't use Corrupting Fever in this setup. Use Enduring Cry, or your cry of choice. Could be General's Cry if you want to spam it more often. And then Corrupting Cry, and then 4 other links. Your 6th link is just basically a 5 link. As a result of that. Let's see, if I go into here and do belt, put a fucking leather belt on there, shaper, do we have a teaser for it? We don't have the gym, no. And check the buff bar. Oh, to see if it has it linked? Nah, I'm almost positive it doesn't. Cooldown recovery rate 20. 2.9. 52k. That's pretty good. That's not bad at all. And then we do Shaper again here. Cooldown recovery rate 2.77. 2.77. Slam with the bleed and went glad too. Yeah, I mean, realistically, because it does exert attacks, you could theoretically go both. Where's my other one? Yeah, they're using Infernal Cry in the demo, which is apparently running in like, and there's no CF, yeah. Uh-huh. Dang it. I lost the fucking thing. Fair enough. It's somewhere in there, but no, we don't. Yeah, it doesn't need CF. We're safe. We're safe on the needing of CF. But you get pops. Yeah. Work on your duelist. This one's just Warcry speed. And this one only really does the recovery rate. Because I wasn't really worried about this because it's exerted attacks. This is only if we're really gonna exert it. You want speed? If you're only using one, I was gonna just go Call to Arms. But you can go that as well. It really depends on how the setup works. Oh, da 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 da. 2.772. Cast time of 0.37. Cast time of 0.58.
Would you like to try? I'll let you borrow a rod.
Seal arrive.
One Rob from Rod. Thanks so much for the 28 months, Rob. Greatly appreciate you sticking around, supporting the content. Hopefully life wasn't too boring while I was away. I divine fuse. So 1 for 18 divines now. End of the league. Yeah. I mean, that's about all you can really do preemptively for, like, campaign tree for this setup. You just go in and, like, grab Golem's blood and some stuff along the way if you wanted to. Rampart, because you have Fortify. Unless you do go exerted attacks instead. You see Lake start? Hell yeah. You're like exerted earthquakes or something. EQ bleed at the same time? Yeah. That might be the way to actually do it. Bleed build with a secondary fizz? Yeah. I think you do have to kind of go glad. Or at least steal some glad. And then just you run around, exert your attacks, and then smash them down. Or ground slam. You could do that as well, just to have faster applications of it. It's consistently have your CB up, yeah. That is true. That is true. Berserker hemophilias. The problem is you really don't get a lot for rage. It's really only aspect of carnage that would do anything for you because your damage over time. All you really can get is gratuitous violence and blood in the eyes. Like, it's very limited on what you can get. You're almost better just stealing gratuitous violence. Is this league? Nah. I didn't look at it, but I can imagine it's not cheap. I'm just saying in general. You're probably better off doing some weird shenanigans. 80 divines? Well, there you go. Cheap purchase. Just pick one up on day one. Yeah, I mean, you really just do get a build that only goes to like level 56 on the tree. Basically, the moment you hit mapping, you're gonna have to start looking for clusters. Because there's nothing else you can really get. Besides life that's left over after that. Decent axe damage. Yeah, I mean, if you're going like the hybrid bleed and corrupting fever thing, then yeah, you could go for more of an axe focus thing and try to get some double, bleed nodes in there as well. Then you can start, picking up some bleed stuff if you wanted to. And then you have more options. But just the idea of like shouting things down to death is like, this is only gonna buff 1/2 of your damage. Yeah, I kind of just wanted to scream at stuff, but the problem is I don't entirely know if it's like, once again, until we get the gym, I don't know if we know. I don't know if we know to how the scaling works. Really just did the gym? Yeah. It's kind of the case with all of it. This I want to see the gym for. This I want to see the gym for. The Spellblade Totem thing we need to see the gym for. Guardians could be good. Eternal Apple. Eternal Apple has the problem of it's not you casting it. And so you don't get all the benefits from it. And also, it would be only one link, because you only get Corrupting Fever or Corrupted Cry and the War Cry, and then one more link in there. We can't dual wield shields, so we can't wear Eternal Apple and Squire. Which is a problem. Use the bathroom real quick while we ponder over the meaning of yelling at things to death. Yeah, it's socketed. We've messed with it a couple times before as an idea for builds, but never been able to really fit it in because it has the weird thing that the apple is the one casting the war cry. Yeah, and then Chieftain lost its... It's weird that Chieftain lost its endurance charges and it's only on Jug now. I figured there'd be some way to do that again, but that's also been modified. I wanted to try the idea, but it definitely is interesting. But the Ignite hit starter looks nice. 60k armor, big old rolls. I just got to figure out what skill to use with. All right, let me use the bathroom.
Would you like to try? I'll let you borrow a rod.
Chair sub.
And we're back. Chair sub. The biggest of chair subs. Thanks so much, Oobs, for the 10 months. Appreciate it. Stick around, support the content. Alright, cool. We are back. Chair sub. The biggest of chairs. The highest of subs. We're good. We're good. Yeah. I like this idea. I don't know what weapon or attack it's using yet. Because there is, it could be a lot of things in terms of what attack to use. It all comes down to the same question. What is the support gym look like? Because until we know it, we don't really know what we need to use for it. This ring is thankfully switchable. Ignite Infernal Blow. It could be Infernal Blow as well. Heavy Strike. Maybe. Like I said, it's the fact that we don't really know what it requires yet. Pillar of the Cage Crowd. Does the axes, maces, scepters, and staves. Okay, so it does work with you could stack the strengths, trauma yourself a pillar, and smack fools with it. It is possible. It is a possible solution to a problem that we don't even know yet. Pox of Ruthless had 1 giga explosion for the Ignite. Yeah, maybe, yeah. High flat added physical. Scale defense, scale damage. Yeah. Being buffed to give +3 strength is pretty neat for Pillar as well. Yeah, true. Because you could get more strength from that as well around the areas. Got the Cage Card's trauma support with Ice Crash. Get some area in there as well if you get some traveling nodes and pick up some other stats. It could be pretty good. Could be very good. As an idea. Strength stacking staves. Let me make a folder here real quick. What league did we just finish? Crucible? Crucible. Sure, that's how you spell that. Anathema, BV, who stays in there? Salvo, SRS, Rift. I knew I just threw a wrong one in there, which is the Ignite starter. Crucible goes in there. Oh, there we go. Strikes only. Oh, that's right. It is strikes only. Strike skills you yourself, causing trauma the first time a support attack hits an enemy. Added physical damage per trauma, but also makes you take physical damage. Strike skills. What could you do? Strike skill wise with pillar and fire or strength stacking. I mean, you could do a lot with it, not necessarily saying. So it's just physical damage, right? Bone shatter? Yeah, totally. Bone shatter double trauma. Mace, scepter, axe, or staff. I wonder if anyone's ever done bone shatter pillar setups. What do they look like? Double strike for the added flat seems makes sense. Yeah, it does come with its own flat, doesn't it? Against bleeding targets. Just to have to get a little bit of bleed in there. Does not work with wands. Oh, that makes sense. Down blow. I mean, glacial hammer is always a meaty boy. You get your conversion in there. Big hits. Smack with the colds. 9 million DPS if you call. Molten Strike, Smite. Yeah, it's between like Glacial Hammer and Smite, or Double Strike for the added flat. And those could all be pretty good for it. Let's see, is there a Oh, ninja. Is there, for some odd reason, somebody with a pillar of the cage god? There's a couple, and they're all bone shattery boys. They're all jugs. Bone zoning it up, huh? Of course, they've all got mage bloods on them. Wild Strike to convert all the flat. Yeah, that could work. Oscrims for all that stuff. Pillar. This one. Good night, nukes. Get some good sleep. Enjoy the bed. Life, armor. Just abysses to get a bit more flat in there. Get some more trauma stuff going. Let's see what this guy's kind of rocking with here as ideas. Let's see. Max, Warcry power. I don't know, trauma stacks of 10? Okay, if I put any trauma stacks, his damage goes down to nothing. What is that calculating? How many trauma stacks is it calculating it off to get that number? He's been hit recently. Genesis, Bottle Faith. Yeah, I mean it's okay. Maybe it's just Bone Shatter has its not so much scaling potential with this, because I guess you still do. Yeah, it's just crit, melee crit, stuff like that. You don't get any elemental conversions and stuff going like you could with some of the other skills, which does definitely improve it, because this is just physical melee crit. 600 multi, 65% chance to crit. Running around, slapping about. No, it's not bad, not at all. It's just, you know, it's a impale melee DPS setup, so yeah. Well, it's the biggest issue is that I'm trying to figure out how much trauma it's saying it is calculating, because if it's calculating it based off of like 50 trauma or more. I mean, it's calculating it off a lot of trauma. Yeah, it's like, I don't know, 80 trauma or so? That's a lot. Like, that's a ramp up time that's gonna feel a little bit weird to get to 80. To get that level of DPS feel in there. He's got an attack rate of 6.7, so it's like it's not bad, but yeah. Does take quite a lot to rev up. "15 seconds a ramp." Yeah. It's an interesting idea. I think converted to elemental, it probably would be not too bad. Bossing, yeah, bossing would be a little bit annoying, because you would need to make sure you don't drop the stacks too often, and like anything that phases would be pretty nightmarish to deal with. I don't know, it's not. It's definitely not easy to do that. How do you get this hideout? I went to Exile Con. Only way to get it. Yep, this is the Exile Con hideout. It's all 3 floors of the place mapped out as a hideout. You got the top floor where there was like a bunch of devs around. This was where the meet and greet area was over here. And then you have the crafting bench here, which is what this is. And then over here was mobile area. This is where all the mobile stuff was. Is the placement limit still normal? I have no idea. Tried SR's limits maybe to force be poisoned since level 1 was completely fine. Instead of added chaos, use chance to poison is pretty much no issue. There you go. Was it burps? Poison SRS from level 1. Let's fucking send it. And yeah, this was like the main entry you walk into. You walk in through like the doors here. It had like the big scary statue and stuff. The map device was over here. And then you go downstairs, and this was the bottom floor. This was where all the PCs were set up to like play the game. Better than normal graphics. Yeah, it's pretty nice. It's pretty crisp. This was the streamer stage. Here, those went to the auditorium. And then here was another computer area to play the game at. It was pretty cool. And now we have a hideout that commemorates the whole event. Pretty fucking sick. Okay, I mean, I like the idea of doing something trauma, but it's also like, yeah, you can't really strength stack to begin with, so that's not gonna work. Definitely something I'll check out. I like the idea of these locust mines. I just don't know what the fuck you would do with them. But they do look cool. And fresh meat could also be very nice. If you figure out a good way of using it to get, like, you know, summon monsters here and there, like SRS would like it and stuff. SRS, yeah. Especially on like my SRS this league, it would be insane. Ellie hit Locust Mine. Yeah, that would be kind of cool as an idea. Then we got the returning projectiles and stuff. As you do. Needs the direction. Yeah, maybe. Spellblade is definitely something that I think is going to be very strong. It just depends on what you combo it with. There's a lot you could do with Spellblade. 100% you could do some kind of like some kind of thing. As for Ignite Elementalist, it's added spell damage though. So it doesn't really do too much with Ignite it. Can't really boost up the spell damage from there too much. Added spell damage is base. Oh yeah, maybe if it does it that way, yeah, I see what you're saying. If it does added damage to spells conversion. I was thinking it did it the other way, but yeah, maybe. Could give you a really thick weapon to boost it up. Axe caster? I mean, yeah, axes or foils or something. That's what that's for. Bit of a double dip. Cosplays, yeah. Get to actually use the cosplays on cold as well. Yeah, it's an interesting one, especially if you combo it with Battle Mage or if you do something some other stuff with it. Gain added spell damage equal to the damage of your main hand weapon. Kind of double dipping with it. Could just use it to... Yeah, use a rebuke as your base for ignites. As well. Because that it is a lot of flat. BV, rebuke, inquisitor. I mean, yeah, just pen all the things. Pen all the things and get the physical to fire, the lightning, the cold to chaos. Slap it on. Could totally work. Could totally work. You could, combo it together with that. Actually use the amulet that gives damage to all of them. Which amulet is that? Oh, yeah, the weird one that gives like 25% to all. The one that you like never use. That would be kind of funny. Scale them that way. You'd almost want something that doesn't like levels though, because you're giving up levels. Some levels at least, like +2 levels and stuff. For the sword. Yeah, what is it? It's, yeah, I know the graphic for the amulet, but I don't remember what the hell it was called. Yeah, it's a lot of spell damage as well. What was it called? Was that it? And I just misspelled it? Natural Hierarchy. That's what it was. Global Fizz, fire damage, cold damage, lightning damage, chaos damage, global damage. Kinda shit. Melee weapons and scepters are melee. Yeah, scepter is definitely the thing that came up in my head as well. Where you could just have like a cold roll on a scepter and still like utilize it, but get the plus and stuff. So you could do like a hybrid, but then you're not really getting that much of a benefit of it because you're only really changing like cold to spells to cold to melee. But yeah, your suffixes definitely get better as a result. And Volcanus is a lot of flat as well, true. Yeah, I mean, it's anything that Battle Mage would like. That's gonna like. I mean, I think Energy Blade is like the easiest way to look at it because Energy Blade is gonna just straight up be boosted by this thing. If the numbers work well, it's gonna be nutty. Mari, yeah. I mean, I thought about using that in one of my setups this league, just to get that like insane 1,000 physical base on there. And just scale it up a lot. Anything that starts Fizz can really fucking go ham on one of these. Plus 1100 Fizz, yeah. It is true. Could be it is the only curry mall. Huh. Didn't know that. Could be very cool. Actum. Has no sockets, Fizz. You have no intelligence. Yeah, I don't think so, no. I think this is not necessarily a benefit. Because of the tattoos. I doubt it. I think we probably just got more kit for them to use. And you know, maybe you replace some of the attributes you don't need with just some tattoos and you just still use the higher ones. So yeah, exactly. Like it just depends on what you can and cannot use. Yeah, the more I think about it, the more I do lean on the idea of doing like an Ignite starter with controlled blaze. If the gym is good. Because the other starters, Corrupting Cry might work, but we just really need that gym. Trauma, it's possible it works, but I think you want a better weapon. Oh, that's a good point, Kaiser, yeah. You can tattoo your stuff down for leaderships. That makes leaderships really powerful next league, which is good and bad. Because it's bad if I want to use one. It's good because, hell yeah, let's do it. Devil Strike Bleed idea, but I don't think it's going to end up doing the trick. Oh, really? +1 all gyms tattoo. I have a feeling it's not going to be very common. Farm your own good rolled ones, maybe. 5-second duration based, getting that low is really hard. Oh, right. Well, I mean, we do have the new stuff that makes things go really quickly, right? So you could probably get that super low, depending on what the new numbers are. Within 70% faster helmets. Still has a 2-second bleed. I mean, depending on how much faster this is, because this damaging elements deal damage faster. Because I mean, this could be like you add both of those and it's like a 0.25 second bleed. Because we do lose a lot of the stuff on speed on tree as well for things speeding up. It might be really quick. That fast? Yeah, it probably won't be that fast, but we'll see. We got fresh sacrifice. Additional chaos damage based on how much life was sacrificed. What could you do with this that could be just absolutely nutty? I mean, Pathfinder straight up loves this because you could go the Pathfinder flask and you just heal yourself through this damage and it doesn't matter. The question is, like, how do you make use of that? Other than putting it on, like, Forbidden Right. And just giving yourself even more base by being a life-based build. Yeah, maybe mutant. It's not like you're gonna have like a 0 duration blade. So subs? What could you... Dark Pact, Astral Projector, Wrathpith, Cath wants a pact. Darked Packeth, huh? Deal Chaos. Deal chaos damage. Sacrifice 8% of skeleton's life to deal that much chaos damage. Chain plus 2 times. Uses your life if no skeleton's in range. 136 more hits with ailments using life. Just go Wrathpith with it. Stack a fuck ton of HP. And just give this a massive base of damage. Have 10k HP. Sacrifice 8% from this and then another whatever percent from sacrifice. It's not a starter, but I have to wait for the bug fixes. Fair enough, Proto. Not all build ideas have to be starters. Or gems invest in recoup and you'll be fine? I mean, yeah. Dark Pact. It's all mine. Well, fine. Keep your secrets. And then you use a rat. 10% of your life when you use or still max life, spell damage for max life, 10% max life. You'd be sacrificing like 25% of your life a cast. That is quite a spicy sacrifice. We'll be joining her in bed? Ah, fair enough, Burps. You can't say no to that. Oh, that's right, it's a sacrifice, so it's not damage. So you can't like do any kind of weird stuff with that way. You want it to work? I mean, it looks like it should be
Would you like to try?
able to work.
I'll let you borrow a rod.
Herbs, thank you so much for getting subs to subs. Appreciate you destroying a pleb. Enjoy not being a pleb, subs. Yeah. Sacrifice Dark Pact self-cast. And then you just get yourself a massive amounts of extra chaos damage on top of it. I just wonder if it's too much damage to your own face. Because you gotta, like, somehow not die to it, right? Very little flat on it. Right. %100% recoup, Bleach. Well, you can't recoup sacrifice damage. I don't think you can. It's not a hit. Bow bleed not looking bad. You can use enduring arrow with mana force, so enemies always become moving. You can stack faster bleed with time. Less new gym is good numbers. Every attack inflicts a new bleed because we started too fast. Yeah, fair enough, brother. That does make sense. Not a bad thing at all. Bow bleeds, some mana forged. Dissolution of flesh and eternal youth is how you speculated. Oh, right. That setup. Yeah. Try this league. Might as well give it a shot. Yeah, it might be the only way you're going to be able to sustain this level of, like, smacking yourself in the face. Because, yeah, you're gonna... You're gonna hit yourself for what is essentially gonna be 25% of your HP a second whenever you cast. It's possible. There's possible that there's something you could use there. Devour, okay. So really, starter build comes down to something between Controlled Blaze and Corrupting Cry. Ugh. Controlled Blaze and Corrupting Cry. Let me open my door, it's hot in here again. I'm not used to these temperature fluctuations. There we go. Got used to Auckland temperatures. Not used to being here where it's cold and hot in my room at the same time, depending on the state of my door. Okay. I think that pretty much covers everything, Path of Exile related in terms of my starter setup. I don't really have much else to go on. That's 14C there. Hell yeah. What are we at right now? 24C. Just a 10-degree difference. Not bad. Yeah. I think that pretty much covers the starter as far as I can tell. Back in the Swim League start practice time. I don't really need to league start practice. I'm fairly confident in the two setups I'm doing. It's more so just trying to figure out which of the two setups I want to go. I think it's gonna be Melee Ignite. What was that one chess piece they showed? It says no life modifiers at all, right? Time for playing Titan Quest 1. I'll probably go over the Exile, the New Zealand trip photos next. It's a dot build, of course. Didn't do one last league, Ignite wise. You're doing it until 5 minutes before start. Ah, the classic. Everyone tells me Crowblash is trash. So this is the rotational thing, which whatever. This is the low life one, and then there's this thing. Yeah, this thing is weird because it says life. If there are no life modifiers on other equipment. So like every single equipment piece can't have regen, can't have recoup, can't have life restoration, can't have life recovery, can't have any like specific modifier to life. You have to have like really specific gear to be able to put this on and have it like not Barely compensates. Well, we don't know the rolls, right? That could be a low roll, that could be a high roll, we don't know. It's like a boosted combs, but it comes with the downside of needing like specific modifier gear. 75 to 1,000? Yeah, probably. I mean, 1,000 HP is a lot on one piece of gear. Especially if you're like a unique heavy build. It's not bad, and there's still a lot of stuff you can wear and work around. Like if we look at my, use the mastery with that. No, because that life has a chest roll on it. If you look at like, so Rise of the Phoenix is a no-go because it's got life regen on it. The Formless Flame, that does work. You can use a Formless Flame, so that's kind of cool. Because it doesn't have a life roll. Cloak has a life roll. No, it doesn't, but it's already a chest piece, so it doesn't matter. I mean, realistically, you could almost use it in this setup. You just can't use Immortal Flesh. You just have to take that out. Is that the only life roll I've got going on right now? It kind of is, yeah. If I take off Immortal Flesh, I lose 500 regen. And then I go into here and I remove the life rolls from these things. I have 3,100 HP. Cloak does feel better though, but I just want to see what it does for me. And then if I add it back in with, let's just use the number that's in there. I gain 2,000 HP basically by running it. I mean, fair enough. No, not exactly 2,000. It's a little lower because I forgot I had that clicked. I mean, it's not bad. Realistically. Then you have like 1,000 armor on it as well. You can start it if you want to. It's just getting Astral Projector is the only difficult part. I think it's fairly straightforward. What's up, D-Land? You're in the right place. My cough is coming back. No, go away. Not you, D-Land, my cough. Probably like 2 weeks to get one Astral. Yeah, in the main league, it's not that bad. And Shockwave Totems will do just fine in like beginning mapping and stuff without it. It just feels a whole lot better to have it. Lurk away, Goobs, lurk away. Yeah, you could technically use this as a replacement for Cloak if you wanted to. By spamming Grotto. You technically could. Just fucking... 5,600 armor, 48 points, 4,900 life. Max hit of 24, 107, 68. 32, 87, 55. Yeah. Your armor goes up, and you take a lot less fizz to fire, which is good. And you get more regen as a result, because you could then put back on immortal flesh and stuff. It's definitely a usable chest piece in a setup like this if you don't need to worry about it. Good night, Proto. Get some good sleep. Hopefully the back stops hurting. And the other benefit of using that kind of chest piece is, yeah, you don't need life on your gloves, boots, amulets, stuff like that. So you can kind of go just armor on those if you wanted to. So you can get a little bit thicker as a result as well. It's not a bad armor, I'd say. To slap in a build. It's gonna really depend on what the ranges are. Because if the range is good, then you're in a pretty good spot. It is a lot of HP, huh? Fizz hit goes down, but who cares? Lose a bit of fire resist, but interesting. If there are no life modifiers on other equipment, recover 3 life on kill, armor, and then the big life roll, huh? It's possible that that is usable. It is possible that it is usable. Huh. It was just massive armor. Or massive life. Yeah, true. You could also use Eternal Youth as well. If you don't go regen as much. Yeah. That is true. By being fire res rolls? I mean, true, yeah. Interesting. I'll probably try to see if the armor fits into this build. If I end up doing this. Because it could be very, very good to slot in. It's just a massive HP boost. Versus using Cloak of Flames. Instead. Grant 8 fire resist. Summon spirits, movement speed. Lightning damage reservations, +1 level of all intelligence skill gems. Town portal on death. Those are gonna be weird, man. So many like odd layers to those. Gonna be exciting to use those. No doubt. To like slightly augment a build and do some crazy shit with it. Okay. Story time of New Zealand time? Walk through my adventures of New Zealand. while we peruse some photos and shit. NZ story time. Yeah, we'll switch over to just chatting and scroll through some pics. Cause yeah, there's some cool shit in there. We'll start off with the beer. Live a dream of mana stacking Burning Arrow Elementalist. I was thinking about doing Burning Arrow because of the reapplying Ignite stuff and seeing if you can do something cool with them. So it's possible. It's very possible to maybe look at that as the way to go. Beer! I know, right? Always start with the beer. So I basically started my journey in the Atlanta airport, texted my friend, said, I'm leaving, having a beer, see you in 2 weeks. And then these guys were very curious as to where the fuck I was going in the world, the bartenders. And then they had, like, there was a situation where I was like, I want a French 75, which is a specific type of cocktail. And one of the dudes was like, I don't know what the fuck that is. The other dude's like, I know what that is. It's not very popular nowadays anymore. But I'll teach you how to make it. And so, like, the other guy was getting, like, a crash course on how to make them. Yeah, it's a champagne cocktail. It's a juiced up lemonade, basically, is what it is. It was hilarious to, like, go through and, like, watch them learn how to make this. And then I was on a plane. I got basically, like, the first plane had really good basic seating, and the second one was like amazing seating. Come on, AI, hurry up. The LAX airport, I think it was, or was it Sydney? No, this was LAX. LAX had a land center. No, this was Sydney. I don't remember.
Gather around the fire, chatters. We're here to find out about water beer. Fury Kiwas that you can't eat. Well, you can eat. Well, you can, but maybe you shouldn't.
What?
It's not the green on the inside kind. Chieftain Rework Omelul 7777.
Omegaloo. Omegaloo. Damn it, Kane. Learn how to say Omegaloo correctly. Yeah, this was LAX. LAX had a land senator in their fucking, like, airport. It was really bizarre. I've never seen that before, but they had a land center in their airport. And then I went to Sydney. Sydney was the next stop in this trail of travels and turbulations. And I had so much fucking leg space. I got the seats right after business class starts, and I fucking, like, got the upgrade so that there was no one ahead of me, and I was just able to, like, stretch the fuck out. Oh, it was so nice. It was so fucking nice. So that was my ride there. The only problem with this was I kept drinking light beer, because that's all they had, and I was so bloated that, like, every 2 hours I just had to go to the bathroom and absolutely rip ass. I had so much air in me, I was like, this is awful. So that was a very interesting flight over. Note to self, don't drink light beers on flights. You will get bloated. That's the face of a man who's bloated. And also landing in New Zealand at the time. I was very tired. No, this was when I landed in Sydney. So I was staring at my phone and realizing I'm going places. Here's a nice sunset from the plane. I found it very weird because, like, the sunset starts and then, like, ends at the wing, and then there's just, like, it looks like it doesn't, like, continue through. I was like, this is a very weird image. It was great. And now I'm in Sydney. And Sydney said hello. And by hello, I mean they told me that Vegemite is the taste of Australia. So if you ever want to know what Australia tastes like, get some Vegemite. You don't have to go all the way to Australia. Just lick the ground in Australia or buy Vegemite. I think Vegemite is much cheaper. According to Mathel, this is not true. But I don't know who to believe. Yeah, they're all gone grapes. I don't have any of the photos in here of multiple people. Those are, the group photos are not here, and everyone that's in here is cool with me showing their stuff. Yep. Here's a video I took from the plane, because I was busy looking at the water and I wanted to see what the water looks like, so I was just taking videos from the plane and be like, ooh, this is neat. We actually do this shit? Yes, you do. Yes, you do. Here's Auckland from the sky. It looks like most cities, except it just kind of stops when it hits the hills and becomes cow farms. So, like, once you get to, like, around here, the city just stops and there's just a lot of farms. This is like, you know, the normal stuff and things. Yes, and dude. As you can tell. Same as Australia. Oh, okay. Yeah, I can see that. It looks like it. Here you can see it really well. Little city thing, you hit the hills, cows. Was it Reno? No more buildings, basically, yeah. They're like, fuck the buildings. Just saying hi. Well, hello, Andoon. Here's more beautiful scenery from the above the airplane stuff. It was a really cool land because it's just like very rolling hills everywhere, which makes sense given it's, you know, it's a volcano island and all that stuff. So there was a lot of like cool stuff from the sky. Here's the view from me place. This was my my Airbnb. No, so everything wakes up really late, Wild Twitch. Like, everything opens up at, like, 10 a.m. and goes till, like, 1 or 2 a.m. Like, the day is, like, shifted forwards. It's very weird. They go late, but they wake up really, like, late as well. But, yeah, I had, like, a really amazing Airbnb. So that's, like, my Airbnb, right? It's fucking sick. It's a bed, a small kitchen, and a bathroom. And that was like all I needed. It was absolutely amazing with a good view. The only problem was the door did not seal very well to the outside, and my curtains moved when the wind blew. Which was, yeah. Tissues on hand. There was like 4 tissue boxes in this room. I don't know why. Your husband went there. That was almost 20 years ago. Everything was done at 6 p.m. A lot of the stuff was Wild Twitch, yeah. It closes, like, shops and stuff seem to close. But yeah. It was, that's my night view for my place. It's pretty fucking sick. I liked it. Night view, 10 out of 10. Would night view again. We had the tower of RGB, which is right now not RGB. Because at 6, food usually goes pretty late. Oh, okay, yeah. That's pretty much what it felt like. Looks like Toronto. The town is so fucking small. The town is like, legitimately, you see the entire, like, city center in this photo. It was so tiny. There's a little bit better of a picture. I had like a park next to me here. This was like a park this way, and it went that way. This way is also a little bit of a downhill park. There's the city center, like the walkway in the middle, and then to my right's the coast. Here's me kitchen. Here's my room. This door here was not sealed. So through here on the edges, every single time the wind blew, these curtains would fan outwards. So if I had like the curtain closed and it was windy outside, I'd see the curtains like breathing. Because of how much air was getting through this. I was on like the 12th floor. So yeah, there was a lot of fucking air that came through those doors. Which was a little bit annoying. I've got to admit. Are you a photographer or something? No, I'm not. That was the rest of my room. As I had settled down. High up Auckland, you get really windy. Yeah, they should just fucking seal the door a bit more. There's the other corner of me room. Curved TV. It was a curved TV, yes. I never turned the TV on, not even once. I was too busy being not in this fucking room. But yeah, the view was nice, you know. I saw the tower outside and all that stuff. Had a heater in the room that's I put out, and it never worked for the first week until I got really pissed off one night when it was cold, and I took the air filter off the heater and realized that it was so dirty it wasn't getting any air. So I showered with the air filter to clean it, and then put it back in, and the heater worked again. There was like a 2 centimeter thick layer of dust on the air filter. I was pissed off, and I was already in the shower, and it was fucking, like, I was halfway wet. I was like, why does this thing not fucking work? So I just took the thing, like, off of there. I looked at it and, like, walked in the shower, back in the shower with the fucking air filter. I'm like, I see the problem here. It was my shower. It was a pretty decent shower. There's me. Doing me. Good stuff, you know. I had a laundry machine that was like a combo unit, which was really cool. It was, it took like, it was like a 4-hour cycle, but it did wash and dry, like, through the whole thing. What's up, Jay? Welcome back. Thank you. I'm back. I was back yesterday, but I'm back today as well. I'm always back. It was a shower. Yeah, everything was like super clean. It was like a great place, except for the fact that the door was windy and the air filter was not as fun. It was a really great place. It was like amazing, and the view, like I said, the view is sick. The weirdest thing about the city was like, the houses here. These are like older style houses that remind me of like Savannah houses, like what we have here, because they were like older. They look like old plantation houses, which was like completely out of place in terms of like where we were. I was like, I did not see that. Yeah, one of those is your office. This is the store. This is the first place I had breakfast at, and they make some really fucking good foods. All the prices are in New Zealand, so it's decently good priced. 1890s, that's what it was, yeah. So like, what's 26 NZ to USD? We're talking, so it's about $15 for like, you know, most of this stuff, which is not bad. $26. So this like Eggs Benedict, which is 27. So you get a cappuccino. I forgot how much a cappuccino was. It wasn't that expensive, I don't believe. But like it's like a $15 breakfast. And it's like 2 things of Eggs Benedict. So it's 2 eggs, smoked fish, and like a really nice buttery, crispy potato hash thing that it's sat on. Haven't eaten out in like a year and a half. I mean, yeah, Reno, like it's the price was a little higher than like what I would say we pay for, but the quality was like 3 times higher than what we get here in the States. So it was like you paid an extra $1 to have insane quality. Slightly high, but better quality ingredients, etc. Yeah. I would say New Zealand's food was like top tier in comparison to what we get in the States. You'll see a lot of food photos as we go through here. This was their money. This is what they look like. They were all sorts of colorful birds on their money, which was kind of cool. I just took those because I figured, fuck it, let's remember the birds. They had birds on their money, which was neat. Yeah, it's fancy as fuck, and they're also the waterproof kind. So they you know, rain and shit didn't destroy them like it does with ours. I haven't seen physical notes in so long. I can imagine that's not a normal thing for most people. I had some because I got some. A fair few foods in the U.S. aren't allowed to be sold in the U.S. Ah, okay. Your trees in New Zealand are very angry. They don't want to go to the sky. They're like, no, we're gonna go left and right and take over this landscape, whether you like it or not. So yeah, they kind of like grow sideways to the point that there's like fucking metal pillars built up and supporting this shit. They're very intense trees. They're very very intense trees. This was the other side. Card-based credit cards for like 40 years. Oh yeah, true. That would make sense. Why yeah, I mean, I haven't seen cash in a while either. It's just I had some for the trip because I traded Mars for his CPU. They were tremendous. Yeah, they were. Basically everywhere in the city was like parks. It was really nice. There was like minimal traffic. It was really easy to get around, but the problem was that everything was fucking hilly as shit. It's all like 10 years ago or so. Oh, really? Oh, okay. That makes sense. There's a lot of green and it's a lot of hills. Which was nice. I didn't mind it. Once my legs got used to walking, it was pretty good. But then you had like, you know, traditional streets as well. Once you got out of like the shopping district and you were in like a little bit to the right and the left, you would just have like traditional street with parking, buses, and like 1 or 2 lanes in the center that go one direction or another. So you had a pretty good mix of both, but you did have a lot more of like, you know, potted plants and greenery and stuff. The types of cars, no, it's what I expected from like a non-American city. The only really surprising thing, there was a couple cars that were like weird and old fancy classic cars that I was surprised by, that were like, even some of them were like left-hand, right-hand switched out drives to make them work over there. And then also they had a lot of like Chinese brands I've never heard of, which was interesting as well. But yeah, like a lot of the architecture was like built around like the greenery and stuff, and then you had like cool little art installations popping up everywhere to like fuse buildings and make things work together. No, I didn't see many big trucks, and that's the other thing. I did see a lot of Japanese stuff as well. But yeah, it was all very like well integrated into itself, and like the architecture was definitely weird. Like seeing a building which was basically bolted down by metal rods on the outside for like a facade. This type of stuff was definitely weird. To like look at and go, yep, that's a building. So I had a lot of this stuff where I was walking around going, well, that's an odd looking building. But overall it was pretty cool. I liked it. There's a couple photos like showing the juxtaposition of the two and what they're like. And then they came out and compared to their American originals. Oh yeah, I could see it. I could see the differences. And then it was a coastal city, but it was very weird because as a coastal city, it didn't smell coastal, if that makes sense. A lot of the landscape was very. This photo got really grainy when I exported it. Huh, weird. The beach line, the shoreline was very clean because they have like mussels and stuff that like are designed to clean it, and then there's not a whole lot of like trash and shit there. So the only time I had like that funky sea barnacle smell was when I was in like the island and the tide receded, and there was something that could smell different, because like these are like mussels designed to like clean up the water down here. So you have like the cleanup crew is always working around the clock, because it's a bunch of mussels that are there to just clean up shit. And yeah, it was very much a weird mix of like European cities and stuff I've seen, because you have you got your buses, you got stuff like that, and then you have like bike lanes, you have a lot of walking lanes, and everything is kind of built up around this like central district. But everyone's, there was a lot of these like scooters and stuff everywhere being used, people zipping about. It was a very active city. That building looks transparent. A little bit, yes, but I think it's only halfway built, so maybe it is. Let's take it with your phone? Yeah, let's take it with my phone. That's a Google Pixel 7 Pro photo. Slightly modified, because I just put it through Lightroom. Major push for bikes and walkability in the last 10 years. Yeah, you can see it. You could see it. It was definitely more and more growing. I did not bring my like actual camera with me. These are all pixel taken with my phone. And building corners cut off. I was not that in like composed when I was doing this. I was just walking around taking photos of like stuff that was cool. This was a weird sailboat I saw leave every morning and come back every evening. And I have no fucking idea what it was or what it was doing, but I like every single day I walked down to the shore for breakfast, I would see this dude leaving, and then I would see it come back. I don't know why, but it just did. And this was like the tourist and ferry ports were here. So if you were going to like different islands or using the ferry or anyway, surveillance sailboat, maybe it's possible. This was where you hopped on, went about your adventures, and unlike in American cities, there was not a giant fence here that says "Don't fall in the fucking water, idiots." They kind of just let you fall in the water if you felt like doing so, which was nice to see. Seagulls. There's a lot of birds in the coast, yeah. That's kind of like you can basically see the whole city here. So like that's the edge of the city on the coast, and then like here is pretty much the edge of the city on this coast. Besides for a couple food shops to the right, and then like that's the whole coast front. It's a very small city. In terms of like overall, the city size and scape and space of it all, it wasn't big at all. And then you had sprinkled in like these older looking buildings. Some of the older buildings were definitely not old because they were just facades and stuff, but who cares? It looked nice. Which high density. Right, yeah, you really just kind of have like a bloop and then blah as it fans out. This was the sailboat you could charter or get a charter for the nautical museum. True, you can only sprawl so far. So every day we would see these guys out there. If you went to the nautical museum and bought like the higher price ticket, you could take like a ride on the sailboat, which was kind of cool. We did not do that, but it was an option, and a lot of people seemed to do it. So people enjoyed it. That's the nautical museum there. They had like different boats you could choose depending on which day it was. It was one of these 3 boats here. This one, this one, and this one. This one's out right now, but these 2 were the other ones that would sail as well. And yeah, everything was landmarked by the giant needle to the sky, so it was very easy to like never lose your way. Yes, Andoon. You could always find your way back. Did you stretch? I think I did. I'm kind of always stretching. Still like locked up from the plane ride. But yeah, giant needle sticking towards the sky was a pretty easy landmark to the world of where the fuck am I going. So that was pretty easy to get around, and there was like a bunch of like different types of boats all over the place, from like little sailboats to like these bigger ones, which were like more so traditional style boats. Massive jet lag. I got no jet lag because right now in Auckland it is currently 2:20 in the evening, which is basically I live in New Zealand schedule. So when I normally wake up, 2 p.m. So when I normally wake up here, it would be I woke up the same time there, where like when I woke up there at 6:30 in the morning, it was essentially when I wake up here for streams. So I had no difference because I live in that schedule. But the flight from door to door was 36 hours. So I woke up and left here, and 36 hours later, I was standing in my Airbnb there. So it was a very long journey. And the way back was 34 hours because it saved 2 hours. You're not good with flying, fair enough. I've gotten very used to flying, so. In my younger days, I got very accustomed to it, so it doesn't really bother me all that much. There's the more harbor shots. Just a bunch of fancy little sailboats and stuff, you know. A lot of food places to eat. We didn't actually eat at these ever, I don't think. I never ate the ones there. Was it steampunk? Why fly when you can boat? Because this would be a very long boat. There was a lot of the area was also like decarified. So this was another area that was basically turned into a park where you could just relax, sit back, and it was like near the harbor, and there was no cars here in this area unless you were like a worker or something. So a lot of the stuff was larger areas, walking areas. There was like during the weekends, especially, and somewhat in the evenings, there was always people everywhere walking, doing something. You know, a lot of kids were out. The parks and stuff had a very big influx of like scooters and skateboards and rollerblades. Like a lot of kids were very physically like active and just doing stuff everywhere, which was really cool to see. It was very cool to watch that. And like during the day, I saw hundreds of moms with strollers walking about and just like enjoying the journey around the place and just getting some fresh air. And like I said, everything was kind of centered around the main city, so like this park is just like literally just off of the city, and the easy access to it was always available. So it was very nice. This was kind of like where I ended up every morning, because I just walked the coast, gave myself a wake up, got some breakfast, and then like started the day from here at the end of the wharf to see what we were doing that day. And there was a lot of money in boats. There's no doubt about that. Like it was a very this section of the harbor was like, we have money, get me close to the city. And then there's another harbor that's like farther away, that's like, I have not enough money, but I still have a boat, so we're gonna put it in the other harbor. Some of the boats were like much older style, like this, like if you compare this one to this one, like, you know, some people seen 10% of it. Oh yeah. It's we saw some of it from like the Sky Tower and like looking around and like the airplane. There's a lot. There was quite a lot. Hold on, I need another mix. There we go. So yeah, there was a lot of it. This boat was called the Spirit of Wyoming, which was very weird, because I don't know how the fuck a sailboat of this size from Wyoming shows up in Auckland, but yeah, somehow the Spirit, or no, it was Janus of Wyoming. That's what it was. It wasn't the Spirit of Wyoming. But yeah, apparently this is from Wyoming, which yeah, totally. I can see that coming from Wyoming on the map. Makes perfect sense to me. And then there's this guy who was like trying to take a photo of him in like a certain angle, and he was like dangling off the side of the bridge, which was hilarious to me. So I was kind of like looking at him and seeing if he would fall and which way he would fall, because he was really looking for this specific angle, and he's just kind of like holding himself there on the side of the bridge while like jumping and trying to get this photo. So I was curious as to what the photo was, but I never got around to asking him. And just, you know, a couple more city shots. There's a little swimming area here. Give him a little push. Yeah, totally. Yeah, a little swimming area if you wanted to. The water wasn't too bad in terms of like temperature. I'll get to that in a second, a little bit more. But then like behind me is about mostly the business district. You know, this dude's doing some business. He's like, what the fuck? What's the business about? Just staring at the water, pondering about business. And yeah, a lot of the stuff behind me was like financial sector stuff. So a lot of people were kicking about, and every time you walk by somebody in a suit, they were talking about some merger or some acquisition or how they got screwed by some client, and that was like the talk of the town all the time, which was pretty normal. This is the behind me. This is a big strip of like food stuff all over. There's like 4, 5, 6 bars there, and then like you had some really fucking weird architecture that was like, I don't know, some weird sheets of things, and then these things were like spinning shell things. There was a lot of like weird building facades everywhere that like they were cool looking, but they were also like odd. And then once again, you have like a park that's been stripped, you know, into the middle of a road to give it some more greenery so it doesn't look like a city in an urban hellscape. Then there was the silos, which we couldn't really figure out what the fuck these were for. They were just silos that were left there because they were used to be something. Maybe grain silos, wheat silos, who knows? They're just kind of like a weird art installation next to a park nowadays. Yeah, probably grain. And they were just there. And then there was this giant metal scaffolding with like a really weird elevator that no longer worked. Though we did stand in it and wonder if it was going to drop. And we didn't, there was no sign for what this was. It was just a metal scaffolding that was there with some staircases on it. And that was like a thing just next to the park. So like, here's a bit of a sitting park, and then left of me here is like a children's park for playing and entertainment and stuff like that. But yeah, that was just the thing. They just had this giant metal scaffolding for some odd fucking reason. And this is the other park that's to the left there. Had a little basketball court, little hills to run up on, little water features and stuff like that. It was pretty cool. Overall, like I said, there was a lot of emphasis on having children have somewhere to play, which was neat to see inside of a city to make sure that it wasn't like a concrete jungle. More park stuff, you know. This is this area over here. There's the photos of it like near the end of it, but this area turned into like a Korean pop-up food thing, which was really cool. So this was like a used space for a lot of events and stuff. So I walked by here once and there was like a band playing here and stuff. So it was pretty cool. They just used the space whenever to host events and stuff, which was cool to see. What's up, Ditto? Cock arrive. Welcome. Just more dock shots, you know, on the first day. I'm just wandering around looking at stuff, wondering what half the shit I'm looking at is, because I had no like reference for anything. What the hills were, what the mountains were, what all the things are. More of this weird architecture stuff. Here's these like weird triangular plain sheet things with holes in them that like line the outside of this building. You can see from the shadows, they're just like wedges of metal cheese that is just kind of like on the outside of this building. I have generally no idea what the fuck this was, but it looked cool, so I was like, neat. There's the All Blacks going for a swim. The local famous rugby team. I just like happened to walk by where they just like they were going for a swim, and they were saying it's cold. And I was like, all right, fair enough. A bunch of manly men doing a manly swim in the ocean. And then after this, when we walked by with the group, we were like, how cold is the water? And the water was like, I don't know.
Would you like to try?
It wasn't actually that cold.
Let you borrow a rod.
Pog story time.
Story time indeed. Thanks so much, Eli, for the 43 months and the tier 3. Appreciate it. Yep, going through beginning to end the story of New Zealand. It's good times. Is that a group photo of the whole group? Discord has one, yeah. We do have the Abisu group photo on Discord. It wasn't warm, yeah, but it wasn't crazy cold. It was about the same temperature as like air was. It was just wet. What's up, Kirgor? But this was funny because I was standing next to taking a photo of this, and I made the comment out loud to a man next to me who was a Kiwi. He's like, I thought we were the only ones that did that. I didn't know Kiwis do that. He's like, nah, man, that's just them. We don't do that. Where are you from? I'm like, I said I'm from Finland. He's like, yeah, no, yeah, your grandmas do that. I'm like, yeah, they do. And so the dude was like, yeah, I know you people like swim in the cold water, but apparently they were taking a dip. They had just finished like a workout or something. And then I went for beer. I saw a bunch of half-naked men in tight pants going for a swim, and I needed a beer. As you do. You have questions? Must answer questions. I got a stout. The stout was 7%, and it tasted like watery coffee. And I was like, this is depressing. And then I asked the dude, what's a good New Zealand beer? And he gave me a Tiger. And I was like, this is not a good beer. But whatever. How much Finnish versus American do you consider yourself if you moved to the U.S. at 6? 8 is when I moved to the U.S., I think. I don't know. I consider myself more Finnish than American to a degree. Because I'm still like, I've been raised on Finnish food. I've been raised by my parents who are Finnish. I've gone back enough that I like still retain most of it. For the most part, yeah, like, you know, if I had to throw up a coin and say which one I'd like to live in more, Finland would still be the place I'd like to live in more. But I mean, it's kind of a little bit of both, right? Depends on what we're talking about. Depends on the culture. It's midway between them. But yeah, New Zealand has pretty shit beers. If you're not a hoppy beer enjoyer, if you don't like light beers. Not a place to get beers if you like malty, like more robust German, Belgium, those types of beers. New Zealand beer culture is pretty shit. But hey, everything's open. They have a lot of potted plants and birds are everywhere. I was trying to take a photo of a bird who was sitting on the table and he flew away while I was taking my camera out. So, you know, I was sad. I had beer. This is the pub I was at. It was pretty nice. This was also the place where I got that Eldritch abomination of fish that you'll see later on. Yeah, there was a much better pubs to go to, much better places to get drinks. And, yeah. It was neat. You have good cider, yes. They have very good cider. And, like, right off the camera here, there's a chick that's taking, like, food photos. And I almost wanted to go pester her, but I, like, didn't go. Next question, how to stop from being an alcoholic? Don't have enough money to drink that much. I don't know. Don't drink that much? This is Weta Workshop. So we went to Weta and did some Weta stuff. It was pretty cool. You start off in a room of boxes that have a bunch of, like, stuff. You have enough money to buy cheap wine that tastes good? Well, you're on your own. I don't have a solution for you. But yeah, it was Weta starts off in a storage room, and the storage room is full of, like, all sorts of boxes with weird labels. You know, mummy bandages, vampire dentures, halo polish, robotic hydraulic pistons, fake bloods and stuff. And it's like it's a intro room to all the weird things they've done, all the stuff that's there, some of the cooler boxes and stuff. This is the instead of using the door, they moved the Yeti out of the way, and you walk through, like, a row of boxes to get into the place as an opening. It's pretty fucking sick. It was dark in this room, so photos are a bit blurry, but a lot of the stuff is you know, for story purposes. They had a wall like this of all the, like, the highest end of their sculptures, which was pretty fucking sick. So, like, they had, like, Gandalf on his horse as a sculpture and stuff like that. This was all, like, super, like, exclusive stuff that they had kicking about. The dragon's head and stuff, like, it was really cool looking. I only had time to, like, grab a couple of the photos and stuff just to showcase, but yeah, it was really sick. It was really detailed because, you know, it's Weta. They make really fucking cool shit. And then you had the intro room was an animatronic that was like they talked to you and, you know, showcase some of the stuff and talked about what you're gonna go see. And snarky dude doing some animatronic stuff, and yeah, it was all like really well done. Everything they had to be, like, non-licensed because they didn't want to, like, you know, of course, do the licenses and stuff. So they make, like, fake versions of everything for the tour, which was pretty fucking sick. So we got Godzilla, which is a giant fucking pigeon as Godzilla, which was fucking sick. And then, yeah, you had, like, everything was, like, slightly off kilter. Even though they're the people that have made this stuff, right? They don't have, like, licensing to put, like, a bunch of Lord of the Rings or Godzilla stuff everywhere. Here's a door for midgets. You know, the mini ones, the tiny ones, the hobbits. They had their own door. Our tour guide was very short, and she loved to make quick like quirks about that, where, like, she had, like, multiple pedestals where she had to, like, walk up and, like, be above the crowd to be able to talk to everybody. And, like, every time I walked by her, I, like, ducked down. And me and her had a good time going back and forth on that. So then we went into, like, the first of the many rooms where you had they had, like, all sorts of stuff. So they had, like, the mechanical animatronics, how they're controlled. Like, this whole thing here was controlled by, like, a massive amount of levers and stuff. It was really cool to, like, see how it all worked. And they had there's the levers a little bit better. Then they had, like, all the stuff for, like, this horror film set up so you could, like, look at it. Here's the whole room spun about. So there's stuff everywhere, all sorts of things going on as to what it is and all the things, what everything was doing. It was really fucking cool in terms of like overall what all was in the rooms, and there was a lot of rooms that you get to go through and see all the stuff. They're super detailed as well in terms of like all the intricacies and things that were on everything. Oh, I accidentally pressed my camera on that one. I was like, wait, I don't remember that footage. So yeah, you can see here like just how detailed everything was, as like, you know, modeling work and showcasing the Weta's ability to like make cool shit, which they did a lot of. There was this giant pine cone. I was like, dude, it's a giant pine cone. I must take a photo over that. I don't care about the giant horn. Just give me the giant pine cone. And I was like, that's sick. That tree has intestines. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff. There's a lot of like showcases of just how skilled Weta is as a workshop. So yeah, there were just walls and walls of stuff. This was the animatronic, and you could see like how the hydraulics work on the pistons. And you missed the giant pine cone. Bunyanet? Maybe, I don't know what it was, but it was a pine cone. So you could see like all the movement and how it worked by pulling the levers and stuff. There was a wall of faces, and these were all like real faces of people. So if you have really good movie knowledge or like character knowledge, she said you could like probably spot some of the faces on the walls. Here's a rat. The tour guide made me pet the rat, so I pet the rat, and it was not a very pleasant feeling rat. But it was a rat, and it did rat jam. Here's a wall of hands, as you do. Everyone needs a wall of hands. There's our tour guide. She turned on the UV light and started glowing, and I started wondering what was going on. Thankfully, nobody else was glowing, so everything was clean and sanitized, which, you know, is always good. More little things. We were in this room like the most, I think. Just detail work showcasing like what they were able to do. A lot of these photos I took to show a friend of mine what it all looks like. That's even more mask and faces over there, like on the back wall. They literally had like them everywhere, right? They were all looking down, staring down. So if you knew like your faces and stuff, you could figure out who everything was. Here's a bucket of hands, because everyone needs a bucket of hands. How they like made their blood work and stuff was you know, detailed and showcased on the layerings and the liquids. Here's Adam Savage's face mauled up, because apparently in the one video that Adam Savage did, they did like a replica of his face, and it's the one that's at Weta. And so they have like all the things about him, and like the tour guide's like, look, you can pick his nose, and just shoved her finger in there. So I was like, I'm also gonna shove my finger in Adam Savage's nose. So I took a photo of me picking Adam Savage's nose, and now I can say I've done that in my life, which is the weirdest thing I've ever done. But yeah, there we go. They had Doctor, you know, the old Doctor game where you like clean up the insides of organs by pulling them out without touching the edges, except it was a very horrific version of that. Why did you ask to do that? No, it's the model. It's a fake model of Adam Savage, and you can pick his nose. And then they had a lot of chainmail, and I got really interested in chainmail, because there's like they have like really interesting ways of doing the chainmail nutting together. Like these like weird cross stitches, that's like 4 things connected by these like 4-link stuff, and they have a lot of other stuff. And you bumped into him? No, that's just the model. And then they had like, you know, fake flowers and stuff showcasing what all they did. Here's some more chainmail. More chainmail. They had a lot of chainmail, and I took a lot of photos of chainmail because I wanted to like have, you know, an idea of how they did it with like different ring loops and different like weaves through. I'm sorry, Nick Aragor. And then yeah, more chainmail stuff. They had a small black furnace like this that I laughed at when I saw it, because we have a very similar one in our house in Finland that is designed for heating. I was like, is that a prop or is it designed for heating? She's like, it's a prop. I'm like, oh, okay. We have a very similar one in Finland, which made me chuckle. Here's the artist heavily at work, and by heavily at work we mean completely sleeping. They're in their creative slumber, and I can see why. A lot of work went into working on the models, so might as well take a nap. This room just had a bunch of like character details on like how they did detailing stuff and like all that all the little things that go into detailing the models and making sure they're all really cool. All the detail work and before painting and after painting. Little stuff. How they like a bunch of like fake skulls and things. You were bumming the movie wasn't real. Yeah, they had to use fake movies for all this stuff because of licensing. But yeah, some of the stuff was really cool. Future Dino movie, yeah, it would be kind of cool. Some of them could definitely be like really sick to watch. And then yeah, they had like a rack of really intricately, fakely designed skulls and all that. So that was pretty fucking sick to see. And here's the artist Big Brother. He was fucking massive. That hand is bigger than me. So that was a thing. And then we walked into like the fake Lord of the Rings set, where they had like a full model that you could like walk through and see the way that it's done, and like the lighting and how they like film around it to make it look real, and like all the little detail work. Like this one, like if you put this in the backdrop of a movie and you put something moving in there with the lights moving and changing, you have no idea that this wasn't real. Like all these things were like scale models showcasing just like what it would look like, and like in full spec of the background and everything else. And then they had like light different cycles to go through and showcase like what it would look, what different scenes might look like on it and stuff like that. And I was just taking photos of everything. Yeah, how Star Wars as well. Yeah. So a lot of this was to showcase Weta's like ability to make this kind of shit, and it was massive. Like even the replica scale stuff was huge. Well, I mean, there you could see there's man, well there's tower. So they were still very big, and very detailed in terms of like all the stuff and all the hills and all the bushes and the shrubberies and trees, and it was just there was a lot to the whole what it looked like, and it was very very cool to like walk around and see all the detail work and all the little stuff and what went into all of it to make it look the way it did, and how you could film in that space and see it within a movie, like scenes like this where you have the castle in the background, the lighting, and if you don't have that top section there, you have something like this, and how you make this look real and all that it was very very cool to see a full scale model. And then they had a lot of showpieces of like their armor and stuff, like all the armor detailing work that they did for a lot of the movies like Lord of the Rings. Just different types of like weaves and chain. This is a like a woven chainmail style thing. This is a 3D printed chainmail, and this is like real chainmail. So they showed like different variants of it and how much work it took to make it and put it together, and the different armor layerings you could do for a lot of that stuff, what it would all mean. There's so much stuff to look at here in the tour that it's unbelievable in terms of like detail work, and more photos of that, and like this is the process of like what all goes into it and how they kind of put it together, and the little details, and it kind of does look Monster Hunter Armor, yeah. And then there was a forge room. This was like lit up, and like these were all moving and looking like a forge. And then this is Adam Savage, the sword he made to showcase in one of his videos. And then they also had a couple of swords. Was it this one and that one? Or she let us hold a couple of the swords that were the prop swords from Lord of the Rings. and like how they were weighted and like differently balanced so that different actors could use them differently, because you had to have like front weighted ones for certain actions and back weighted ones for other actions. Like you could actually like hit somebody with it, so we got to like hold a bunch of the swords and like walk, see what they felt like and all that stuff. And they had different staves from like different people, and Gandalf's staff and all that. It was all very, very cool to walk around. And then they had like a room where they had this giant mech thing, and like the scale that the actor was supposed to be next to it was all the little pink stuff. It's like there you can see the little pink dude, and there's the mech at full scale, and like what these rooms are supposed to look like in terms of scale. So all the little pink statues was that, and then this was the actual mech. So there's our tour guide, and like this thing was big in terms of just us, but in terms of like what you could do with a camera angle is like how big you could make it look. It was really cool. And then it had like all sorts of like lights and functionality, and the arm moved. And then I believe, is this the footage of it? Yeah. So the lighting, is it a Po2 boss? It kind of looks like a Po2 boss. So it had like movable arms, and it interacted with this, it interacted with the spaceship that's on the other side. To like do stuff and like showcase and have the interactions. And then I think this is the video. It was so dark in this room, but like, yeah, then you have like the face opening to reveal like the real face and all the, it did kind of remind me of like Ultimatum boss and all that stuff, with like the multiple faces, and the way that it was like moving and reacting to stuff was pretty cool. So it was cool. And then we're in the gift shop, and you could buy the giant life-size doll of Ghost in the Shell, which was, I don't remember the price of it, but it was an interesting thing to be able to purchase. This thing was not purchasable, but that was fucking massive. It was ginormous. Why didn't you? Because I don't have that type of money. They had a bunch of like limited edition statues that I don't know if they were all for sale. Then I found a statue of David Bowie's dick, which is, a must-have for any collector. So, get that bulge statue. Yeah, I gotta say for the 2B statue. And then I got some oysters. And they had pretty damn decently good oysters. These were Happy Hour oysters. Their oysters were really fucking clean. Like they were like surprisingly. Did you get the same discussion Quinn did while viewing the dragon about latex? I don't think so. No. I don't remember a latex discussion. But yeah, I got some oysters, and they were super like clean tasting, which was weird because they didn't have like the funk of oysters. It was really like refreshing and fresh tasting, which was good, but also weird to not, not what I was expecting from oysters. And then I did some walking around with when the sun set, taking some photos of like the older buildings and all the lighting. Sanitation, so they don't get good stuff all for condom these days. Oh really? Weird. Interesting. XLX. And then some photos of the place lit up from the coast. I walked way out here to the edges of the coast to try to get a photo of the Spirit of Wyoming there being lit up, but apparently that one doesn't light up at night. So it was kind of a black mass in the way, and I didn't really get a good photo as I was hoping to, so I was just kind of like bummed about that, but it's all good. I walked out here, and then we headed up to the top of the Sky Tower to get some food. The name of the ship, yeah, I don't know why it's Wyoming. Don't worry about it. It's just what it is. But yeah, it's a very well lit city in terms of like just walking around. There's like street lights, harbor lights, everything. It feels really lit up, and you could just, it's Janus. Well, that's what it was. But yeah, it's a very, you could walk around the city at like midnight and not feel in any way like bothered. Of course, if you go far enough away like this, then yeah, the lights start turning off. And there's, as always in every city, there's just weird fucking art everywhere. Top of the tower, I mean, true. The top of the tower is like a tourist thing. But yeah, there was just weird ass fucking art everywhere, as you do in most cities. We were walking through a park. You'll see that later on, where there's just random art in a park, and I was like, "Yep, and it's like really random. It's in like the middle of nothing." But there was a lot of this kind of stuff, lights overdropping, walkways and areaways. 150K a week a charter. Nice, good charter. I don't think I need that. And it was a very like welcoming feel to the city. There was a shop called whatever. While we were going at the Sky Tower, it was like there was just a shop that had whatever on it. There was another shop that said Bones. There was one more shop that had some weird word on it. Yeah, their naming conventions were really weird for things. And then we got fancy food at the top of the tower. So there was like an appetizer meal, whatever, you picked from like the 3 that were available. I got some fish. The fish was good. I ate the fish and I was very full. The server was very confused by us because we were like, "Hi, we just met like 24 hours ago. We've never known each other." And they're like, "Wait, you had reservations though?" Like, "We did." And then like they were very confused by the fact that it was a group of like 6 of us who had just met then and there. And they were like, "Yep, we don't know these people." And the waiter was just like, "This is confusing. I don't know how to accept this." No, they didn't understand us at all. And then like I did love the other waiter because they were having like a fucking discussion about meat sweats, and I'm like, I don't know what the fuck meat sweats is. I've never had meat sweats. And then like the other waiter just chimes in. She's like, "Oh yeah, meat sweats. Everyone's had those." I'm like, no, they haven't. This is not a normal thing, but apparently it's a normal thing. I just don't get meat sweats. I don't think I've ever eaten enough meat to get meat sweats. Discord counts as meeting? I guess so, yes. But meeting in person. We always told people, like, we're meeting... This is the first time we're meeting in person ever. And they're like, "What the fuck?" Then there was some meat. I forgot what all the meats were, but yeah, there's meat. Sweat the meat on your course. Meat sweats. No, meat sweats is when you, like, eat too much meat. And then you have, like, sweats from meat. I've never had that. I've never eaten that much meat. This was my fish. It was a pretty good fish. I enjoyed the fuck out of this fish. And there was some other seafood things on there. Show of guys trying to eating challenges at restaurants. Ugh. Carb kicks at your ass and you have to take a nap. What's it, blood out? Fish. Yep, I put Joe on a plate. Here was another cut of some meat on some other bits of food. I can't remember what all the foods were, but they were delicious. Everyone seemed to enjoy their foods a lot, so that was good shit. It was fun to be at the top of the tower, talk to each other, have some cocktails. This was my dessert. It was like a round chocolate ball with like stuff in the middle of it. You don't stand between an excess ham? I guess so. I will stay far away. You have all you want. Inadequate at cooking. I usually say I can make that. I mean, a lot of the stuff you can make. It's that's just fucking, some spread and some meat slapped on a thing with a potato, like some tomatoes. It's not nothing too insane. The desserts seem to be pretty liked by everybody, I would say. Plating is an art, yeah. But you could make the foods. I don't think we had anything in any of our journeys that we couldn't make ourselves and eat. That's a desert orb. It was kind of. And then we had chocolate cake thing. But it's a square. But it was, all this stuff was very nicely presented, and it was in a nice place. Love to see these, I'd imagine, probably. And then there was a very blurry photo of us trying to go up the elevator because I was trying to get photos while going up the elevator. And this was on the walk home. Old building with the sky tower in the background was very pretty, so I kept that in there. And here's my breakfast the next morning. A 5-egg omelet fucking filled with spinach. This thing was so fucking filling. Oh, that was yours? Okay, I couldn't figure out. I didn't know if that was the one. I just took it on the way back. I just remember thinking to myself, that looks familiar. And then I was like, oh, that's why. But yeah, this was a very filling omelet. It was very soft. It was very like fluffy, and it was just filled with delicious spinach. So I ate myself an omelet, 2 tomatoes, and a cappuccino. This was basically where the store was, where everybody, this was one of the meeting spots for breakfast. Around this corner was the store, and this was like a really nice like outdoor park area with lights and stuff, and mounds. I don't know really what these mounds were. All I ever saw was just kids running up and down them. It's SSF mode, and it looks like D3 is getting SSF. Neat, I guess. Yeah, it's only been a couple fucking decades. And then this was another area. This was the other way from where I was. This area turned into like a Saturday market that had like a bunch of stuff for sale. They even had like Finnish style like sugar donuts, which was really cool. I bought some of those one Saturday when I was walking by. I think I have a photo of the market. I don't know if I have a photo of the donut, but we'll get to it at some point. And then more photos of the market, which is like crosswalks and stuff, which was pretty sick. A lot of the areas were like incorporated into like outdoor, indoor. No matter where you were, you could eat outdoors or indoors for the most part, and there was a lot of shrubbery everywhere to just kind of green it up. This was a weird thing where like some science dudes were doing some science things. We tried to figure out whether this guy had stolen a boat at first, but it turns out no, they were just doing some science. And he was just doing like circles and laps, and we used our phone to like zoom in to try to figure out what the fuck this guy was doing. Which was kind of weird. This was from the top of that like weird metal caged thing that I was saying we didn't know what it was. So it gives you kind of a better idea of like parking for a couple of the shopping areas, where the kids can play. The city center goes that way, and then like the strip of foods you can see like the bar strip that goes down here. Little parts and stuff, and then like the city proper alongside it with like where we are, what goes on, what used to be an old train track and all that stuff that's been used and changed out to be more welcoming to people and pedestrians and stuff. And then the harbor just starts off right out the side. There you can kind of see, a lot of like shipyards and stuff for repairs were, of course, on the harbor. And then here you can see the boat sprawl that goes into oblivion. Here's another one where you see the amount of boats. Just start with the yachts as well. There's like mega yachts back there and military vessels sitting by, and there was a whole lot of stuff. And then there was like an activity course thing over there with like basketball courts and soccer stuff or whatever this is for, and just a very welcoming area to outdoor activities when one could. Here's the elevator of hell and death on the 3rd floor that was like locked in place and the buttons didn't work, and we found the Scouty, was it Scouty that found the wiring diagram on the floor of the elevator for like the door panel, and somebody had been like scrolling through the wiring diagram while looking at the wiring for the panel. So that was interesting to just see on the floor. Yeah, we didn't really use the elevator. It didn't work, so that was fine. More just boat scrawl. And then we got some kebabs, because kebabs, I ate the middle kebab so quickly that I didn't take a photo of the middle kebab, but it was a mix of lamb, chicken, and something kebab. And then like rice, fries, and a salad. And of course I got the Bundaberg ginger beer, because you gotta get some ginger beer in there when you're having a nice kebab. And really reasonable prices at this place, so it was like, I don't know, I think it was like 20 New Zealand for the whole meal, which was not bad. Food quality was just absurdly better than what we get stateside. Here's the ExileCon merch and the stuff. Oh, do you groups? Oh shit. So we got, what you got, ex-missus was a bunder. You got your card set, you got the little tote bag, you got a pin. I got piety and some red tights, and I was like, hell yeah, I'll take that. We got the card game, got the Lord's Labyrinth like playbook. That's pretty cool. It's like a single player choose your own adventure with like dice rolling and stuff. I gotta play through that at some point. Then you got your, you know, your shirt, the hideout, the booklet, and your little badge thing. And then we headed off to the ExarCons, and there was a lot of people. We like lined up maybe like 15 minutes early. Yeah, the book is really cool. It's like a one single player D&D adventure, choose your own adventure style thing. So we got there and we're like, where does the line go? And the line goes this way, wraps around back here, goes through, and then zigzags through all of these things, and then goes this way, and then continues going past us. And then there's the door to go in. It was so much fucking lineage. It was nuts. So that's apparently there was some for sale at the merch shop, so it might be something that they sell later on. The line was nuts, but it went really quickly. Yeah, that's Scouty and Uncle. The line went like really quickly to get to like to the end of it, because it just, we all funneled in, got our seats, and that was it. We were there for the presentation. Everybody got in, even those of us at the back of the line. This you can see just the scope of the line as I spin the camera around, like all of this, and then it goes more the other way. See your beanie in the bottom left? Yes, you slowly pass through, and then it goes to the right from here, so it keeps going even further. Incognito mode, and it's mostly just the hoodie mode. And then yeah, we walked in. There was a bunch of stuff. I just took some hurried photos to have them. Oh, Mom, get the camera. I'm on TV. We got the statues and stuff, and that's the thing in the hideout. So, you know, if you see this thing, that's what this is. It was this weird like bloody thing in the middle of the place. And then we sat down with ExarCon 2023, 35 minutes on the clock. We sat like right behind the VIP seating. So there's us. And there's the auditorium as a whole. Filled up pretty damn quickly from that point on. I took some photos like right when we sat down, and like right away it started filling up. Got some pre-show action stuff going, you know, as you do. Watching the boys. Login spam and po Twitch, hell yeah. There's Mathel with the ultimate happiest smug face ever. That is a happy man talking about Path of Exile. Best face ever. Look at that, man. Here's my face, because I was lit up very weirdly by like, the lighting next to me was so weird, where it was like I was neon blue and neon green like randomly, so I look like this weird like background villain thing. So I took a photo backwards with this weird blue lighting. And then the timer ticked down, and then it was ExarCon 2023. Kriparian walked out, said some shit. I know he said things, and I don't remember exactly what he said, but he did well. Thanks, Krip. And then he came out and said the line. Where's the audio? Wait, where?
Hi, I'm Chris Wilson from Grinding Gear Games.
Yo, fucking R, mate. Audience went fucking wild. He said the thing. And everyone was super stoked because we heard Chris Wilson say the thing. That he is the man from Grinding Gear Games. And he was like, what? I'm completely flabbergasted. Hey guys, Kriparian here. Spends the instant the stream started 2 hours before ExarCon. Why should we log in? Just some blurry photos. The rest of the team coming out, talking about stuff. Dying in the demo. Like a scrub. And then closed beta June 17, 2024. As you do. Good shit. Then we got some, the updates. We saw what was going on. Happening. They got some streamer react panels afterwards. Them talking about the stuff. This was like all the shit that was in like the streaming panel thing. But this time they didn't have like a monitor here that you could like watch them as well. See the back of your head? No. So you like, unless you had the stream open on your phone, you couldn't really like also watch this from here. So you had to be in the other room. You couldn't like watch it like live. That was Quinn's complaint. Yeah, it was kind of weird. It's kind of weird that you couldn't like watch the play demos and stuff, unless you open the stream on your phone, which was odd. So I hope next time if they do it again, there'll be a way to watch here, because Matthew was saying the same thing. Like there was no feedback at all this time because he's just kind of playing by himself, and unless somebody was watching, you didn't really get any feedback. I don't know what they'll do with the big ass sculptures. No, I don't think they said anything. It was me and Matthew. Got myself a pick, and can confirm his arms are massive. Can also confirm my chin starts at the top of his head. He is one stacked man, but he's also slightly short. And then we went to get food. This was when we went to Ebisu with the crew after the con and ate a bunch of very delicious sushi and things. Probably your favorite pick. I fucking love that pick. I was so stoked. Looks raw. I mean, it's sushi. Yes, it is raw. It was like really good cuts of like different fishes and stuff. And then some different types of meats. This was the place we walked in, and me, Scouty, Mars. Did Goobs get a free beard? No, Goobs didn't have enough of beard. Who was the fourth? Me, Scouty, Mars, Noobwater. Was the four of us walked in, and J3. J3 was the last one. The five of us walked in. When we sat down, they said, it's beard night, and anyone who's got a good beard, like a thick beard, gets a beer for free. So our first beer of the night was just fucking free because we had beards. They were just like, oh yes, you have beards. Here's a beer. I'm like, all right, I like this place already. So yeah, we just got a free beer because we had beards, and that was fantastic. And then there was a mix of like different menu things we got, like, because we had a big enough group that we got like the chef's thing, chef's selection course menu thing, and then some of us got the sake pairing for it, which was hit or miss in some places. Their timing was a bit weird, but overall it was a really, it was a fun night just having all 14 of us there, chatting, shooting the shit, talking to each other, reminiscing about all the new shit of Poe. Just hyped, man. It was just a hype night. Good food, good company, good drinks, and whole lot of different types of meats, fishes. This was really good. Just two different types of like sauces and dips with some meat to shove it in there. This was a full like table spread of what was on the table at the time, so we have all sorts of stuff to pick from, shove in our mouth holes. Very delicious, very much liked it. The only thing I didn't like is this fish that everyone was raving about. This thing was not to my liking. It was like way too soft. It was that when people say it was buttery and it like melts in your mouth, that's exactly what it was, but it was way too soft as a thing. That thing's huge. The leaf, I ate some of the leaf just to see if it was edible. It was not. The leaf was decoration. So that was great. Was it hokey? I don't know what the leaf was. Ruined. I know, right? And then this was the place where we got the final sake pairing, which was like a plum wine, and it came with like a sour plum in it that was like more so supposed to be for decoration, but I ate it anyway just to try it, and it was so fucking sour that it was so fucking tart. Oh, the fish? Oh, I don't know what the fish was. I think it might have been just salmon or something. And it was so fucking tart that I was puckering my butthole eating this thing. And then the pith was massive, but fucking once I put the pith down, everyone's like, okay, that's not an edible thing. And then yeah, Jay's partner took the pith, hid it in a napkin, and then I put it in my pocket to walk out the place with the pith, and we just left the decorative toothpick in my drink and no pith to be found. So we got out of the place and I threw the pith into a garbage can outside. So they get back to the table and there's just four glasses. One of them's missing the decorative plum and the pith. So I'm not sure what that place thought of us after we left, but they know for certain that someone ate a plum that they shouldn't have, and also the pith went somewhere. Everyone's like, yep, that's gonna be weird. So yeah, that was good times. Just overall, very fun meal, very fun place to swing by and grab some stuff with the crew. And then I went back to my place, and in the morning, the fog had rolled in. Yeah, some people do like preserved things. They turned down the view distance. The view distance in one of these photos is way turned down. We'll get to it later on. There's no view distance. But, yeah, so the fog rolls in like every morning, where I was, and, you know, if you woke up at the right time, on the right weather, the city would just disappear into the fog. And it was pretty. It was pretty looking to wake up to, and roll around to more photos of different things around as I was walking through. Lots of buildings had decorative park things set up in front of them to make them kind of pop out more. This was one of them, just I think it was a hotel or something, to have a bit more to it, and this had fountains and stuff to it to spruce it up. And then there was the talks, the Q&As and stuff. Back to the con, listen to some talks, see what they had to say. Bunch of very intelligent men sitting around doing intelligent talkings. And then there was the demo area. So I played all 4 of the demos. Huntress was by far the best. I shafted myself in Warrior by going to the wrong island. I stopped doing all the mechanical stuff on Sorceress and just cast Arc. And then Monk was decent, but it was the starting of the Monk, so you didn't really get to do that much stuff to it. But the flow was okay. The charge generator was something, but I did all 4 of the demos, and overall very, very happy with the state of what Path of Exile 2 looks and feels like, especially on the Huntress. So I think we're in good hands. I did not watch any of the notes, no, because I was too busy lining up for demos and running around playing the card game and shaking hands with people. So, yeah, I'm super positive on the state of it. I can talk about it more if in a video, or if we look at some of the Po2 content. But for the Huntress demo, I literally finished the demo 10 minutes faster than you had time for. You're allotted 45 minutes. I finished in 35 minutes because all I did was grab the javelin skill, the lightning javelin, that's the Javazon skill, and I just ran forward while chucking them behind me full speed and using a mana pot whenever I ran out of mana. And I went through the demo so quickly that I finished it, and the demo just closed. It was you finished the demo, clunk, and they just I had to get out of my seat and come back in to restart because I was done with the demo. It had to reset. The timer, everything reset. I went so fucking fast through it that they were no, you have to go around. So anyone who's oh no, Po 2 is gonna be slow and it's not gonna feel Po 1, you're still gonna be able to make Po 1 characters in Po 2, because even in the demo I could absolutely do the same fucking thing. The Warrior felt bad because Leap Slam had Pulverize socketed into it to make it even slower and all that stuff. So some of the demo stuff it was purposely designed to be really like slow, and they didn't want people doing what I did with the Huntress, right? Like they wanted you to like go through and experience the combat movements and stuff. And movement overall felt really, really good. I would notice on the Sorcerer demo that there was issues with like visual clarity. I didn't know if a tree was something that was like a shrub that I could walk through or a shrub that was gonna stop me from moving. So sometimes I got stuck on like little bits of terrain and stuff. It gave you a ruthless build for the demos, basically, yeah. What's it anime? So that was kind of weird, but overall, like Sork were doing all the, because they wanted you to do like Frost Nova into Unleash into like Meteor or Comet and then all this stuff to like do the setup, and I was like, nah, shit, I don't want to do all that. I just did like Frost Nova into Arc, and that I like absolutely killed everything. I had no problem at all. I didn't die in the Sork demo, and I didn't die in the Huntress demo. The only two demos I died in were Warrior and Monk. So, and Monk I only died because I didn't go to town to buy potions, because potions didn't refill unless you killed rares or bosses, or you went to town and clicked the little altar, the wellspring, to get your potions back. So that was really weird. That was jarring. I didn't necessarily like not getting potions back, but that's just something you're gonna learn to do. Yeah, Arc was super strong. Yeah. And yeah, dodge roll was weird because like dodge roll was designed so that you could get away from mobs that were attacking you, but it had no phasing, so it was very easy to get cornered, and as a result it felt really weird. You get to play 45 minutes of each of the acts per character, so each character is set in a different act, and then you have 45 minutes to do what you can do. On Sork, I went into a side dungeon, so I didn't hit the timer at all because I was in the side dungeon still. I had a glitch on my Sork demo, but that's like, you know, it's a demo. It's gonna glitch. You got to play a decent amount, so I played like, I'd say I played about 2.5 hours in total of all the demos. And yeah, the things I liked and I saw that I could like think about, I think Po 2 is gonna be fantastic. It just needs ironing out on some things. How much lore? I skipped all the quest lore and stuff. I just clicked on arrows and just went. I wanted to do combat. I didn't think at all about doing like listening to stuff, or there was dialogue and stuff happening and I was just going. Not something to click in town. Yeah, maybe anime. Good night, Greebs. Get some good sleep. The VOD will be there. You can watch New Zealand story time easily through the VOD. More photos from the con. Just walking around taking some pics. Oh, when they release 2, when it comes out, they'll be doing like alternating league launches. So Po 2 is gonna have a league for 7 weeks. It's gonna be the normal 3-month league, and then like 7 to 8 weeks into that league, Po 1 will have its league launch, and then they'll rotate that way. So they'll both exist. The scope of Po 1 leagues we don't know, but both will exist in coexistence. So if you don't like Po 2's league, you can go play Po 1. If you like Po 1 but you want to dabble in Po 2, you can do that, back and forth. However you want to do it. Yeah, everything in the demos that felt weird or odd could easily be solvable. So I think from what I saw, Po 2 was looking real good. So I'm excited about it, without a doubt. This was me, I think at the very end, this was when the races were going, so I walked around and took like some pics of like most of the empty stuff. So this was like the main hall setup here, the entrance was there, little decorations here and there. Hopefully Po 2. Hopefully Kaiser, yeah, hopefully. This was the full like thing in the hideout, you know, this thing here. This is what this was. You know, set up to be the whole thing with the statues and what they look like. Ultimatum dude at Ziri. What assumes I think is Kitava. Then the races were going on. And this was pretty cool. I walked in like the very end of it, but it was hype as fuck for the end. Then, you know, getting some rewards, getting some people to give the old, here you go, you're a winner. Very happy people. It was very dark in this room. This photo is very blurry. He's very excited, and then I walked back outside to the land of lit things and parks. This was the park I was in earlier for breakfast with the lights and stuff. Better picture of the trophy? I don't know. There probably is a picture of it somewhere. I'm sure they took better photos because I was just like whatever. Walked around, took some photos of stuff. There was a cruise ship that just rolled up. We had these come and go. We had a lot of like cruise ships pop up, drop off a bunch of people, and then go away. So there was always an influx of people coming and going, coming and going. The harbor area was pretty full. Giga Foghorn. Some of them, yes. Some of them were far louder. I thought for a second this was Finnish as a cruise ship, but it's actually Italian, so it's shit. And I should have deleted these photos instead, but I figured they were a good story, so there's that. I'm kidding, but still. Then we went to another little pub bar thing. This had a really cool like upstairs space that was like, you took a staircase and you were just in like this secret area clubhouse thing with like wood tables and bit of plants and stuff and a heater above you, and it was like really cool to just chill out here afterwards, get some beers, get some food. It was pretty sick. It was rather loud. Yeah, that one was really loud, yeah. Because it just was like, hey, you, have a foghorn in your face. And we're like, okay. And then there was, you know, more weird lighting. The city had a bunch of, like, weird lighting things everywhere. Like, I saw these kind of, like, pillar lights on the side of buildings, like, multiple times. Where they wanted lights on the side of their buildings. Then there was an ice rink right outside of the center. So if you wanted to go and, like, in the evenings do some of the old ice skating, you could. I guess the temperature was just enough to keep the cold floor cold, and you could skate around, do some ice stuff. There's the mods, the uncle, the Mathel, the me, the demons, popping in, saying hello. I think this was when Mathel had to like really badly use the bathroom. I don't remember which time we cornered him when he's like, dude, I gotta pee. Or was Crip? Well, Crip wasn't here. Not at that situation. I don't know where Crip was at that time. Also, Crip's a VIP, not a mod. Yeah, that place pops up every year. Oh, does it? Okay, cool, gotcha. There's the view from my balcony again with this pigeon. This pigeon like rolled up and just never left. Oh, there's me. That was the video I put on Discord, but yeah. He's just there. I was trying to take a photo of the city, and this dude's like, hello. And then I had like this was my voice the day after the con. I sound like I absolutely destroyed my voice. Welcome to a very fucked up dire voice. Yeah, this is my voice right now. I was gonna stream today maybe, but can't do that with this. Yeah, XR call's been really, really fun. I'm like so fucking hear what my voice sounds like. Raspy. Speaking very long. So yeah, that was me after I destroyed my voice talking, which was fun. So that for a few days. Yeah, once you go somewhere and talk a lot, especially if you're moving and talking, you're like your vocal cords will fry, and it takes a long time for it to recover. Yeah, I was super close, Kethril. Like when you said where your office was, I looked out at my balcony. I was like, oh, I see it. So I was like beelined to your place. That's why I dropped off. I did not eat this croffle. I wanted to, but when we walked by, we weren't hungry, and then I didn't remember to come back. I did not get to eat this thing. I wanted to. But yeah, they had a croffle, which is a croissant and a waffle, and then smothered in chocolate and put fucking chocolate ice cream on top of it. I was like, what in the fuck is this thing? Some abomination to the state of delicious things. But it's on the list for next time I go. I will eat said croffle. Yeah, Choco Nutella. Choco banana and caramel almond sauce. Because, you know, that's what everybody needs. I need tea. Where was this? Oh yeah, I think me and Uncle walked up to the end of the pier, like the deepest you could go on the pier, just to see what was out here. This is like photos from out there at the very edge of the city, the bridge into the city, and from the other side over there, and where all the boats came and went, and the action activity of the area. That's kind of like looking backwards, where you know, that's the nautical museum, that's that bridge. The Spirit of Wyoming is this tower here, and then you have the walkway I was in over there, so you kind of get a lay of the land for that side of the city. This is way more flat. I mean, this area is flat. The rest of the city was hilly as fuck. It's just when you hit the coast, it's like, yeah, it's a bit flatter because boats are here. And then we had a bunch of things. There's that one boat again. Like I said, this was the weird boat that just comes and goes. It was going at the time. And then we went into the Nautical Museum, and this was really fucking cool. Yeah, there's a little bit of flat by the coast, but yeah, this was the Nautical Museum with like a bunch of the older style like boats and things that they had. For like, this was like an emperor's taxi and stuff for moving people back in the day, in style and class, and like how they designed ships, and these massive ships that were designed at the time, and the way that they were made. Talked about it, like all that stuff. This was crazy. This was a fucking rattle for shark fishing. So it was a bunch of coconuts strung together that you would like rattle above and below the water to make sharks come to you, and then you would like spearfish the sharks that showed up as a tribe. And it was like, it was fucking mental to think that people would just be on like boats attracting sharks with coconut shells. But that was what they did. Then there was a cannon, because, you know, always got to have a cannon, and a bunch of like models of a bunch of the older style like British ships and things. And then we got into like these massive models, right? So me and Uncle were walking around like just looking at these absolutely ginormous models of a bunch of ships alongside of like, you know, all the nautical history. Wait, I gotta trade somebody. How is there still stuff that I am selling and buying from people? Who are you people? Why are you playing the League? Go away. I'm telling stories and tales. Thank you. Says the man logged in. True. But yeah, so the models just started getting like more and more complex. Like this is a model of like a dredger and stuff that they had, where someone had just put in like countless hours of work to like meticulously design all this stuff in scale model. Buy everything. This is like a full size sailing ship of like what it would have been at the time, space size wise, like 1900s I think, or whatever it was for this one. This was the sleeping quarters for like transatlantic like voyages and stuff. Those bits. So this was like where you'd sleep, and this room was on like a rotational disc, so it rocked back and forth as you were in it, making noises and stuff, which was pretty crazy. More room than airlines? I mean, technically, yeah. Pics of your ship? I don't know. I snuck in. And it was very dark, so like the photos here are quite crappy, because yeah, they had, it was a very realistically designed idea of like what one lantern would do in a place like this. This wheel was like 7-8 feet tall, and it was fucking ginormous. And then there's a bunch of harpoon guns for whales. So, you know, just put in some black powder, shove in a steak, and shoot it at a whale. Too tall for them? Probably. They were fairly deep, but I didn't look at how deep they were. So yeah, there was a bunch of like whaling stuff, because apparently like that area had like a massive whaling cultural thing back in the day. So they had the whole whaling exhibit and like what it would have been like. And then they had one of these fuckers. Those giant like speedboats that, you know, New Zealand's won a lot of fucking awards with. You know, for being really good at fucking sailing. This thing was ginormous. I've never really understood the scale of these things, but like seeing it in person it is massive. They're just astronomically large ships. Like you can tell here, like there to there is the whole building. And it's like it takes 16 people shifting and shuffling around one of these things to make it move. And the story behind this ship is they went to somebody who was like a famous designer of things that go fast and was like, give us a ship. And then they were like, the dude's like, I can make you a ship, but how fast do you want it to be? So they said, no, make us something that's fast. We'll figure out how to sail it. So this entire boat was designed with the idea of not being a saleable ship in the normal sense. They just wanted the fastest thing possible, and then they figured out how to sail it afterwards. So that's the story of like the ship, is they just built something fast and to figure out how to make it work afterwards. And then there was like these really intricate like break apart models of like showcasing what the ships look like from the like interiors and stuff, and Fresnel lenses for all of the lighthouses. Me and Uncle were kind of confused about one of the things, because every single Fresnel lens that was in this place was like broken, and we were like, how does a Fresnel lens inside of a lighthouse break? Like, what happens at the top of a lighthouse to break Fresnel lenses? Because they were all like chipped and damaged and destroyed. Temperature? I guess that's true. Yeah, I didn't think about that. The glass getting heated and cold would like chip away at it in thermal style. Yeah, I guess that makes sense. So yeah, they had a bunch of like different lenses, different designs of them. I didn't take too many photos, but yeah. But it was cool. This was like one of the first powered engines that they had to show. Pop just because of temp. Okay, gotcha. That makes sense. And it was basically like a glorified egg beater attached to like a 5cc engine. And yeah. Someone's like, I need a powered engine, or I need a powered fucking way to move my boat, so I'm gonna make a very large egg beater and slap a thing to it. And that's what this is. This was the biggest of the old ships they had, which was like a massive multi-hulled sailing vessel thing, which at the time would have just been massive, and it was still massive right now. Then they had like a really weird section where it was like an old 1920s house and an old 1920s shop, and the weird thing is, because all the cans and stuff of food were like real, it had the smell of like a 1920s like shop, and it was really odd to walk in and like just smell what essentially smelled like an old shop. And so it was really bizarre, because it had all the little things, and you know, all the shop things that you'd see, and the cash register was there. See the baked beans. Yeah, there's a couple of stuff everywhere. Weetabix, and then there was like, oh, some of the cans were like super rusted like that, where you just like, you couldn't tell what they were anymore. But yeah, it was like, it was cool. And then these are the models that were like super intricate, right? Like full size scale models of ships. That's like that from the 1900s. Yeah. It was basically like walking into one of those, which was really weird. With all the original stuff, hell yeah, keep that funk going. But yeah, this was what we were talking about, like the amount of time and effort it would make to like, you can buy models like that for like 40K. So 40K, huh? Okay. Yeah, we were wondering like the price of this stuff, because these were all commissioned to be built as models on boats that had already been built. So these were like the commemorative commissionings of boats. The tourist shit here in Auckland? 40k Warhammer's 40k as well, true. So these were all like, the ship was built and then they commissioned these like massive size models of them to be made, and it was very impressive. But at the same time, I was like, what type of like man or team does it take to like make this shit? What's up, Scotty? Before after con, we are after con at this point. We are after the con. Wander off around New Zealand with everyone. Fuck yeah, do it. Finished up the con section. Oh, okay. Store museum. Yeah, that's some old school shit. Missed the con. I mean, there wasn't too much to the con. It was I just went over like, you know, the panels and stuff and talked a little bit about that. Yeah, you didn't miss too much. You were there, so you know the stories of the con. This was the seafood platter I had after the con the next morning. This was a kimchi broth that was super fucking spicy, and I loved the taste of it. But the problem was that this was when my voice was absolutely shot, and because of that, when I inhaled it, when I was putting it to my mouth, I basically like absolutely burned the inside of my throat by inhaling this, and I could not stop coughing for like a good 15 minutes because it absolutely ripped apart my throat. So then I had to hold my breath every time I put a spoon into my mouth. An engineering degree. Slave away while pressing buttons on a computer. Yeah, fair enough, Axlox. It was delicious though. So it had the house market fish. I basically did mace myself. It came with like 4 clams, fish, bunch of tofu, some greenery and salads and stuff. It was really, really delicious. And then it came with 2 giant pieces of sourdough and like fresh made butter. I was like, oh yeah. Mussels? Yeah, okay, mussels it is. But yeah, I wasn't supposed to inhale the soup, but it was just like, I basically maced myself because just the fragrance of it have enough spice in it to like burn my throat. And then we had the flight of beers while Uncle was drinking his espresso martinis. And this was a lager that was lighter than a fucking Bud Light. Then we had 2 ciders that were really delicious. Then we had I had this stout that was like, I don't know, flat Coke. And then I had the hazy pale IPA to see how that was, and that was like 7%, and it was okay. Allergies? Oh yeah, the seafood stuff. Yeah. Well, that sucks. No selfish. Oh, okay, gotcha. Also, I really Scouty talked about this, but I really like the tomato sauce you have over our like ketchup. Like this shit was so much better. I'm gonna like find out where I can find tomato sauce here in the States. But cause yeah, I did not I went back and ate like, I wonder if it's the same one as us. It's the not sweet shit, right? Like it wasn't fucking, it doesn't have the sugar that we put in there. And that was like really nice to have. Like our ketchup is so fucking sweetened that I hate ketchup here versus what tomato sauce is. I think it's a brand, yeah. Mix up something of tomato. I probably can, iSucks, yeah. Is Heinz? Yeah, Heinz sucks ass. Just don't get the low salt one. Okay. Bottle's $22.46 on Amazon. Youch. It's an expensive bottle. I'll be able to find it. Also, I've never had a flight that gives me banana chips. That was kind of cool. But, yeah, your ciders are good. Everything else was mid. Espresso martinis, fantastic. Why not have an espresso martini? Cole's has it for $4. Oh, there you go. And this was like a really nice spot to just chill. Had the sun setting in the background. It was just me and Uncle chilling, waiting for stuff to roll around. And, yeah, I enjoyed the fuck out of just chilling by the bay. Having myself a good time. Waity's tomato sauce. New Zealand's favorite tomato sauce. Okay. I could probably figure out, like Axelix is saying, how to make that myself. But yeah, it was like so much better than ketchup. Like, it was just hands down. Like, I hate ketchup in the States, but that shit was good. Also, you guys make pretty good fries, except for the one place we had fries. That place had shit fries. But other than that, it was pretty good fries. Nice and crispy fries. And then I wandered around a bit more to look at some stuff in the darkness. Take some photos of some boats, because I needed to burn some time. And I walked out to the end of the pier to take some photos of the bridge. It was lit up and all blinky and lighty and, you know, doing bridge stuff. So that was kind of fun. As you can tell. Very nice. Very bridgy. Very lit up. There's the town looking backwards lit up. Most things, like I said, everything has got a light. Everything's got a spotlight. It's, yeah, chips. Sorry. And then I noticed, like, how much the water moved the boats. So I took, like, a little video clip, like, how much just, even though it's, like, I think it's, like, 10 o'clock in the evening or something, just the water is still very much moving, and all the boats just waddle up and down, even for like, a harbor. So I was surprised by how much wake there was in calm seas. But, you know, boats do boat moving things. And then we went afterwards to one of the pubs, bars, things on one of the rooftops. They had some RGB lights going on over there and like a nice view of the harbor with all the lights put out. Yeah, it's a pretty wide harbor, true. So it gets more wake, but yeah. Some of the places got a lot more wake than others. It's Cento brand. I have a tub of a tongue. Oh, okay. Fair enough, Alex. Yeah, I can find stuff. I'm not too fussed about it. But yeah, there's a lot of boats. This was on the inner side of the harbor after the bridge, so this was like the fancy area. And also this was the tour boats and stuff like that, the charter boats. Whereas a lot of this area, this was the place that, like, I think after this, was it 3-4 people left? Chicken salt? I don't know if I found chicken salt. It does? Okay, there you go. I did not take some bits, no. I did not go looking for chicken salt. But, yeah, this was the place that, like, everyone left. And I was, like, slightly emotional because it was, like, the time of saying goodbye to, like, a bunch of other people. And, like, everyone was, like, half the group was leaving that night, or the nights coming to it. And then I was, like, I started talking to the waiter, and this was when he was, like, he talked about how he, like, meets really interesting people and they go away. And then he was, like, really curious about streaming, of, like, how it feels to then, like, switch back to being, like, names in chat and stuff like that. And then, like, after the conversation, he just handed me 2 lagers and said, "You need these," and just, like, let me sit in the corner drinking my 2 lagers for free. Because he just gave me, like, 2 beers on the house for free. Just because I was chilling with him and talking with him, and I just kind of enjoyed my corner, looking out over the marina, pondering goodbyes. And then I went home. Yeah, he was a super nice guy. He was super, like, interested and curious about, like, all the talking to people. And this was, you know, the harbor when I didn't have a very stabilized camera. Very different photos the phone takes depending on where you're taking it from. Kind of hit and miss with the pixel. But then we went on a road trip and everyone got Rona. No, this was the road trip to Hobbiton. So this was kind of the start of us going out of town. Being a name in chat. More expensive ships? Oh, I can imagine, yeah, Catherall. I can totally imagine that there's much more. So like when we left the town, it like really quickly went into just like cowland, and there was a lot of cows. We were looking for sheep. We got a bunch of cows. But it was like these really beautiful like rolling hills everywhere. So everything kind of is like rolled off in the distance. And the weather was really weird. Cows are easier to see, true. But the weather was really weird because you had like sunshine in one valley and then all of a sudden rain in the next valley and then sunshine and rain. Like every single valley was a different fucking weather pattern. So as we were going, it's like you can see like the weather rolling into that valley of being like rain, and then where we were with sunshine. Like here now it's like about to rain because we're going, you know, up a little bit into the next section of mountains. And just driving along. Very beautiful countryside, very scenic views with the clouds touching the mountain tips. It's pretty cool. Very light on traffic outside of the couple cars you see here and there. It really was not much. Bright blue skies and crazy pouring rain, then blue skies again. Sounds about right. Then we like drove past those like these weird tiki totems just kind of on the hills. Show you the mountains next time. Fuck yeah. Only blind time you get traffic. Ah, okay, gotcha. Yeah, there was like no traffic here at this time. How'd the driving go? Just fine. Jay drove and everything was good. I was not the one driving. That's why I'm taking photos.
Would you like to try? I'll let you borrow a rod.
A rod. Thank you so much, Cooking, for the 32 months. Hopefully it's been good. Appreciate you sticking around. Hopefully my 2-week absence was not too much for you. But yeah, there was like weird tiki stuff. There was all sorts of stuff everywhere. Very beautiful countryside in general. Lots of rolling hills with a few mountains, and South Island's flat, and then crazy mountains. Ah, okay, that makes sense. But yeah, it was very like scenic views. I could definitely see like where the inspiration for things like Lord of the Rings and Journeys come from. And discuss build plans for the new chieftain. Yeah, I did that in the beginning of the stream and end of stream yesterday. I have an idea for it. This is kind of my starter idea for what it is. The problem is right now, because we don't have the gym, I have no way of knowing what skill to actually build around and how many hits I need to do and how much to attack with. Is it nebulous? No, it's not nebulous. Yeah, I don't know yet. I have no idea what the weapon is because it could be a mace, it could be a claw, it could be anything. I need the gym first to see what the blaze skill gym itself behaves like. So I can't really plan more than that. It's a very long first week, then someone got me addicted to old school RuneScape. The second one weekend instantly. Hell yeah, dude. Don't appreciate it enough. That's usually how it goes with where you live. 90 all resist, like maybe there, but I think starting Tectonic Ignite Slam. Either Chieftain or Elementalist. Oh, maybe. Tech Slam could work. Tried Maple Story? Oh god. Only made it to level 190? That's pretty high. Well, with burning, but still. But, yeah, so you had, like, a bunch of these, like, mountains pop up out of nowhere. And then we went into, like, the really back roads. Which was, It's very interesting to, like, go from highway to back roads. Because this is when you started getting, like, winding stuff and the occasional pothole. Very few potholes in this country, which was surprising. Jay found and dropped the car into the one pothole that I think we saw the entire trip. Great aim. It wasn't anything bad, but it was just like, it was noticeable that there was only one pothole. So that was pretty good. The main highways are pretty good. Yeah, it seemed like it, yeah. Yeah, the pothole definitely woke everybody up. Which was great. Because it was right before we got to Hobbiton, I think. Is that I only noticed the bus sign is different to us. Oh, is it? School bus route? Ah. But it was funny because like when we got into these like back roads, like scenes like this, where it looks a lot older. I don't know why, but like to me this looks like a This looks like a scene from like an old 80s film, like, you know, one of those odd films about country life that my parents used to watch back in the day. It just looks old, which was nice. It was cool to like walk into, because it reminds me of Finland in a lot of ways. Not the mountains and the hills so much, but like the style of stuff. But yeah, there was a lot of low hanging clouds and a rolling hills, and as we progressed forwards, the cows became more sheep-like. So we actually started seeing sheep. I don't know if any of these photos have it, but it's after Watermo. We started seeing. So we went to the glowworm caves, to go in and, you know, see the cave wall stuff, which was kind of cool. I would say the glowworm caves were like maybe the one thing that was slightly disappointing, because they just had like a lot of recent flooding, and it had killed a lot of the glowworms, and also the glowworm section was kind of short, so it was like a 45-minute tour with 2 minutes of glowworms. It was underwhelming, but it was still cool to do. But it was kind of it was all right. I've done it. I won't need to do it again. But yeah, it was okay. Yeah, the crazy weather definitely is. He talked about it himself. They have had a lot of glowworms die because of the flooding. But it was really weird to see like a cold tropical climate, like where it's like 14 degrees outside, and then everything is still green and foliage is growing and all this stuff. Like the terrain was very odd in terms of that. I wasn't like ready for that in a weird way. But this was our tour guide who took us on a boat through the place. This was when you exit. And so he just kind of left us by the dock after the tour was done, said get the fuck out, and like drifted the boat back into the cave. Yeah. No, there was I did not go rock climbing, no. I was too busy hanging out with chat. So he just kind of like drifted back into the cave and disappeared. There he goes. He's gone. And to give you context, like the flooding that he talked about, he said that the water level was like up to here. So like this was all underwater, and that was what was killing a lot of the glowworms in the cave, is that it was all underwater, and that's how much flooding was in like these areas, and that's why they had so little. He disappeared years ago. Well, somebody gave us a tour. And yeah, it was cool. You weren't allowed to take photos in the glowworm caves because too many people have been using flashes, and it, like, you know, glowworms don't like getting flashes on them constantly. So, you know, they were like, no flash photography. What about cell phones? No, they just said like no photos at all. Which, you know, is kind of a tourist thing as well. They sold you photos if you wanted them, but you know it is. But it was a neat experience. It wasn't we had streamers. I don't know. Maybe you could stream in there. I think we had to turn our phones off when we walked in. I don't remember. But yeah, it's whatever. Like it was a cool experience, but it was kind of underwhelming. And then just more landscape photos, you know. It was pretty cool. Go the Australian glowworm crims? Yeah, hell yeah. Do it. And then yeah, we left the glowworm caves and started heading towards the Hobbitons. A lot of these like little houses and stuff really remind me of like Finnish countryside things. And I was like loving that because it reminded me so much of a home, and it was very very pretty. I love the dinged up signage that was on the side of the roads with the rolling hills in the background. It's just very like scenic areas to drive in. I don't know what the hell you guys do to your road signs, but like that shit's been beat the fuck up. So I'm assuming something is pissed at the road signs and they just like to destroy them. And then the fields were steamy, so that was weird. Shoot them? Probably. Same thing we do around these parts. You don't throw rocks? Not normally. And then we got very flat ground. That just kind of rolled on. And now we found sheep. So the closer we got to Hobbiton, the more and more sheep there was. They started becoming fields of sheep instead of fields of cows. The cows were no longer there. It was just sheep. Rolling hills with like one tree at the top of them. And yeah, a bunch of sheep. So that was kind of cool. The entire road sign gets stolen. True. And this is when the landscape really went from like no more like rolling hills to like these sharper, much more jagged. So we kind of transformed into the jagged hillside, cliffside stuff, and you started seeing a lot more landscape change and a lot more sheep. A fuckload of cows, yeah. There's a fuckload of sheep and a fuckload of cows, but they don't seem to mingle too much. So we hit the sheep area when we were getting here close by here, and this I believe was already in Hobbiton. So Hobbiton is actually set in like a 1,200 square acre or something fucking massive sheep and cow farm. So it's just kind of in the middle of it. So this was that, and then we saw some baby sheep, some tiny baby sheep. This is when we parked up right into Hobbiton, right on the hill above us. Was a bunch of tiny boyos, just wandering baby sheeps, having a good time, munching some grass. They were very, very adorable, very lovely. Just stood there for a second, taking some photos of some baby sheep, and then they walked away. They're like, "No, we're done. You get no more photos. No baby sheep for you." And that was that. This is basically into Hobbiton here. So this is the road into it. But you go by tour bus into here. Now this was the land of hobbits beyond this fence of sheep. And so admission here by guided tours only. Please visit the Shire's rest op to go in. Trespassers will be prosecuted. So yeah, we went in, and they gave us a bit of a backstory of like how the farm was, like where they found this place. It was like from a helicopter that they were flying over and saw this tree, and they knew that that's where they wanted to be, and they talked about it and all that stuff. And how like for the first Lord of the Rings they built it and then they destroyed it, like got rid of it, and then for the Hobbit they rebuilt it and figured, fuck it, we should probably make it a tourist attraction. So they left it up. So this is actually the second version of the Shire that you get a tour through, and that's like your first time seeing it, which was pretty cool. You just see the green dragon in the barrel of things. So there's the group of Hobbiton, as we were very pleased. There's our tour guide who looked like Skinny Mathel. He like legitimately was very much Skinny Mathel, which was funny. He had a lot of he had more energy than Mathel did in terms of the way he spoke, but it was funny because he was very into his thing and very much a nerd, which was great. Hobbiton, the land of hobbits and tins. That was the first entry into the world of hobbits. Was Mathel the right size? Yes. There's a photo you'll see in a second in comparison. For where I was standing in a hobbit hole. But yeah, so this is like when you first walk in, and this is the entrance that even in the movies the first entrance is here, and you start seeing the little hobbit holes that they've built into it. Yeah, Mathel's that's what I said like in the photos when we went through the photo of me and him. I'm like, my chin starts as his head, but he's a very, very ripped man. He's built. He's built like a shit brick house. So yeah, he's built. Just tall as fuck. I mean, true, but he's, comparison wise. So the Hobbiton stuff was really fucking cool. It was like really detailed. And they talked about how every house had like was Demon in the picture? Yeah. The other one is one of the mod photos is Demon. No, so one of the photos is me, Scouty, and Oh, was Demon in the Hobbit photo? No, Demon's in the mod photo. But he's not in that photo. Yeah, mod photo. Yeah, that's Demon. That's Uncle, Mouthhole, me, and Demon. And then there's another photo of me and Scouty and Mathel. That's the staircase photo. So yeah, all the Hobbiton stuff. Yeah, that was those of us that went to Hobbiton. So there is this construction that's going on right now. It wasn't really a big bad thing. The construction was pretty easy to like not notice, and it's finished in December. And the reason they're constructing is they took out Sam's house and they're building a Hobbit home hole that you can actually go into and like walk around in. So the biggest thing about this was there's no one you could like go into and see the Hobbit home as it was. So they're rebuilding it completely as a walkable in version of Sam's house with a working toilet for some reason. So you can take a shit in Sam's house. But yeah, so they're making it a fully functioning thing, and that's being done in December. So that was the big thing. But like realistically, you didn't notice the construction at all. Like we didn't, because they weren't doing anything super heavy for the evening banquet tour, which is the tour that we took. So they're like every one of the Hobbit houses has like who they are or what they do in front of them. So like this is the gardener because he's got the gardening stuff ahead of him. This may be like an apothecary or some kind of like herbalist or something because it's there, and you like they had all this like little detail in front of like every house of who they were and what they did, and you toured around this whole area walking around, and all the gardens were there, and it really did feel like you're walking through like a small village, which was really cool. And in a lot of ways, like this kind of stuff, like this groundwork and stuff reminded me a lot about Finland. Like back home where my grandma has like her garden set up and stuff is very similar to this. So it was really like, weirdly nostalgic walking through here. It's also very weird to take photos of houses made for hobbits when I take professional real estate photos normally. So I was taking photos of small houses on vacation. So that was very odd. But yeah, overall, like the landscape is all laid out, and it's very cool to like walk around it. Definitely like something I'm gonna do again. Sell a Hobbit hole. I know, right? So this was like where you walk in, the intro stuff, and then you had the main character houses and the houses they used for different shots depending on what height they needed people to be. So like all the Hobbit houses are different heights and levels, because depending on who had to stand in front of them, they had to use a different Hobbit house for different scenes to make it look like it was, everyone was this different heights and levels and stuff. So the short houses were used for Gandalf, and the normal size houses were used like for Frodo and stuff. So that was like kind of the camera trickery for a lot of the stuff. This guy's got a chessboard, so he was like the thinker or something. Wood carpenter and stuff like that. Everything had like a cool backstory to it. So it was very cool to like hear the background and how things were done, and like the angle stuff. Hit the hobbits with a shrink ray? No, they didn't. And yeah, so the way that they gave like character and personality to everybody, and like everything, like you could walk around this whole area and like see what everybody was, and you would stop in like each zone for a little bit. There's Frodo's house at the top, and you'd walk around the area and see things, different areas from different ways, and see how the village was laid out, and like where certain shots from the movies were done, how they made the forced perspective work. They the tour guide talked through a lot of that stuff. It was really cool in terms of like just overall like backstory, but also like a really cool just place to hang out. None of them have interiors, so they're all fake, basically. They're just the fake exterior. The interiors they're building two that have interiors that you can walk into. Because the interior scenes were shot in a different location that was shot in studio. So these don't have interiors, but they went back and hired the guy that did all the concept art and all the design for the interior shots, and had them design a full interior one that they can build that was like movie accurate, and so that's the one they're building, and it's going to be to scale. So it's like for those of us who are vertically upwards, they said you're gonna be ducking because it's like built for like what is essentially 80% of a average person's height or something. So it's like it is actually gonna be like a Hobbit place where you duck in and feel like Gandalf because it's gonna be like to scale and everything. So it's gonna be very cool, and that's they said done in December. Yeah, for perspective shots and stuff like that, right? So that's gonna be done next time I go, because I will be doing this tour again if I go back to there, especially the midnight tour. You'll see why soon. So there was just more shots, more walking around, more seeing like all the fancy stuff that was there. Little jars of honey. They were like, guess if those are real jars of honey or not, and they used to be, but they apparently had issues with that, so now they're fake jars of honey. And the little backstories for all the little things of how they were, and the landscape that was used for a lot of the shots and moving around, and it was just very chill to walk around. The atmosphere was amazing. The weather was fantastic for this. We got like just beautiful weather throughout the thing to walk around. It wasn't too like bright and sunny, and you couldn't see anything, but it was the right atmosphere for it. And this was like you couldn't walk in this area, but it like expanded forwards even more of like the background shots for the movie shots and stuff. So it really did feel like you were walking through like a fully fleshed out village, which was pretty fucking cool. We apparently got really lucky because this flower only blooms like 2 weeks out of the year, and we just happened to be there when it was in like mid bloom. So that was kind of cool. They were just like, yeah, that's just something rare that happens every now and then to certain groups that get to see it, and that was the flower that was in bloom. Then just more, and then this is the hobbit hole that you could stand in, and you can tell from how much my knees are bent for me to be like underneath the door frame there. So this was the one you could like walk into and like get full size, but like if I stood up, my head was like right about there or so. So this wasn't that big of a thing. This was more so what you'd be using for like full size actors to feel like it was a full size hobbit home. So there you can kind of see the height of stuff. I know some people like ducked around the thing. What's on my head? A beanie. I wore a beanie basically everywhere. Because it was slightly chilly and I like my ears being warm. Also, I kind of look like I needed to take a shit because I'm just like scrunched over, which is fun. And then this was the view from above, where Frodo's house and stuff like that would be up there. There's the photo in front of Frodo's door, which is amazing. The main character door that was. Which is pretty cool. Yeah, those are my pocket pants. So these are the pants with many pockets. As you can tell, there's many pockets. So you got pockets on the knees. Those are for like knee pads if you need them. You got small pocket here, pocket there, pocket there, pocket there. There's a second pocket there. You got the normal pockets there. You got clips and hooks for hammers and things. They're pocket pants. They're the pants for pockets. Calzones in? Yeah, that's where I store all my calzones. Where can you acquire those pocket pants? In a supermarket in Finland for $10. Those are glorious. Indeed. So yeah, like a lot of they talked about like the inspiration for scenes of like running down hills and stuff like that because of, what was happening and the way that things would look and the backstory. Strongest pockets. And then this tree had a really interesting backstory. So this is a completely fake tree that was above Bilbo's house to like make it, or Frodo's house, either way, to make it like look the way they wanted to. Some kind of like basically a fake bonsai tree. And apparently like 10 days before the shoot was ready to start, the fucking director was like, no, I don't like the color of that green. So they had to like hoist up and have an entire college art department go up and spray paint every leaf specifically a different type of green So they went through one at a time to make all the leaves back to the color that they wanted them to be, because it wasn't the right type of green for their shot. So yeah, Peter Jackson was meticulous in his greenness. Requires strongest pockets. So that was an interesting backstory to that. And then you had like the beekeepers' houses and just all sorts of different houses. I just took photos of basically all the houses as I was admiring them and walking around. This guy just loved cheese, and I love this thing. And then it changed color because of the sun anyway, because, you know, that's how the sun works. So yeah, you know, the normal stuff. As art departments go. More time botany class and would have saved millions. True. So this was looking back up the hill, you know, where we were. We were in like a field, and that's the Green Dragon over there. That's the inn that's burned down in one of the films, and it was actually burned down because they burned it down thinking they didn't need it, and then when they made the Hobbiton attraction and made the second movies and stuff, they rebuilt it and made it actually a functioning tavern because they realized that it would be a good way to end the tours. And so they rebuilt the Green Dragon that they'd burned down for one of the scenes in the movies. So that was the story of how that came to be. And, you know, more woodworker, fisher, little like, you know, fake pond set up to go fishing on across the way from the tavern, where you can perch up and, you know, have the hobbits do some fishing, and just more and more details. And there's the sign for Hobbiton to Green Dragon, and then we went to the Green Dragon, and you go like this weird roundabout way around the lake. Was it Mr. God? Hope you're doing well. And once again, I was awed by like the weird foliage of this country, because once again, it's like 10 degrees Celsius, yet it's green and grassy and everything is growing, and very odd to be in a country like that. But apparently the bowl is just famous for something. I forgot the story behind the bowl, but there's a bowl back there with this keg of beer next to it. I prefer the keg of beer over the bowl. There's us walking towards the inn. It's a cool country. It is a cool country, yes. There was like the watermill there to be the town's wheat grinding thing. And it, you know, actually had a functioning water wheel and all that stuff that was there to, you know, look as it should. And then the Green Dragon was like a really fucking cool pub. It was super dark in there because it was supposed to be like a dimly lit place, but it was lower ceilings, and it looked really cool on the inside. And it like we all said the same thing. We're like, if it was like a real pub, I would love to go to this pub and just have beer here as like my go-to pub, because it had just like a really cool atmosphere to it. And it's it really was a sick place to just go in. We sat at the back table over there, and they had like, you know, the pub kegs were like in kegs looking things. And it was sick. Wait, what am I waiting on? How is the water wheel supposed to work? Well, it's not really supposed to function, because there should be water this way. I think they're just using a pump system to like put it in here, is what I think it is, just for visual appeal. Because yeah, it doesn't really function without water being upstream. Made into a real pub. Yeah, I mean, the style of it was very fucking cool. DC for Northern Hemisphere, or Lisbon. Yeah, that's about there. Everything realistic than fucking with this? I mean, yeah, basically. But yeah, it was a really cool atmosphere. The whole pub was like very, very nice. And it's like had all sorts of stuff. And like these cups that are hanging here, so this is the actual the cup that we got. So as part of the tour, we got the Green Dragon mugs. Non-dishwasher safe, but completely good for hot and cold drinks, or hot and warm drinks. So we actually got the mug, and it actually fits the same amount as my teacup that I currently use. So I'll probably use this as an actual like mug. So we got one of those to keep for the journey back home. You got mugs? Yeah, you got one of these. So this was like the feast, right? This was, so you basically sit in the pub for a little bit, have like a beer or two, and then you actually walk in, and it is legitimately like a fully laid out feast. Apology mugs, they had construction going on. That's also New Zealand, right? Shoot Edros Manor for the second movie. I don't know Mystigon. I gave mine to my brother because he loves the Shire. Fuck yeah. Good shit. What's up, Ouch? Nice meeting you at the con as well. But yeah, like this was a full feast. So this was the midnight, like the evening banquet tour is in the South Island. Ah, okay. And like the you walk in and there's fucking chicken, fish, racks of like bone-in racks of lamb, sausages, sweet potatoes, carrots, fruits of salads, just everything, bread, like you just had everything. It was so fucking like amazing. There's the video of it. Like it is literally a feast where you walk in and they set out a full feast and everyone's sitting around chatting it up, having a good time. You can order drinks into here and you know get yourself topped off. And it was like legitimately it was so much food. Network with any of the big boys. I met like Ziz and Quinn and Tai and Mathel and stuff. Just said hello. I didn't do much beyond that. And so we fucking decked out on food because there was a fuck ton of food, and you could just like spoon it on your plate and start going to town. There was a bunch of folks from all over the place, which I had fun conversations with, and everyone was chatting. That's my plate of food that I gave myself. So you got some rolls, you got some stew, some potatoes, some carrots, bit of mushrooms, bit of sweet potato stuff in there. So you got some sausages, bit of lamb. Oh, it was so much fucking food. It was so delicious. Fucking just shoving it in there, chatting with the folks. This is the aftermath of the said meal, so it looks like a feast happened. There's cups everywhere, there's food everywhere. There's just, everything's been dug into and torn apart. God told us that you could put on if you wanted to do a little dress up. Oh yeah. So once this food was like done, we got told like there was Hobbit clothing and stuff you could put on in the other room while they cleaned this up and like did everything. Well, I just went and got more beers and like chilled out with the crew that we were there with. But like yeah, there was like costumes and stuff you could check out while they cleaned up, because you walked away after the feast, and this was like the feast hall. There was like a fake food thing set up to make it like all look aesthetically correct, and it was like really sick. And then everything was like lit up at night, right? So because it's the evening banquet tour, you walk out and everything's lit up and there's lights everywhere, and you can walk into like the places that in their nighttime state with like lanterns and things were lit up and doing their things. The hills were like lit up. It was very hard to take photos of stuff because middle of the night. But then once you've had a couple drinks, you've warmed up, you've walked around a bit outside the thing, you walk in and it's fucking dessert feast time. So they had like a bunch of like different types of desserts, drinks, coffees, teas that you then sit down and you can eat even more. And it was fucking delicious. And like we all ate like way too much fucking food. Like everyone walking back to the car is like, oh my God, we're so full. So then, is that watermelon? This is watermelon, yeah, here. And then this was all this was like different types of desserts. Me and Mars split one of these because I think it was like super fucking filling. Still no meat sweats. Nope. No meat sweats. But yeah, it was so good. Good on mute. You have a good one, dude. And then once you're done with breakfast, once you're done with dessert, you grab some lanterns. They had like little like LED lanterns, and then you go and you get to walk back through like the shorter version of the tour to see all the houses like lit up and see Frodo's house from like down below. Dude, the feast tour was so good. This was probably like the best value for money tourist thing that like any of us did. Like all of us came out of this thing talking about just how good it was, in terms of like you get the tour, you get the feast, and you get like this little experience of like walking out of here and doing this. Hotel room. No, I don't think so, Jay. That town, like the the town itself was so fucking full of tourists at that point, with all the ships coming in, all the trains coming in. It like everyone in Auckland was wheezing and coughing. Every one of my Uber drivers was wheezing and coughing. How much was it for the whole package to get the full package and then shuttled? So we were renting a car with Jay and 6 of us. So we kind of like pooled together to rent a van to go there, and it was I think this tour was it 200 New Zealand? So it's about $120 for the whole tour, for the feast, the thing, and everything. Which is it's expensive-ish, but at the same time, it's like it's very much an experience, and the food is included in that, and you get 1 free drink and stuff. So yeah, it was about 200 New Zealand. Like realistically, it's not a bad price. Yeah, in terms of like what we paid, it really wasn't that expensive for it. No, it's a 4.5 hour tour. With food and stuff, so it really wasn't much for that, and the way we scheduled it, we did, you know, the glowworms in the beginning and then the tour afterwards. Yeah, it's really cheap for food in the tour, so it like this was 100% best value for money that I think we put into. Like I put into anything I went to at ExileCon, at the thing besides maybe ExileCon. At a flight flew, but I tested myself and it wasn't COVID. And that said, there was FIFA in town, so it was probably their fault. Yeah, like there was the rugby thing, there was the fucking women's soccer thing, there was ExileCon, and then there was just tourists in general coming in. That town was so flooded with people during that 2-week period that it was crazy. Yeah, Weta was on par. Yeah, Weta was 100% worth the money. Yeah, that's true. That's true. So this was like the way that things were lit up afterwards. ExileCon was pretty crowded. It wasn't too bad, but it's like you definitely didn't wear a shirt, like a coat inside ExileCon because it was warm. Like that, you know, 1,800 nerds in a building was pretty toasty. Shirtless ExileCon? No, coatless ExileCon. But yeah, Weta was dope as fuck. So yeah, Weta was the other one to do. But yeah, like this was really cool to walk back through and see like the lit variants of it on the way back. It was, but most interesting places I've been there. Hell yeah. Yeah, it was really cool. So you just walk through again, the shorter version of the tour, and that was Hobbiton. In the morning, everyone in the group was there for FIFA except for me and the 2 exiles I went with. Hell yeah. Yeah, I can imagine. Our tour guide was talking about like how a lot of people just like, they go to Hobbiton even if they don't know what the movies are about, because it's like the thing that everyone says you got to go do when you go to New Zealand. You have to go to you have to go to Hobbiton. So it's like people just show up. But it's like, yeah, it's like, it was really cool. I will 100% do it again. Especially next time, because if in December they finish the thing where you can like walk into the Hobbit holes, so like the 2 that are there, so you can actually walk in and see everything. That's gonna be like 100% worth the money. Sam's house and neighbors should be walkable. Yeah, that's gonna be really fucking cool. Here in Cali, yeah, maybe, who knows. Nothing other than the 6 of us we've confirmed, other 2 exiles on tour. Yeah, I think there was the 2 other ones that were there. Feast Hall as well, probably, yeah. And then the next morning came, and I had myself a mocha, and I didn't take a photo of this quick enough, but it was amazing. It was a glass of mocha with an actual full-on chocolate stick like sticking out of it that slowly melted into it, and they gave you another extra thing of chocolate syrup on top of it. Oh man, like I'm not a chocolate fan, but this shit hit different. And then because I got the mocha with the chocolate syrup, and I got really lucky that I also got the fucking French toast at the same time, I drizzled that chocolate syrup on the plantains and shit. Oh man, that shit hit hard. That shit was so good. The shelf is like the most amazing breakfast shit. It was so good. Not had a good cup. Dude, every cup of coffee I had there, bar for one, was like decent to excellent coffee. Like, they don't fuck around with coffee. It was great. It was so much better than the coffee we get here in the States. And then there was a store for cum. So if you needed some cum, you could go to the cum store. I don't really know what they sold. I just walked by and saw the sign and thought, what the fuck? And that was that. And then we saw the Templar's wife, who has this like amazing neck ability to like fully do the 45 degrees. It's an E. Did you deposit? I did not deposit. So she was doing some neck action. Lolly's store in Chinatown. What the fuck? So yeah, she's got that neck. That was so fucking weird. Yeah, this was hilarious because we were going to this, which was a really fucking bizarre but cool like art installation, which was like it was these like 6-8 for blades set up to like make noise and like spin and do different. Oh, it's a women's clothing store. So like it went through like all of these weird patterns. I think it was like what, 5 to 10 minutes or so, Jay. But it just did like random stuff and it was like super trippy. Just like staring at it as like it faded and went and faded and went. And like some of the effects were like really cool. When you didn't see like the ring around it like this one, it was really sick because you couldn't tell that the fans were there. You could only really tell when they pushed it to the edges. But when it wasn't being pushed to the edges, you couldn't really like know that the fans were even a part of the exhibit. Which was really sick. And then there was like a bunch of weird noises that it played at the same time, and it was cool. It was a very cool like art exhibit. It was only like what, 10 New Zealand, so it was like $6 to walk in and watch it for like 10 minutes, which was not a bad price. But yeah, then we went to the art museum, which was free to go into, and me and Uncle had a good laugh because it definitely looked like this was a penis. When we first walked in, there was just a giant shaft to the heavens, and it was apparently called Cosmic Eater. Was the name of it, or Star Eater or something? And we were like, "Yep, if that's what my dick looked like, I would also call it the Cosmic Eater." You like that photo? I mean, it's cool. Then there was this, which was the Untitled Cheese Chain, which was just somebody had left a yellow chain stuck to the wall, which was bizarre. Enjoy the food, Scouts. Get yourself some grub. So yeah, this was a piece of art apparently. I don't really understand art, so that was kind of neat. And then there was this thing. This was kind of cool. It looked textured, but it wasn't. So like it had this like rippling to it, but this was completely flat. It was just the way that it was drawn made it look like it was like not flat. So that was kind of neat. Like there was some cool stuff. And then the next morning it was hailing and this dude was washing windows outside. Like snowstorm, nothing but a white wall. Well, I mean, yeah, there we go. So yeah, he was just out there washing some windows in the fucking middle of a hailstorm. I was like, well, this is an interesting way to do things. He was just there. It's snowing and hailing sideways, and he's like, yeah, fuck it, I'm gonna wash these fucking windows. And then I had the Eldritch Abomination. It's tied 23, maybe. This was the Eldritch Abomination of fish that I ordered. Uncle ordered a cheese pizza, and they were like, what the fuck is a cheese pizza? Apparently they had to give it to him from the kids menu, and then I ordered snapper wings, and I got like the rejected bits of fish that was dropped in the deep fryer, and then some tartar sauce. This was like the worst fucking shit I've ever eaten, and this was like the weirdest experience ever. So we downed our beers and left real quick. I was like, well, that was certainly something. No, I ate them. I ate them. I ate all of that which was edible in that. Then I tried this beer that Scouty suggested, and I was like, it's decent, but it's still not there. It's still not there. It's not full body enough. I mean, there was like bits of like here, this section is edible, and like the back section is edible, right? Like it did have edible sections to it, but it was not fully edible. It was a really fucking weird meal. Then I did some more night exploring, found some more streets that had some lights on them, which was pretty. It was very fun to walk around the town, like in the. It looks completely edible. I mean, it kind of was, to be honest. There was so many bits of like scale and stuff that I was picking out of my teeth to like eat the rest of the things that, yeah, I was. I'm not sure if that was actually what was I supposed to be given. They just wanted us to get the fuck out. Then that next morning I woke up and my elevator had become a padded room. I still don't know the story behind this. I think it was because the elevator had no heating and it was cold as fuck, so they put up some blankets to heat it up. But it was very, very like weird to walk into my elevator, which looked like a fucking psych ward. They're getting ready for you, maybe. So yeah, that was weird. But the weather was beautiful that day. I will not be judged. Fair enough. People are moving equipment, furniture in. Oh, okay, maybe that's why. It was freezing in that elevator. But it was a very beautiful morning the next morning, so I was like very much just enjoying it, chilling it. Just walking about. At this point, my legs were like, what the fuck have you been doing for the last week? Because I was walking like 5 to 6 miles a day, going up and down hills. My legs were having a good time. Yeah, that was probably the day that started off at 4C, so they might have just like heated it and put up the blankets to try to, because there was no heating in that elevator. It was cold as fuck. It was flat? No, it's not flat at all. It's hilly as fuck. One of the hills that's like right next to my place was like where everybody busted their ass. Which was pretty funny. Lost power on Friday night. Most of the building had power, but the apartments didn't. Oh, yeah. Oh, that's one way to do it. That's one way to be nice and chilly. And then we stumbled upon a music shop. They had like vinyls and all this shit. It was kind of cool seeing what the people liked. Auckland had a very weird music scene in terms of like what played at like bars and places. We walked out of the Nautical Museum, me and Uncle did, and they were blaring Britney Spears' Hit Me Baby One More Time. And then you'd walk into like the next store, and you'd hear like something from like the 1930s, followed by like Madonna. Like it was a lot of like American music, but it was American music from like 20 years ago. It was really bizarre because it was just this mashup of like random songs. So I guess they just don't pay the licensing for like newer shit, and they were just playing like stuff from like 20 years ago. Which was kind of funny. It had like a weird charm to it to listen to like the oldies. And one of the bars we went to was like it had on like the old version of MTV from like back in the day. And it was playing just like stuff from the 1970s, 80s, 60s, 50s. And it was pretty chill, so. We went some more walking, found more parks. Dude, there were so many parks. There was just parks everywhere. It was nice. In terms of like just like having a break from the city. So we found like a duck pond park thing in one of the things. Yeah, music licensing for stuff is just a nightmare, and the prices are insane. So I wouldn't be surprised at all that they were like, nah, fuck it, we'll play some old school shit. This was the view from my room when the RGB tower was RGB'd. This was like when everybody was already left, and like it was just me, Uncle, Goobs, and like I think Mars were maybe still have been in town. I can't remember who else was in town, but like we actually got like the RGB tower to activate, so that was kind of cool. So I had like a beautiful view of RGB tower from my place as it rotated through the different colors and things. And then nightfall happened. It was like even more prettier, more brighter in terms of like just having a giant glowing RGB stick into the sky. I find the photos, man. Walked through the library, found a very odd wedged in a gap. What the fuck? Weird. So yeah, I just like sat there for a second, took some photos of RGB tower doing its RGB stuff, and here's the video of it going through. It actually like cycles pretty quickly. RGB is not real. So yeah, it cycles through, like it is legitimately an RGB tower where it just kind of like, oh, the chain on the wall makes sense, I guess. But yeah, it was cool to just see it going in the background through the RGB. Nice RGB cock. And then next morning I walked out and the moon was behind the tower, and I was like, that's a pretty cool photo. So I took moon photos, not mooning photos. It must have been right after you left, Mars. It might have been, I think it was just me, Uncle, and Goobs left. Maybe, and Noobwater, I think, was still left around. There was only some of us. Then I had another cappuccino, because boy, did they love their cappuccinos, and they made them right. So, got a cappuccino. This time, it did not look like someone was blowing their ass out on my my cappuccino. I think I haven't got to that photo yet. We'll get there. I had some muesli from the shelf, which came with yogurt, fresh pureed fruit, and a bunch of granola muesli stuff. So you could just pour some honey on there, and then once you're done with the yogurt, you had a thing of milk to make it into like a cereal thing. It was amazing. This was a really weird thing that the shelf did, and some other places did as well. It's cotton candy, but it's not as sweet as our cotton candy is like here in the States. It was like a denser form of cotton candy that just was like put on top of stuff, which was kind of bizarre and odd, but it was like, yeah, it was cool. I don't know, it added a little bit of something to the meal. It's like a light dessert or something. But yeah, it was very cool. Then we went to Rangitoto. So we got ourselves ferry tickets a couple days ago, and decided, fuck it, let's go ahead, go to an island. So we're lining up, getting on the boat there, having a good time. It's me, Demon, and Uncle, just piecing out of the city. This is kind of where you get to see like the scope of the city. So you just leave from the docks. We did, Mars, we did. We'll get there. How's your tummy grumbling? Dude, the food is so good. It's like the main thing I miss. So yeah, we just like left the city, went by, and you can kind of see like there's a lot of port activity for like the ferries and stuff, especially in the early mornings. I tried to do this ferry again. This is on Friday. I tried to go again on Sunday because everyone had left and I had nothing to do on Sunday. The Sunday ferry was actually already booked Saturday. Like I couldn't get on this ferry to go back to this island because I wanted to do the outer coastal walk. We did the summit walk, but I couldn't. It was full. So if you need it, book early. And then that was the pier I was standing on beforehand, just like looking at views and stuff. And there was like a dude playing a guitar there, just chilling out, having a good time. I was trying very hard not to drop my phone in the water here. This is kind of the port activity you have in Auckland. It's not a lot. It's a very like small-ish port. It's only got 3 cranes for like freighters and stuff. So it wasn't very big in terms of port activity, but this is like the city, right? So like once you leave, you can really see how small the city is, because it starts there, like the greater city area, and like ends there. And it goes back about the same distance. It literally is like a small square. Like I walked it multiple times a day for how big like the central city is. It's a very small city for it to be like the main city of the country, but it is a small country in terms of like population and stuff. So it was something that it was just surprising. Yeah, the density was very much not so much there, but yeah, here you can see they only have 3 cranes for like freighters and stuff, so it's a busy-ish port, but it's not much. Another 5 docks. Yeah, there wasn't a lot of shipping like in the central section here. There's more shipping stuff around that I saw, like different things, but not so much. So it was a very light shipping haul thing. And then we just kind of pieced that. And there you can really see the city. It's like you got the district, the freight district in the front. You got the little bit of stuff here, and then it kind of sprawls out and goes into like house sprawl with a couple apartments here and there. And that's the museum you'll see later on we go to. Yeah, no, Auckland's probably not a major dock. They just had some there, so. And then we headed out to the coast, and it was like it was weird to see like just how like rock facey and cliffy some of these sections are, where they've had to like make roads and stuff to float out. And then this was something we saw in the Nautical Museum, but I didn't think I was gonna actually see the whole thing. In terms of like there's just a lighthouse in the middle of the fucking like inlet that they've built on stilts that sits on top of rocks, and it's there. It's like somebody's job is to like boat out there and operate the light at the lighthouse in the middle of the inlet to be like, please don't maroon your boat here, which was interesting. So we passed by that, and then we saw a bunch of just automated. I mean, yeah, basically saw a bunch of a little bit of the landscape from the water, and then this was us coming up on the volcano Rangitoto that we were gonna hike. It's kind of going in. Definitely don't know that man at the bottom right. He's a random. And then yeah, probably mostly tradition now. Oh, okay, yeah. So you like coast up on this island that's like, it's a volcanic island, so the coast is very, very rocky and set, the stones and all that stuff is very cool. And like these houses really reminded me of like Finland, the little houses that we have over there, and like the harsh landscapes in the north, just popping out. And that's the town from where I'm now on the top of the boat, seeing it out there with the rocky coastline. We're not you can see the mountain from where we were in town. In some of the photos it's actually in the back, and you can see just how the city is there. And there's like, little wharfs and stuff. And if you remember this photo, you'll see how high the water is. You're 15 seconds behind. Congratulations on being 15 seconds behind. So this is like high tide-ish. So you'll see how far this goes down. This is very different by the time we walk down from the top. But yeah, so we just explored. Took some of the hiking trails. It dumps you there and you miss the boat, you're back stuck there for the night. Yeah, if you miss the final boat, you have to like get rescued, which is interesting. We saw a lot of rat traps. Yes, there was like, I think we saw like 18 rat traps in total or something, because they're all numbered. So you just gotta start walking into the wilderness. It's a pest-free island, so if a rat gets on, they want to make sure the rats don't stay, which makes sense. It was very cool to see all the lava flows and stuff that had happened over the years kind of become mossified and like ingrained into the terrain. So all of this is like lava flow, and like slowly but surely stuff is growing on them and using them for nutritions. And it's this mishmash of shrubs and trees into just pure lava flow leftovers, and then back in. And like some of the pathways that you walk on was literally this, which is just like the roots entangled together that you're walking on top of. And it was like really weird to like go from like a normal path to what was like a bunch of tree roots and then back into a path again. It was very much like, you kind of assume the path was somewhere ahead of you at points in time, the way that we took the pathing up. And then you had some man-made sections for like old housing and old stuff that was there from like the Maori people and stuff like that that's still stuck around. that had been, you know, flattened and stuff, and you could see those areas still because it hasn't really like grown and re came up. Humans are secondary, right? Yeah. So you had, you know, more of the landscape, and we started getting the elevation to go up, and you started seeing the little islands we saw in the distance, and you started seeing just how kind of up you were rising, because it was steady, and then it started going drastically upwards, and there you can kind of make out the city in the backgrounds. No, we didn't say too many emotes out loud. Sometimes we did, but not too much. Not too much Twitch chatting in the real sense. And just more of the lava flow stuff. Some of the terrain was like really weird because like this kind of terrain really reminded me of Finland, minus the fact that it's lava flow. Poggers. So it was just some of the stuff I was taking photos for, like, to showcase my folks, be like, look, it looks weirdly familiar for like northern Finland, this kind of harsh environment terrain. And this was like when we started really going up, you could see the city in the background and like all the lava flows and just how you were rising above the city with views and stuff, and how it just towered in the background, slowly going smaller and smaller as you climbed upwards more and more and more, and the lakes and the distances there. But it looked really cool with, like, you know, there's a lot of distance here that you get to see from the landscape, and then just see the city in the background, and like it looked really, really cool from the up on the volcano itself to look down and see it. And there was a lot of lookout points and things to take breaks on, because there was a lot of hiking to go upwards. And this was the top of the crater. This was the actual, like, what was left of the caldera or whatever the hell it is. It's now, like, you know, grown in with plants and stuff. And about this time, at this point in the journey, I had to take a massive shit. And I was like, how the fuck do I find the bathroom? And there was a bathroom on the other side of the caldera. So I left Demon and Uncle behind, and I fucking sprinted up to the fucking staircase, went over the thing, and went to the bathroom. I was like, yay, bathroom. So I was kind of in a hurry at this point, because this dire shit in the woods. I didn't want to shit in the woods. I didn't bring toilet paper. So I was like very quickly taking photos because I didn't know if I was going to come back up to the top. So I was like, ooh, pretty sights. And this is like, you can see the city proper here, you know, as it sprawls out and goes out. Good night, anime. Get some good sleep. And just the view from up here of like how far you are and how much you raise above it. Yeah, you can definitely see the sprawl as it goes, but it's mostly like coastal sprawl, right? Like, so the moment you hit like that edge there, it just disappears. Same thing this way, you know, there's the bridge that goes over from the city, and then it's slowly going that way. It's different knowing the photos were taken while you needed a shitter. Yeah, I definitely had to, like, really quickly at this point find myself a bathroom. But it was like gorgeous up here. Like the weather was really good. It was sunny, and like there was a light breeze, and it was nice and warm, so it felt really good to hike. And this was the point where I had like a really bad dry cough already, from like one, overexerting my voice, and maybe two, the Rona. And I was like, I didn't cough like but maybe once on this island because the humidity was so much higher. So because the humidity was actually like high enough that I could breathe through my mouth, and my actual throat wasn't like feeling like I had fish scale stuck in my throat, I was able to actually like be on this island without coughing, which was really nice. And that's when I realized I just needed very stronger cough like lozenges. So that's when I got like the lozenges I got for the rest of the trip, so deal with my throat being absolutely fucked. And then this was a really cool like island here that was like just full of green, but it had like these sharp edges that went up to like this rolling plateau. And this was just like another island that was nearby that was really, really cool, and it looked really neat from up above. But there wasn't like a good vantage point to like see the whole thing, so I had to like kind of skirt around and figure out what I was doing. And yeah, there you can really see the marina as it sprawls out and like where it goes, which is pretty nuts. The causing a cough, it's probably a side effect of fly flu. Yeah, probably. Mine's probably like a little bit of both. It's just like I talk so much at the con because I was hanging out with like with everybody from chat, and then like always talking, but I was always walking and talking or doing stuff and talking, so I wasn't talking in like streamer voice, so I like fully strained my vocal cords to the point that I'm like, I ripped them apart, which was great. So that's also gave me that stupid cough. There were some good spots, yeah. You could maneuver around and get some good spots. But up here where I was at the very top, it was kind of difficult to like find one that wasn't shrubbery covered. But yeah, you had like really gorgeous views. This is the good one. That was a little bit lower. That's you. Oh, is that you? That's funny. Because I remember hearing and I was like, what the hell? Someone is very excited. Hell yeah. Good shit. So yeah, there was like really just beautiful landscapes that you could see from like being up on top of here. And this was just, I don't know what this was, but it was very cool. You can be loud. Hell yeah. And then we dove back in to the things. I think this was on our way to the lava caves. After I had found my bathroom, we started venturing forward and going through the landscape. And it was really beautiful to just walk through here. It had like light bird noises here and there, and just like the air was really nice and like moist, and all that. It was a porta-john on the other side of the hill. And then there was like a bunch of like really weird red rocky outcrops here and there, like mixed in with the lava flows. There was like red rocks and stuff like this that had like a bunch of this green moss growth that started on them, and these were like here and there. I'm not a geologist, but I just thought they looked cool because they were like randomly red rocks everywhere. And then I tried to film the sound of these trees, because they were making this like really weird like squeaky noise, but they stopped making the noise when I put the camera on them. Oh, now they stopped making noise. Of course. You can kind of hear it there. Oh, now they stopped making noise. That weird like you hear. They were like, because they were like rubbing on top of each other, they made these like squeaky noises of like they sounded like almost like ship parks like moving on each other, and it was really weird. But yeah, they just stopped making it, and then like the moment I put the camera away, they made it again. I was like, fuck. No, the fuck. Oh yeah, at nighttime that would be like freaky, no doubt. Yeah, it was super interesting in terms of like noise. This was not the lava caves, but this was one of them that I stumbled upon. That was like, we walked past it, and this is like a cave you can like crawl into, and then there's like a section where there's like beyond this you can keep going. There's no light in here, so I'm using my phone as like both a flashlight and taking a photo. And so you could like crawl back here, and this opens up into like a full-on space that you can stand up in. I didn't want to do it because I was like tired, and Demon and Uncle were already like, let's keep going, because we needed to get to the boat and stuff. But like you could get into here and like stand up in here, which was kind of cool. And then there was other areas to just kind of like meander around. It wasn't that tight. It looks tighter in the video, but it wasn't that tight. You could go into it without being claustrophobic in there. And then this was like the actual like lava cave section that's on Rangitoto. So you can actually like walk down into like the section that's like a long tunnel with a break in the middle and another long tunnel that you can. So this is footage of it. There's no lights in here, so there's light behind me from the sun, and then it goes in the darkness. And this is the shorter one. The next section's like way longer, but I couldn't film in there because I had no light from my phone if I was video recording. So I needed a light to actually like move around. Lots of goblin caves, yeah, basically. So you were able to like walk through here, and this was fully standing up. The next section I do have to duck into. When I go in there, you have to duck and go like under this section because it was too tall. But it was just cool to like walk into here and like walk through. The temperature drop was drastic, which was also very cool. And this is like me taking photos in that middle section that was there. And then it goes into like this section, which just goes through, and there's like kind of a light at the end of it. You went fucking blind. I would have, but I had already rolled my ankle like a couple days before, and I didn't really want to like roll it again on some rocks on the middle of a mountain to then have to walk back. So I was like, I'll be a little bit careful just in case. So this was like where you had to duck down to get out. It does kind of look like a scene from Lord of the Rings, yeah. Like a lot of this stuff I doing, and I was like, I understand where the inspiration for a lot of those movie scenes come from, because they did really feel like you were going through those places, and then the lava, the sign for the end of the lava caves. It was very cool. And then you turned around and we started walking back and took a couple more scenic photos of the things, and this was really cool. They had like these weird white ferns. I've never seen these before. They were like the normal green fern, but it had turned white. I'm assuming from something to do with the way the vegetation works in the area. It was very cool to see like weird white ferns. And then this was funny because normally, when you see so they remade the movies. I don't know. I don't think it. I never knew when it got big. Oh yeah, the book themselves. I mean, yeah, true. People like movies more than books, It's easier to digest for the masses and talk about and be pogging about because you have like a visual, right? And the memes. So like in most places, they talk about how they have like war bunkers or control rooms or like, things of kings that they fence off and like make sure that they're preserved. This was the remains of the entrance to the men's lavatory. So the men's shitter is basically what was fenced off and preserved because it was like the one thing left at the coast. So that was it. That was the story behind this place. It's the men's restroom. Yeah. The important one is the historic structure built on ruins of community use. Men's toilets. You just woke up, heard shitter? Hell yeah. So yeah, that was the men's restroom. And now this is low tide. So remember when I said how the high tide, remember what that looks like, how much it recedes? This was the one time and the only time in my entire time in Auckland that I smelled the ocean smell. Yeah, you have war bunkers and stuff, yeah, no doubt. But it's like, that was just funny because that was the only thing that was fenced off. The war bunker at the top of the summit wasn't fenced off. You could walk into it. But that was fenced off because it was a lavatory. So yeah, this was like the one time I could actually smell the ocean, like that salty, briny smell, is because the low tide had come in and there was enough like barnacles and damp things to actually give off that smell. Versus like normally I never smelt it, but this was the one time like I actually was able to be like, oh, okay, this is what barnacles smell like in this place. Because all of this was under water when we walked up onto the island, and now it's not. This house was so like reminded me of like weird Norwegian huts that I've seen in terms of like fishing huts and stuff, that I was like, dude, that reminds me of home. Tropical places don't smell like ass ocean. Yeah, it's really odd. It did not smell like ocean at all. And I found some like pretty flowers that were like just randomly growing in the grass. There's like one patch of flowers. I took some photos to show my mom, like, hey, look, they also have the weird flowers that we do. But yeah, this is how much it's receded. So this was what we saw in the beginning when we walked in, and yeah, it just like all goes away during low tide, high tide, and this was the tide coming back in as the day progressed. You saw it smell, but heavily depends on the wind and the weather. Right? Yeah. Next photo, please. Why is the photo stopped? Accommodations. My place was $90 a night, and I had a really nice place. So you could find really good places. Like my Airbnb was $90 a night, and it was a really nice place for where I was and everything. Realistically, yeah, if you book it like at a good time. Okay, it doesn't want to open the next photo. Yeah, if you book at it, like if you look around and book around, you can find like really good places. It really was not bad at all. This was the park right outside of my place, which was really nice because I was basically like in the edge of the student district, so I had like a really nice park and all this stuff. And this was like what I was talking about, like with the older architectural style. They had like a sprinkling of these older houses and things. Like 900 New Zealand and split that with someone. Hell yeah, there you go. Yeah, that's the way to do it. Yeah, my place was like, I think mine was 85 US per night, and you had to book a minimum of 4 nights, I think. But I booked 2 weeks because I was there for 2 weeks, and it was great. I loved it. And then there was this set of pigeons that were like just sitting there staring at me as I walked by, and I was like, "What you birds doing?" And then they just kind of did stuff. And then this was like the morning market that I talked about on Saturdays, where I got like a bunch of like I got the Finnish sugar muffin thing, sugar donut, whatever you want to call it. It was made by somebody else. It wasn't a Finnish specifically, but like they had like a market with all sorts of like foods and crafts and stuff. Super cool. I think that was always every Saturday morning I saw that up there, which was pretty neat. So that was just somewhere to swing by and do some stuff. And I finally saw the drawbridge. This had a really annoying fucking siren that we didn't know what it was doing or where the siren was coming from until I saw the bridge go up, and then it clicked on me that one night that we were listening to the siren wailing, that's what this was. Stopped by to have myself a nice beer and get some grub, because I was at this point by myself. There was some people are still left in town, but this was pretty much by myself. Uncle was leaving that day, and I was like, I need food, and I was getting kind of tired and hungry from being slightly sick as well. You got a drawbridge in town? Fuck yeah. Birds would just shut in. Oh yeah, dude, I had birds like when I was eating a fucking kebab wrap in front of the center before I went to one of the museums or for a walk. I literally had like a fucking not a pigeon, the other one, the white one. The fuck is that bird called again? A seagull. I had a seagull like walk up and like literally just sit there next to my feet looking at me the entire time, be like, I know you're dropping food, so I'm gonna eat it. The tiny brown ones? Right, yeah. No, this was a seagull. I just sat there at my feet, waiting for me to drop food, and I just ate it if I dropped something. Like when I took a bite and like one piece of lettuce dropped, it was like, bam! Like I didn't even have time to react. I was like, what the fuck? Yeah, the birds did not give a fuck. Getting people food? I mean, yeah, true. And then I had pork belly. Twice. It was a pretty polite seagull, yeah. For what it is. This was twice cooked pork belly with a cabbage, carrot, and something else like salad with it, and it was fucking delicious. It was so fucking good. I savored it, had myself a couple ciders, and I felt way better after that. Sparrows around it. Yeah, you guys have a lot of fucking birds. Then I went for a bit of a walkie-do. Tried to figure out what the fuck this boat was. It's some kind of boat thing with some sensors and giant balls on it, and got some more pictures of the harbor just to showcase like the layout of buildings and tug. I don't know if it's a tugboat. It might be. It doesn't have the bumper barriers for a tugboat. On every trip you go, fair enough. Just more harbor photos. Walked out to one of the piers so I could look back at the city as the full city from about as far as you can get without like things getting in your way. There was the island that we just climbed. The Rangitoto. So it was visible at all times from the harbor or the city, which was pretty cool. I didn't even know that was the island until we went to it, and I was like, oh, that's the island. So that was pretty cool. And then they would swarm down. Hell yeah. I was like, ah, shit. That's the place I've been. And then this was the view once again from my place. I like the view from my place, so it was always nice to just take some photos whenever I got back, especially with the sunsets and stuff. Very much enjoyed my my place of residence to just chill out at. That was the next morning. Got some moon in there with my morning photo. Went to another this one is at the store, New Zealand Story Time. We've been doing it for like 2-3 hours now. I think so, Uncle. Yeah. We're past Rangitoto already, so we're at the wrap up part now. For all the stuff. What'd you miss? You basically most of the beginning of the trip, Hobbiton and all that stuff. Con. Yeah, there's been a lot. So this was really, really good. This was like a granola thing on top of a yogurt that was so like airy and fluffy that it was, I don't know how the fuck they did it. It was delicious. I need to figure out how to make this yogurt that they made or whatever it was, because it was so fucking good. I absolutely love this stuff. Where was that thing? Yogurt mousse. Yeah, it was like a yogurt mousse is how they described it. And I was like, dude, that thing is sick. How the Kiwis made plums and whatever plums they had, fuck me. Oh, hell yeah. Yeah, I mean, the food culture was just insanely good. And like, this was like $11 for this thing, which was not a bad price. They tried to kill you. I was in public. I was safe with the grapes. I was not alone in the middle of the woods. And then I had this cappuccino that looked like someone's blowing out their ass. I think they tried to make something else, but they really failed and gave me the ass cappuccino. So, yeah. That was an interesting cappuccino. It didn't taste like it, though, so, you know, that's fine. I think they were trying to make a heart, because you can kind of see, like, the tip of a heart there. So I think it's supposed to be a heart, and then they sprinkle the chocolate on it. But, yeah, they gave me the blow it out your ass cappuccino. Ask it to make it sus. And then I found some boats for sale. So if you wanted to, you know, buy yourself a near new motor yacht, you could do that. That one was also for sale. So, you know, buy some boats if you're looking to buy a boat, I guess. This one was not for sale, but it said lagoon. Get ass instead of 4 hearts, maybe. So yeah, just, you know, more boat stuff, just walking around the coast, seeing the coastal boat stuff, taking some photos of the island and drains only for rain to make it so people don't dump random shit down there. Then I saw some people going through the drawbridge and stuff, kept hearing the fucking siren that this thing was making, and yeah, I got pretty annoyed with it. Because, yeah, I didn't know that that's what the siren we kept hearing, Uncle, was. But that's what it was when we were sitting there wondering, where the fuck is that siren sound coming from? It was this thing. So there was the... It opens up fully, like, all the way. But the reason is because you have the fucking Spirit of Wyoming have to go through that thing to open it up. Yeah, I saw it move a fuck ton. On the later section of the journey, when I was walking the wharf, once like the weekends, there was a lot more traffic and people were going through it nonstop. And then this dude went paddleboarding in the fucking open ocean. You know, that's a boat. That's a dude on a paddleboard. Oh, the seas were really calm. Yeah, there was rolling waves constantly from boats going by, but yeah, it wasn't too bad. Yeah, there was no sea smell, yeah. And then I was just kind of taking photos of stuff as I sat on the harbor, trying to, like, recover from some of the energy loss I had from being slightly sick. I took videos of stuff, and I thought to myself, this does not look real. Because of where I'm sitting on the harbor and the way that the water, like, goes underneath me, it looks like these are rendered like videos. Also got some birds in that one, which was pretty nice as they like fly by, but they don't look real. They don't look like these are like realistic video footage, which is really bizarre to me. It's something to do with the way the pixel's like doing its focusing by like flickering the rocks and stuff. Dying on the steps. Yeah, I don't have photos of the steps, but yeah, it looks like the camera was doing some like really odd stuff, but like even here they don't, it doesn't look like I'm looking at like real water for some reason, which is bizarre. I don't know, it has something to do with like where I'm sitting and how it's like moving towards me. But I was just having fun taking, like this one especially doesn't look real in terms of just like the way the waves come in. And like the board that's just in the way and like how it just disappears underneath it. Mushy, I guess. Yeah, maybe. Viscous, maybe, yeah. And I went there, we had people give up halfway. And then this was the boat traffic that day. There was so much fucking boat traffic. Like, just look at like the amount of boats, right? Like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And then like you have like more here, 8, 9. And then as I scrolled, 10, 11. Like it was massive. The amount of boat traffic that was like just going by nonstop was huge. Like it was boating day. Everyone was out on the boat. You get way more on the summer. Yeah. But like for a random Friday, Saturday, Sunday, I think this must have been Sunday. Yeah, this must have been Sunday. For a random like Sunday in like midwinter, it was very interesting to see that much boating traffic. And here's more footage of waves. I was grabbing some of the wave footage just so I can like cross-reference it for my own video game. And then a bird just like flew by. I was like, "Hello, bird." 12:21, so they didn't really have time to pee. Oh, gotcha, Mars. That makes sense, yeah. So I got some birds that flew in the way. These seagulls were just like chilling. They were like, "Dude, it's nice and warm on this pavement. I'm just gonna like sit here and chill, enjoy my view of absolutely fucking nothing." And I was like, "Dude, I get you, seagulls. I get you." This guy did not care at all that the drawbridge was like closing down on him. He was just like, "I'm just gonna sit here," because it like you could see it like closing down, and he made no effort to move. He did not care at all that this thing was like gonna land like 2 feet from his face. He was just like, "Nah, I don't care. It's not gonna hit me, so it's all good." He didn't move? No, he never moved. The drawbridge came down to here and then went back up, and he never moved. His mate landed on top of the drawbridge and rode it back up. He just did not care. They knew that it didn't hit them, and they were just like playing with the drawbridge. Yeah, he just knew he was safe. He just knew he was like, I'm not gonna get hit by this thing. And then I saw this thing, some old school car driving about. I just liked the composition of the man on the bicycle, bus, old school car, and then, whatever car over there. So I just like was like, yeah. There's a lot of like weird older cars that we saw when we were like wandering around. There was like a 65 Mustang and stuff. Old Holden by the looks of it. Fair enough. Birds are the true owners. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff, like a lot of weird classic cars that just popped up out of nowhere. Buses in Auckland. I actually never used the buses. I would just walked everywhere and transported stuff. Metro is a subway here. I mean, true, yeah. Intercity Metro or Intercity Transit. It would destroy your ass. In a good way? But yeah, this was funny because they had like, the old buildings, 1898 buildings that were established and things, and then in the background you would just slowly see the rising industry of the new modern age building and going up as you did. So it was like really cool to just see like that juxtaposition of both things. Here the same thing, right? You know, you have the old buildings and then the new fancy looking buildings and just the differences between the two. There was a lot of like this back and forth to look at. And there's more little harbor shots as I was walking around, watching some fishing boats come in to the go. Oh yeah, here we go. Here's the. This has sound, right? Oh, this doesn't have the siren, but this is already raising. So yeah, it just like, it, you know, goes up and... Bloop, bloop, bloop. Yeah, there's like no sound. It doesn't have the siren. But it's just a drawbridge like any other. Goes down and locks in. And it just opened up, you know, whenever boat would come by and boat would go under, and had a lot of the charter boats is what was going in and out. That's what was mostly for the causing the harbor thing to go. It leans to the other side. And then it just stayed open for a while because they were waiting for another boat. Yeah, the charter boat's like super nimble. They could turn around on like a dime and they like got anywhere they wanted to. It was kind of crazy how mobile they were. Then I went to the Korean food market that popped up, which had like a bunch of really cool shit. So this was at the end of the wharf. It just like out of nowhere, I was just walking and I saw a massive amount of people. And there was just like a little food market thing going on that's was full of all sorts of things. So they had, you know, Chinese, Korean, Japanese, a bunch of like things everywhere about. Got myself a bag of meat on a stick because, you know, everyone loves some meat on a stick, which is fantastic. So you and it was not a bad price at all. I was like, I think it was like 10 New Zealand for 7 sticks of meat, so it's like less than $1 a stick. So I had that. Had myself a Pepsi Max again because I missed the taste of European Pepsi Max, and for some reason New Zealand has European style Pepsi Max, not American style Pepsi Max, which makes sense because they don't use corn syrup. And then as I was sitting there having a beer, I was just watching the meat smokes come up from the tents, and I had to go get more food because I was like, holy shit, meat smokes. So then I walked in to see what all was going on in the tents. Tiger? No, I did not have more tiger. We get some. So there, you know, it's a normal market of stuff. That's where I got my meats from. There's some dumplings and stuff over there. That was pretty good. Then you had more types of food here that was like, you know, different types of chickens and stuff. This place had a long line, and they just like restocked just then. So everybody was, everyone was really going there a lot. But I ended up not going there. I got dumplings instead because I was gonna walk home. I didn't want to have like a bowl of noodles. And then, you know, more fluffy pancakes filled with stuff. That's where you could get yourself some desserts.
Would you like to try? I'll let you borrow a ride.
More coughs back.
Why'd people happy?
Phantasmal, thank you so much for the 42 months. Appreciate you sticking around, support the content. Hopefully it's been good. Hopefully my 2-week absence has not been to your detriment. I've been talking so much, I've caused myself to start coughing. No! It's all good. That's why I have cough drops. They had like knickknacks and phones, cases, as you do. Rona? No. I mean, I'm negative for the Rona now. So I don't think it's Rona anymore, unless I got re-Rona'd when I was on the plane. And this was the park that I was talking about, how it just kind of turned into an eatery and stuff. And there was like a girl playing music there on the side as well. And, have you heard the news about 14 Fan Fest who attended and knowing he got COVID positive? I have not, no. I pretty much died, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm back now. Any more? Yeah, like most of the people that went to ExileCon got COVID. Not everybody, but yeah, it was going around. Somebody came and brought it, and everyone got it. But yeah, all I got was a dry cough. Expected some. I would have done some live streams, but the problem is like when I was gonna do some live streams which was after the con. I was sick, so I couldn't talk that much. My voice was like super raspy, and I was like, I just didn't have like the ability to talk on stream. Like even now, I'm still like somewhat being careful with my voice, because I just kept coughing. So I just couldn't stream as a result of it. Almost made it out. You did. And then this chick was making some like gelato and stuff, just banging the fuck out of the forks. She was very loud. And there's just, yeah, there's more food, more stuff. It just kept going. It was really cool to like walk by it and just like see all the stuff. And then also the silos and stuff were like lit up during the festival event. There was even lights on our like insane bridge thing over there, which was weird. The elevator still didn't work though, so that was good. No festival. It was just like a weird pop-up store festival thing. It wasn't really like a festival. It was there. Yeah, it was like a night market more so. And they had fucking cotton candy that was like bigger than children, right? So I didn't take photos of it because I didn't want to take photos of other people's kids. But there was kids holding cotton candy that was like bigger than they were. Like the cotton candy was legitimately like 5 feet tall and 3 feet wide. It was so fucking massive. I was like, what the fuck? Okay. And it was like a rainbow of colors all the way to the top. It was glorious. $3 pork buns. Yeah, so there was like this place had pretty good prices, but I got these, I believe, or those. I got something from the stand. It was kind of mid. It was kind of mid in terms of like its quality. It was a bit dried out by that point, but it was still like super filling, and I ate all of it. I think I got the dumplings, but it was for the price. It was really good in terms of like, yeah, like the $3 pork bun. It probably would have been fucking great. Too good to be true. No, I could have almost assumed it was, because everything here, everything food wise was priced really like cheaply. Nothing at this place was none of the food places here were expensive. Like this little Korean night market or Asian night market that popped up, like it was not expensive. It was all very reasonable priced foods that, you know, it was designed to be like a fair where you could get stuff. You'd come in and eat a little bit from every stand. They're the normal price for stuff? Yeah, okay. My god. I mean, yeah, they're big. They're definitely pretty big. And then I did a bit more night walking. Just enjoying the scenery of people moving about. A lot of, you know, even at this time of day, this was probably around like 8 o'clock in the evening. You still got plenty of folks walking about. Destroy many of those buns. Well, should have gone to the wharf on Sunday. I don't know what day that was. There was Buns there. And did some more, you know, night type shooting and stuff. Now that everything was like even more lit up this night than normal, so they must have been for the festival or the thing they lit it up more. Probably go live there. Hell yeah. Do it. Buns with sauce. Well, I'm blind. Good shit. Well, a lot of the servers that we talked to were all there on like me and Uncle. Was it me and Uncle or was it me and Goobs? No, it was me and Goobs, right? I think we talked to a bunch of servers and we're like, one of the servers was American. That's also very delicious looking. One of our servers was American. We're like, how the fuck did you end up here? He's like, yeah, I got a 1-year work visa. And just work as a server. I was like, oh, okay, that explains why everybody that's serving us is like on a 1-year work visa, just working as a server. Because we had like French waiters, Indian waiters, American waiters, just like from everywhere besides New Zealand. Yeah, it seemed like it was mostly everybody was work visas, except, you know, some places. Everybody else was like on a work visa. This is tough, yeah. This was that crazy tree park that I showed at the very beginning of the stream, or the beginning of when we started going through this stuff. But it was like lit green for some reason on my walk back home, and I was very like confused by it. And then the rendering distance decided to turn off the next day. So I woke up, I'm like, wow, it's a foggy day. And then it got foggier. And then it got foggier. And then all of a sudden, somebody threw doves out the window. Not really, there was just doves everywhere. Was it dressed? Hope everything's good for you as well. So I was taking photos and there was just like doves. And then the render distance completely turned off. They're like, your graphics card is no longer applicable to this game. You need to upgrade. And I couldn't see shit. Like, it just disappeared. Like, the difference here from, like, this is probably in the span of, like, 10 minutes. It just disappears. There's a lot of people. Oh, shit. Yeah, this was not this full, thankfully. This was, like, chill. Cause major shortages in the service industry. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah. And then, like, I was like, wow, I can't see shit. This was the view from inside my place all of a sudden. Like, I used to see the fucking tower out that window, and I could not see anything outside. I was like, I am in a cloud. And then I went for a walk. They were prepping the ice ring again. When I walked by, they were like walking back and forth, doing laps. And like trying to like make sure everything was level, and they were filling it with more water, having it freeze, and so that was going on. And then there was the clock was chiming because it was 12, and I found the clock that always makes noise during the day. Laying in the long white cloud, true. Were you locked in? No, not really. I just stayed outdoors. I didn't go indoors anywhere. I just stayed outdoors and ate outdoors and just got takeaway and stayed by the coast. So I was away from people. The entire town was coughing and wheezing and hacking, and we were the least of their worries. So it didn't mean much. Because every single Uber that I took, the dude was like coughing up a fucking lung. Because yeah, they had the soccer, they had the rugby, and they had fucking ExilCon, and also tourists coming on from boats. Like, it was such a mass of people that there was no way you were gonna avoid it if you went out, you know. They were phantasmal, yeah. And they lifted it and everyone got in, and then the people with COVID also got in, so there we go. They were like, we need our tourists back, lift the fucking bans. And then I went for a bit of a walk. This is more of the college area district things. Because I went to the zoo. And I was like, ooh, zoo. And I was thinking about walking to the zoo until I realized that I had to like get an Uber really quickly because the kiwi feeding was at 1:15 and I had like 15 minutes to make it. So I blitzed over to the zoo and I saw kiwis. They're like really big creatures. I had no idea kiwis were as big as they are, but they're like basketball size. I thought they were like small, but they're like basketball sized creatures that are so fucking derpy. They like hobble around and they just have like a big pointy nose. Yeah, it's like a 1 hour walk. I was gonna do it, but I needed to get there in time for the kiwis. So I was trying to take some photos of them. They're all blurry because it's dark as fuck in this room. So I have like some photos, but there you can see kind of like how big it is. Like if this is a girl's knee, that's a kiwi, right? Like that's a big bird. For a bird that has like a fuzzy giant round thing and a pointy beak thing, they're very, very large birds. I thought they were much smaller. She was talking about the fact that they have like a mating ritual. Well, they'll just kick the shit out of each other, and if each one can take the kicks, then they'll know that they're like strong enough to like, you know, protect the eggs, and then they'll be like, okay, let's make babies. But if you kick one hard enough, like if they kick each other too hard and the other one can't take it, then they don't make babies. I was like, that's a really weird way to figure out if you want to make babies. So yeah, there's two boys here. They're round and they're glorious, and you know, also there's the full scope with the little beaky thing. It was very adorable. There's one, you know, I tried to take a photo without using night things. The right one, yeah, exactly. But it's the room is this dark, right? So they're you know, they're nocturnal style creatures. So there was like no light in this room, and also the glass for their thing and the enclosure they're in is soundproof. So there's no sound that gets from this side to that side. So whenever she like walked in there, she had to like ask for us to like she asked people to put a thumbs up to make sure that the audio was still coming through because she had no way of knowing. And there was like an owl in the kiwi sanctuary also who was like always looking at stuff and would like eat the scraps that the kiwis didn't eat, which was kind of adorable. And then I walked around the zoo, and the zoo did not feel like a zoo. It was really weird because it was like zoos in America feel like sectioned off boxes for animals to live in. This zoo was like built together and meshed together in a way that you were walking like through their living space. It was a really good zoo, yeah. It's a foggy day, sir. That's just clouds. Nice. Congratulations. I see nothing. But yeah, the zoo was like really cool because it really did feel like you were walking through the habitat of animals, not that the animals were built around a habitat. And there was a bunch of birds doing birdie things. Wait, no. Yep. He's a happy boy. Whee! So yeah, I saw a bunch of different animals that I've never seen, different types of lizards and geckos, and then this was more photos of like the habitat itself, walking through different sections that had like, the netting around it for the birds to not escape from. It's appropriate, fair enough. This guy was like just perched up, and it's so hard to tell he was there because like in this photo, I know he's there, but it's still hard to spot him. Because he's just so well hidden in terms of its, like, camouflage. And stay all there at the time. It was really cool. The bird section was really cool. This was one of the caged, you know, the caged in habitats for birdies. Had these dudes in them. The green boys were your favorite. Yeah, there was a plethora of different birds and stuff. Like some of the ones I didn't even see because they were, you know, doing different times or hiding. Like these guys were just kind of walking around the corner there. Here's more photos of like the habitat stuff. There was like a river running through it and everything was like open to the elements. Get attacked by geese. This dude was just chilling and then like me and him had a moment where we like bobbed heads. And it was sick. And we just had a good time. But then he was talking to his mate. Writing beat, yeah, they're. I would not want to be stabbed by it. Birds stay on stream. We're going through New Zealand stuff. I have some footage of like birds doing birdie things. These two were just chilling, talking to each other. This was the one that liked me. He just like walked up all the time, but he got really pissed off at this leaf for some reason. I don't know exactly what he was doing. He was just like, he went up there, chilled out with this thing, then like nearly, well, you'll see. He went up, gets a leaf, holds it in his beak, and then does like a fucking, whee! He just like flips himself, tearing the leaf in half, and then like walks back down. I was like, alright, mate. Showing off a bit, I see. I don't know what he was doing, but maybe he was just showing off to his partner. He's playing? Yeah, probably. He's got tongue action, man. Look at that. These guys are cool. It was fun just to chill out there for a sec before they pieced out. His friend's like, nah, dude, I'm not about that tongue action. That shit's weird. He just pieced out. And we had like big old floofy birdie boys all over the place. There was a seal. He was kind of lonely because his seal friend wasn't there right now. This tiger was like, nah, bro, I'm not coming out. Or whatever this was. Not a tiger, but some big cat thing. He just chilled there. Saw some, these dudes were chilling, eating something off of a rhino, and then one of them walked down and started eating stuff off over here. There was like a rhino here that like walked off while these guys were just chilling. Leopard? I think it was a leopard, yeah. Well, saw some monkeys, you know, doing monkey things. A lot of monkeys. My phone could not figure out how to like focus in on monkeys. It was like, no, I don't understand what these are. And the monkey, you know, enclosure was pretty fucking big, and there was a lot of monkeys in it. They just like randomly roamed around in circles around here. Nice red butts showing in the sunlight, you know. Cheetah was like just prowling around, and then just like sniffed itself and looked back at me. Was like, what the fuck is that smell? And then it like walked off. Like walked up, looked back at me. It was like, nah, bro, and just walked off. I'm like, all right. Like a several sorts, maybe. Then we got the flamingos. Lots of flamingos, baby flamingo in there. It's nice and gray still, not full of krill. And then they had ginger beer on tap. Yes. So I stopped by at the old food convenience section, got myself a ginger beer. with the last of my change, because I still had some change left over, and so I had like $5.50 in change left over in my pocket, and the ginger beer was exactly $5.50, so nice. Elephant, keeping elephant things going, you know, getting some food in there, getting some grub, having a good time, feeding time for the flamingos as well. They were very noisy. The keeper's like, what? You guys have issues over here? Which is funny. Got some tiger goodness. They were just chilling, you know, walking about. There's 2 tigers in here, and then I think like one a bigger lion somewhere. Got some rhino action. The rhinos decided to group up and just chill. Big old chunky boys with chunky horns. They were just kind of chilling, knocking some wood here and there. This one was cleaning itself, having a good time, giving the paws a bit of a lick. More rhino goodness. Some weird animals that I have no fucking idea what these things are, but they were like not wanting to deal with people. They just kind of walked away. There's a zebra and a giraffe that were like running around with each other in circles, like super active. That was the other thing about this place, is like all the animals were super active. Gazelles? Oh, those, yeah, I guess those could be gazelles. Like all the animals were super active all the time, which was kind of weird. I guess it was because it was cooler, so they just had energy to run around with, and so they had an enjoyable time. And there was a bunch of little birdies and stuff. They're axis deer? Oh, maybe. So another like little bird thing with a bunch of them. Then we got some meerkats, you know, looking about, checking up the scopes, making sure that things are good. There was this zebra back here and this giraffe here that were like running around. See, you can see them here. They just non-stop kept running around in circles around this place, to the point that like one of the zebras like went over there and like slightly nudged the other zebra, and this giraffe like bopped the other giraffe like, you two stop it, you're being crazy. That was like the aftermath of it. She like went over and stopped the other one. They're kudu deer. Oh, okay. They were like, no more prancing about. That was like, this was the walkway between the different exhibits, so they had like raised walkways and, you know, animal land for all the other ones. Teenagers, basically, yeah. So it was really cool to like walk through and see just how well the everything felt like. I was walking in the animals' land, not that the animals were in boxes for me to view. Then we had some alligator goodness, you know, just chilling. This guy was like, no, I don't want to get up. I'm just going to lay on the bottom of the floor. We got some monkeys on some bars, you know, just chilling, doing some monkey business. He was just chilling out. Then as I walked by, he's like, nah, bro, I'm out of here. Peace. And he started going ham. He went monkey business on that. And then he just like walked away. Then I walked up to this emu, like the side of the cage, and she was like laying over here, or he was like laying over there. And the moment I walked up to here, it just like instantly got up and just walked towards me. And I was trying to take a photo of it, and this fucking pigeon was like, no, bro. This is a fucking censorship bar. I'm flying above you right now. But then, yeah, he just like kind of, he just kind of like walks over, looks at me, and then like walked off. He's like went and then just walked off. I was like, all right. Apparently, like I was the only person in the exhibit at that time, but yeah, just like walks over from all the way over there. I was like, nope, I'm gone. And then these two were just chilling. Like, nah, man, we want some of that heat lamp, some of that sunlight, baby. They were just having a good chill. I think it did participate in the wars. They're not the brightest. I mean, that one seemed alright. This thing was like glorious. Glorious. They were fucking when you were there. Hell yeah. The turtles were going to town on each other when I was there. I walked by and there was just like a row of turtles, all like 2 by 2 going to town. I was like, damn, horny fucking turtles. More little crazy bird things. All sorts of like weird birds. That's the Tasmanian devil. That's the most I saw of it. The moment I took that photo, it ran into that hole. The black and orange one. Yeah, it had like really cool colors. So that was about the most I saw of Tasmanian devils. So Uncle Richard's just laying on the floor, you know. He said he was going back, but realistically he's just, you know, chilling out on some Florida swamp grass, having a good time. This guy was like big chill. He just like lifts his head, looks at me, and lifts his head back down. He was like, nah, bro. And then there was just a random fucking tree. I thought it was cool, so I took a photo of a random tree. Then some golden-tailed monkeys with some nice mustaches. It tastes pretty good. Fair enough. And then this guy, I could only get this one photo because it jumped from here and then went back under, so I didn't really get like a good photo of him. He was on the move too much, so I couldn't get a good pic of him. This guy just chilled out, hanging off by his tail. He was having a good time, just, you know, eating some grass as you do. And then that was the end of the zoo. Got back to the coast, prattled around a bit, took some sunset photos, enjoyed the setting sun in the background. King Julian. Yeah, I heard a kid run by me and be like, it's King Julian. I'm like, righto. Fair enough. Did you take a video of the flamingos? I did, yes. Where's my flamingo video? Flamingos. They're loud as fuck. They're like, all right, food's done. Food's done and delivered. Well, we can shut up now. Just more sunset stuff. This was like probably my best like lit up version of the harbor that I got in terms of photos. Because I also had like this was lit, everything was like lit. This was really nice. I also got the bridge going up as well. Just stand there keeping head started making noises. Oh really, Morris? Hell yeah. So I was very happy with these as like harbor photos with the tower in the background. And then this fucking helicopter. So I met the famous landmark of Auckland, according to Scouty. This is a police helicopter that from like 8 to 11, sometimes later, circles the fucking tower just non-stop, making propeller noises because it's a fucking police helicopter, and if something is like going wrong or happening in town, it's like ready to go, and it has like cameras and stuff to keep track of stuff. But it's apparently such an annoyance that people have so many complaints about it that it's become like a famous landmark of Auckland, where being annoyed at the helicopter not going away so you can sleep is like a rite of passage. So yeah, I met the helicopter. That is the annoying as fuck helicopter. And just hovered there for like 2 hours and then it went away. I was like, sweet, I can sleep now. Because it would pass over my place all the time. I could just I hear the over my place. I'm like, fuck you. And then they got you on camera, maybe. Blending into the background eventually. I can imagine it does, yeah. And then to fit my my ExilCon poster into my suitcase, I had to use a bread knife to cut off the end bits of it, just to make it just short enough to only fit the poster, and then slightly like tweak my luggage so I could get it in sideways. So I bread knifed my my poster roll to fit it in. It was an interesting way to get it in there. It was an interesting way to get it in there. It was an interesting way to get it in there. It was an interesting way to get it in there. It was an interesting way to get it in there. It was an interesting way to get it in there. It was an interesting way to get it in there. It was an interesting way to get it in there. It was an interesting way to get it in there. It was an interesting way to get it in there. It was an interesting way to get it in there. It was an interesting way to get it in there. It was an interesting way to get it in there. It was an interesting way to get it in there. It was an interesting way to get it in there. It was an interesting way to get it in there. It was an interesting way to get it in there. It was an interesting way to get it in there. It was an interesting way to get it in there. It was an interesting way to get it in there. It was an interesting way to get it in there. It was an interesting way to get it in there. It was an interesting way to get it in there. It was an interesting way to get it in there. It was an interesting way to get it in there. It was an interesting way to get it in there. It was an interesting way to get it in there. It was an interesting way to get it in there. It was an interesting way to get it in there. It was an interesting way But hey, it got here, and now I just need a frame for it so I can put it up on the wall. But hey, that's just how it works. Then I took some more photos of random architecture, which this is like a fake facade for a building that's supposed to look old, but it goes into like this weird skeletal structure behind it, but it didn't look old at all, and it was just kind of out of place. Oh, right. That one was shorter. That one fit. But I got both of them, and I was like, cool. Now how do I get them home? And then this was the shelf when everyone had left, and it was just me alone eating my meal. The same rules that's similar to US where they keep the front. It's a tax credit or whatever. This was a fake front. This was not the old historic front. This was like legitimately new and fake. Because I walked over to it, and this is new. So they basically had a fake facade of an old building on a new building. It was very weird. So, but yeah, this was the last meal at the shelf. What's in the building? It's like an office building, and then there's some like apartments and stuff, I think. I didn't really look at what the hell it was. I think it's like half apartments, half offices or something. Because those are like housing in there. Had myself my final French toast of the shelf. Goobs was still in town, so Goobs joined me after this. We went we went one more place after this, but it was the last of the shelf crew that was usually there in the mornings to enjoy the shelf. And then I had to head home the next day. Even the owner was like, "Where's the rest of the crew?" I'm like, "They're gone." He's like, "Oh, you're the only one left?" I'm like, "Yep." Because like, he remembered that like we'd walk in slowly and grab ourselves breakfast, and the group was set up. I have no idea how the cotton candy is done. It's like a really thick cotton candy that's not as sweet, so it's not fully sugar. Then we went for a walk to the museum. So this is a little bit of the park. More of those angry trees we've got on the walk. Turkish halva. I don't know what Turkish halva is. Could be. I don't know what specifically it would be. This was really weird because I remember making this comment when we were like at Cathedrals and stuff, where like you didn't have like the savanna style like drooping stuff off of trees, and this was the one tree we found that had it. Where you had like this vegous vinous growth downwards from trees, except ours is like more white, but like this was one tree that had it, and it really did look like East Coast America, savanna, like old plantation houses and stuff, which was weird. Then we went walking through more parks and stuff for like beauty and stuff, and these trees were blooming as well here, so we were still in the Albert Park, yes. We were still in that season where the trees would be blooming, and it was very pretty. Just walking around, you know, seeing this all of this was this close to the tower, and there's just like, it was nice to have like greenery and stuff around instead of the industrial complex. And then yeah, your trees just grow sideways. They just really don't want to go straight. So they're just like that way, and it's all sorts of all angry trees that they don't really tree like trees do. Which was funny, just walking around. This was the random art. Like, there's a hillside with a long, like, it's a long walk up, and both me and Goobs are tired, and there's, like, angry trees, and then just in the middle of nowhere, there's just, like, this weird art thing in the background that we're like, yep, that's art. As you do. As many, I mean, they do have a lot of trunks, this is true. Where was that weird build? I have no idea, Tato. It's somewhere in Auckland. I'd have to like look at the surroundings and see if I can pinpoint it. Specifically. Where was it? Which building was it? It was this one? Onslow. You can look it up with that. Onslow is the name of the thing. Like, you know, just staring right at it. There you go. So then we went to the museum, which was like on top of a fucking massive hill, as it's an old like battle bunkment because there was like cannon mount placements and stuff. Do GeoGuessr with his vacation photos? I don't think so. And then like this whole area here is like commensuration for the dead, and this is all like consecrated ground, which is interesting. There was a whole strip of anime and manga shops, Tato. Yeah, like to the right of that, there was like 3 or 4 then like this specific area that were like specifically figurines, manga, anime, you know, all the weeb bullshit. So this was like a war area, and like we were like, where the fuck, what consecrated ground? And then like, yeah, it's this whole area here, this whole darkened area. I felt the regen, man. It was good. Right down the road from your office. I was wondering why I recognized it. Yeah. That's all Auckland stuff, just walking around. But it was very weird. It had like a fake facade. And this is like the traditional Maori stuff. Yeah, it's definitely, when we went in there with Goobs, we could instantly tell like how much influence Poe has taken from like the Maori culture and how awesome that is to like see it in the game and stuff, because it really was, it showed up a lot in different things and sorts of all little things that they had, and the architectural style, the actual like design style of things. It was all really cool to see the influence. And also I was very surprised at how much of like Maori tools were jade. So they actually had a lot of, it's a fine dining restaurant that, so they were going for the look. Oh, okay, gotcha, Tato. That makes sense. They had a lot of jade tools. I didn't know that jade was used in tool making that much, but like, yeah, apparently the Maori people had like a lot of their tools. The higher end tools were all made of jade. And then obsidian was the other thing. So they, because of volcanic activity, they had access to obsidian. But like jade was like a big thing. We saw jade everywhere. And with this thing, I made the joke, it's the Beast for Shaw inspiration, because it kind of did look like it, which was fucking hilarious. This is the picture I put on the thing. It was literally a necklace of balls. Like, so it was like a fertility necklace that you would wear, just a pair of balls on your chin, to like, you know, have balls on your chin. So yeah, you know. And then they had like muskets that were like Maori engraved, which was really fucking weird. It like, I don't know, for some reason the juxtaposition of that was like really bizarre to me. The ball chin chains, yeah, exactly. So it was like, it was odd seeing like carved muskets alongside of like all sorts of different pointy and spiky weaponry designed to be put in and like not pulled out. Oh god, the ball chinny and that thing. Oh god. Man, I know some people pay for that. High upcharge on that, man. So they had like all sorts of spears and stuff. Like, look at this thing. They're fucking gnarly, dude. Like, in this thing, if you put that into something, you're not getting that out of there. There's no fucking way. Unless it goes out the other side, you're not pulling that back out. So they had like all sorts of like crazy variants of like different weapons and stuff. Because I was wondering, like, we were looking at their weapons and like everything was blunt at first, and then all of a sudden it went like really spiky, and it was weird. These were lime spoons for like taking lime out of buckets and putting it into your mouth or and stuff. It was I don't know. They like, I don't really understand what they were for, but they're like lime. And then there was a lot of other like cultural stuff. I didn't take photos of everything, just things that were like odd. And then there was this wall, which was like past the Maori stuff and more in the modern art stuff. And it was just the weirdest art exhibit ever, because it had like a flintlock pistol, a weird toy, this giant horse, the Millennium Falcon. And I was just like, I I don't understand what this thing is. But this was just a really bizarre modern art exhibit of like random stuff that, as far as we could tell, had no like semblance of connection to each other. But it also like there was no explanation for it, which was really bizarre. This was really cool. They actually had on display a Victoria Cross. I've never seen one in real life, but they actually had like on display a real Victoria Cross that was given to somebody, and it was on display at the museum. So like that was really fucking cool to see. These are like really special, specific medals from Britain. The Queen given to acts of valor within war, and it's like it's one of the like the highest honors you can get, but it's given to men who don't care about honors, and that's why it's like also a very like plain looking thing. Jeremy Clarkson has 2 very good documentaries on Victoria Crosses, so if you have any interest in like super interesting stories about like heroic deeds, go watch the Victoria Cross documentaries. I was stunned to see one, because it is such a basic looking medal when compared to like all the rest of the ones next to it, that it really stands out as being like special. This was like a diagramma of like an encampment in the middle of fucking nowhere that like New Zealanders or held out at for like 2 weeks in the middle of like a horrible weather conditions and stuff, and it was cool. It was just like neat. This was an original Zero, you know, the things that they used for kamikaze stuff. New Zealand still apparently had one that hadn't been crashed into a wall. I did get the Conflu Edgeless, yes. So yeah, this was an original Zero that they had kicking about, and it was now on display. But yeah, I got a bit sick, but all I have is a dry cough and just like a little bit of like a dry voice at the moment. Pigs me. Turkish boss. Oh yeah, this looks pretty similar to it. Pisminia. Yeah, this looks very similar to it. Maybe. That could be what it is. Huh. Yeah. Because it does look thicker. It looks very similar to this, yeah. Huh. Yeah, maybe that's what it was. Maybe he's using some kind of It tasted like less sugary cotton candy. It didn't taste like anything like specifically sugary or anything like that. It was just less. It was a less sugary cotton candy. It wasn't bad. It didn't have like much of a taste. And then they had like an original Japanese map of New Zealand. Yeah, and then it had like, it had that kind of thicker texture to it. It didn't melt the way that cotton candy melted instantly. You could feel the texture of it. Had a bunch of stuff that was like related to the Zero that was to the right of me, where it came from, the backstory of it, the story of like what happened to it. This was really cool. This was a like German guided or a German flying missile system thing that was like really old. They had an original Spitfire as well, so they had both a Zero and a Spitfire on display, which was kind of cool. So that was neat, and they had like a working rotary engine version of it that you could press and it like moved and stuff. It was a V1. Oh, that one. Goobs has like better photos and stuff for a lot of that stuff. And then they had like a room that was all the members of World War II into different sections, and I just liked the juxtaposition of this shot, because you would walk in and you'd turn the corner and you'd see the American flag, and then you'd see the Nazi flag, and then you'd like turn the corner again, and there's like photos of like all the World War II like leaders and stuff. It's like, just, it was a really weird like maze-like room where you like walk through the different sections and what was confiscated and what kept, and like the history of all the stuff, on the history of like New Zealand being in those wars, and all that stuff was there. And then these dudes just flew a drone around the museum for some fucking reason. I was like, that's kind of dumb to do, but okay. That was the museum from down below, which was pretty cool. It was weird because it was on like a hill with nothing on it. It stood out a lot. You can see just like the nothingness of it, and there's their drone going into the air over there. And then we did some walking around, looking at some angry trees. This was the angriest tree I saw the whole trip. This thing is just like massive. The roots are like up to here, the fucking going down, and then like this is like some fucking Eld tree thing from Elden Ring kind of thing. Oh, gotcha, Maras. Yeah, I don't blame you. You definitely got the brunt of like the worst of it from us. From the group, I think you got the sickest. More angry trees. It's gonna end up smacking something, maybe. Yeah. Yeah, they had some pretty fucking angry trees. Elden Ring works too. Yeah, Lord of the Rings. So Elden Rings, both work. And then they had like what was kind of like a lupin, but it's not a lupin. Little flowers that just like cropped up out of nowhere. And then this was like a really weird pine tree that was apparently, Goobs told me the story, but I don't remember like all of it. It was like monkey tail or something, and it's like it's been transplanted there, and it's like used as a decoration tree, but it has like this really weird pinal structure to it. It was a very weird tree, and I was like, wow, it's massive. And then yeah, as we were walking once again, you just randomly stumble into a rainforest as you're walking. Like we were walking back to our place. We're like, well, it's a rainforest again, so that was a thing. And it was really weird, like some sections like this looks to me like Finland, but if you look up, then you instantly realize you're not in Finland, right? Like the ground in some places in New Zealand was so reminiscent of what I'm used to back home that you just like, you forget that you're in a different place, and when you look up, you see it differently. What's up, Demon? We got some train depot thing we just walked by. Just wanted to take a photo. You know, train depots looking like train depots, as they do. More buildings being erected next to buildings that have already been there. You know, just gotta build more as the city grows. This was the last place I think we had a pint at, which was a little outdoor bar. Rooftop bar which wasn't really roof. Oh, it was a rooftop, but like it was just a hole in the ceiling, and there was nothing to my left. So it was okay. Got some grub there, got some beers, and then moved on. More high density housing, yeah. And then this was like my last walk of like going home. Seeing the city, and taking photos. I didn't take many photos of like the main streets at all. This was like the only photo I have of like the main shopping streets, the entrance to it. Just in the evening, took one more photo, and then like a couple more photos of the weird lights of the town, and how there's just buildings with like weird light facades on them, and the tower reflected on another building from a different angle because it's always looming in the distance. Just had some fun on the way home. And that's the last night. I went to bed. It was damp and rainy, and the tower was blue. And then I was at the airport the next morning at 3:30 in the morning before the gates even opened, so that I could make my fucking flight out of the city. And once the gates opened, I sat on a rainy plane and went on home. My flight out was empty. There was like nobody on my plane the first flight. Second flight didn't get that lucky, but there was like nobody on that plane flight. It was just empty and void of people, and that was the last sights of the city of New Zealand and Auckland that I saw. Into the distance it went, and the sunset or the sunrise greeted me my entire way there, because I left New Zealand at 7 a.m. August 9th, and I landed in San Francisco at 7 a.m. August 9th. So you couldn't see Auckland from the skies. Oh, really, Demon? Oh, yeah. Yeah, I didn't see it on the way out. I saw it on the way in, but I didn't really know what I was looking for at the time either. So, it happens. Well, we saw most of it from, you know, being on top of a volcano. And that was it. That was the 840 picture story of going to New Zealand. Only took a fat 5 hours to go through that. Or however long that took. I think that was like 5 hours, 4 hours. It was fun. It was a very, very enjoyable trip. Definitely will do more said trips if the opportunity arises to go back. Definitely want to do a lot more of the southern island stuff. See the nature there and do all that. Leaving New Zealand at 1:50 p.m. Thursday, getting San Francisco 6 a.m. Thursday. Hell yeah, dude. Yeah, the time stuff is weird, man. Going that way, losing a day, and coming back and just being in the same fucking day still. Hard to wrap your head around that, because it felt so bizarre to move like that. But yeah, I mean, I absolutely loved going there. I loved seeing all the stuff, meeting people, and 9:30 p.m. flight, arrived at 2 p.m. the same day. Going backwards in time. Hell yeah. Good shit. But yeah, no, I absolutely loved the journey. Yeah, exactly. It makes it pretty weird. Just yeah, it was fun to go. Food was amazing. Company was amazing. ExileCon was amazing. Hobbiton was amazing. Weta was amazing. Just all sorts of stuff to go see and do, and just experience. It was fantastic. So I'm very pleased with my trip. It was a long trip. I definitely would have preferred to have done more exploration stuff before the con, because the sickness after the con was kind of draining. I can still kind of feel it right now. I'm definitely probably going to call it a little early today, because I do feel myself like getting tired. Just from flight travel and finally like relaxing and realizing that I'm home, I'm able to like rest up more, and all of that as well is kind of compounding. Doesn't help that I also have photo gigs coming up on Monday, so I got to be somewhat rested for that. But yeah, I'm super happy with the trip, and a lot of cool memories, and met a bunch of chat, which was sick. Met a bunch of people in chat that I don't know the names of, that now I'm like, there's people watching that I know I've met, but I don't know who they are, which is weird. Enjoying, I mean, yeah, true. Yeah, you like go back to like certain moments and thinking about like, oh yeah, that happened or this happened, and like you remember the events as they took place, and like reminisce on them and things. Yeah, no, it's stuff to do. I did not go for the mirrors. No, we had a couple people in the group that got them. I was too busy playing the demo and checking out, you know, all that stuff to go searching for the mirrors, because I wanted to get as much hands-on the demo as I could, just so I had like a general idea of like what I would be talking about when people asked me what I thought about it. So I got like 2.5 hours on 2 hours and 45 minutes or something on the demo in total. So I played through a lot of it. Rather I did some of the card game just to like check it out, and then I gave some of my cards to Mars to help him get the Mirror if he needed something like a weapon or something just to fight on, and see if we could get better gear. But yeah, like I let the people who were heavy into the card game do the card game stuff. Got 4 mirrors as a group. Yeah, there you go. Hell yeah, good shit. Yeah, that was more important for me, just to get the people that were like really into it to get it. I got myself a basic piety badge, and I'm okay with that. I didn't need more. It was a lot of fun. It was a very enjoyable experience. Definitely will go back to New Zealand someday in the future when ExileCon 3.0 is happening, and check out the Southern Island. Wiring install on rockets. Fair enough, Phantasmal. You put 2 on eBay. No eBay puts. 9 between the 5 of us. I have 3. Went hard on the card game. Holy shit. Hell yeah, dude. How much they sell for them? Yeah, who knows? You're qualified. You're qualified for wiring on rockets. Could go to Auckland. Start wiring some rockets. Get to check out the food. I'm gonna take a mirror free, Dodo. But yeah, I think that pretty much wraps up the storytelling as well. Mostly because I don't believe my voice will last if I keep going. I'm starting to definitely lose it a lot since I've been talking pretty excitedly about what's transpired and such. So as far as steps to kill the boss, and then my buddies to wait in line. Oh, okay, gotcha. That's what you did. Fair enough. Fair enough. But yeah, I think it's a little early, all things considered. But I think I'm gonna call it to save my voice a bit, cause yeah, I don't want to like throw my voice out completely over the next week, since we do have Poe up on Friday again. So we don't wanna blow too much excitement and too much voice before the league launch happens. That would be kind of a bad idea. Kind of a bad idea indeed. So yeah, thanks everybody for hanging out. Hopefully you enjoyed it. Hopefully you've had a good time. Greebs, Rains, Robs, Oobs, Burbs, Eli's Cookings, Phantasmals, thank you so much for the gifted subs and resubs. Appreciate those. I enjoyed the fuck out of it, yeah. It was fantastic. And yeah, I'm just gonna have a hot drink and go to bed. Cause yeah, my voice is not gonna hold up if I keep pushing it. Also, I don't really have anything I need to start right now, so it's hard for me to come up with a content idea for the next 30 minutes. But yeah, hopefully you guys enjoyed the story. All the pictures and stuff. I'll try to make sure I get the VOD of that at least available, saved and moved over, so it's we can permanently have that as a reminder and stuff of all things that happened. And yeah, Mars Phantasmal Demo, Potatoes, Bits, Jays, Wild Twitch. Everybody else that I didn't say, Axelax, Mars. I think I said everybody. Demons, Catherals. Y'all have yourself a good one. Skies, Edgelesses, Saints, Vashes. Pleasure meeting many of you at the con. Go back to home. I mean, true. You gotta make your choices. Make your choices. Yeah. We I don't know what tomorrow brings, but we'll figure it out tomorrow. We're just gonna YOLO this week and do some stuff and get closer to league launch, and hopefully we get support gyms at some point so we can kind of muse over those as well. It's good stuff. It's good stuff. I'll see you all tomorrow for more of whatever we're doing.